Nambok the Unveracious by Jack London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Nambok the Unveracious by Jack London. Read by Don W. Jenkins. A bidarka, is it not so? Look, a bidarka, and one man who drives clumsily with a paddle. Old Bashquawan rose to her knees, trembling with weakness and eagerness, and gazed out over the sea. Nambok was ever clumsy at the paddle, she maundered reminiscently, shading the sun from her eyes and staring across the silver-spilled water. Nambok was ever clumsy, I remember. But the women and children laughed loudly, and there was a gentle mockery in their laughter, and her voice dwindled till her lips moved without sound. Kuga lifted his grizzled head from his bone-carving and followed the path of her eyes. Except when wide yawns took it off its course, a bidarka was headed in for the beach. Its occupant was paddling with more strength than dexterity, and made his approach along the zigzag line of most resistance. Kuga's head dropped to his work again, and on the ivory tusk between his knees he scratched the dorsal fin of a fish the like of which never swam in the sea. "It is doubtless the man from the next village," he said finally, "coming to consult with me about the marking of things on bone. And the man is a clumsy man. He will never know how." "It is Nambok," old Bashquawan repeated. "Should I not know my son?" she demanded shrilly. "I say, and I say again, it is Nambok." "And so thou hast said these many summers," one of the women chided softly. "Ever when the ice passed out of the sea, hast thou sat and watched through the long day, saying at each chance canoe, 'This is Nambok.' Nambok is dead, O Bashquawan, and the dead do not come back. It cannot be that the dead come back." "Nambok!" the old woman cried, so loud and clear that the whole village was startled and looked at her. She struggled to her feet and tottered down the sand. She stumbled over a baby lying in the sun, and the mother hushed its crying and hurled harsh words after the old woman, who took no notice. The children ran down the beach in advance of her, and as the man in the bidarka drew closer, nearly capsizing with one of his ill-directed strokes, the women followed. Kuga dropped his walrus tusk and went also, leaning heavily upon his staff, and after him loitered the men in twos and threes. The bidarka turned broadside, and the ripple of surf threatened to swamp it. Only a naked boy ran into the water and pulled the bow high up on the sand. The man stood up and sent a questing glance along the line of villagers. A rainbow sweater, dirty and the worse for wear, clung loosely to his broad shoulders, and a red cotton handkerchief was knotted in sailor fashion about his throat. A fisherman's tam-o'-shanter on his close-clipped head, and dungaree trousers and heavy brogans completed his outfit. But he was none the less a striking personage to these simple fisher-folk of the great Yukon Delta, who all their lives had stared out on Bering Sea and in that time seen but two white men, the census enumerator and a lost Jesuit priest. They were a poor people, with neither gold in the ground nor valuable furs in hand, so the whites had passed them afar. Also the Yukon, through the thousands of years, had shoaled that portion of the sea with the detritus of Alaska till vessels grounded out of sight of land. So the sodden coast, with its long inside reaches and huge mudland archipelagos, was avoided by the ships of men, and the fisherfolk knew not that such things were. Kuga, the bone-scratcher, retreated backward in sudden haste, tripping over his staff and falling to the ground. "Nambok!" he cried, as he scrambled wildly for footing. "Nambok, who was blown off to sea, come back!" The men and women shrank away, and the children scuttled off between their legs. Only Opequan was brave, as befitted the head man of the village. He strode forward and gazed long and earnestly at the newcomer. "It is Nambok," he said at last, and at the conviction in his voice the women wailed apprehensively and drew farther away. The lips of the stranger moved indecisively, and his brown throat writhed and wrestled with unspoken words. "La, la, it is Nambok," Bashquawan croaked, peering up into his face. "Ever did I say Nambok would come back?" Aye, it is Nam Bok come back. This time it was Nam Bok himself who spoke, putting a leg over the side of the bidarka and standing with one foot afloat and one ashore. Again his throat writhed and wrestled as he grappled after forgotten words. And when the words came forth they were strange of sound, and a spluttering of the lips accompanied the gutturals. "Greetings, O brothers," he said. "Brothers of old time before I went away with the offshore wind." He stepped out with both feet on the sand, and Opequan waved him back. "Thou art dead, Nam Bok," he said. Nam Bok laughed. "I am fat." "Dead men are not fat," Opequan confessed. "Thou hast fared well, but it is strange. No man may mate with the offshore wind and come back on the heels of the years." "I have come back," Nam Bok answered simply. "Mayhap thou art a shadow, then, a passing shadow of the Nam Bok that was. Shadows come back." "I am hungry. Shadows do not eat." But Opequan doubted and brushed his hand across his brow in sore puzzlement. Nam Bok was likewise puzzled, and as he looked up and down the line found no welcome in the eyes of the fisher folk. The men and women whispered together. The children stole timidly back among their elders, and bristling dogs fawned up to him and sniffed suspiciously. "I bore thee, Nam Bok, and I gave thee suck when thou wast little," Bashquawan whimpered, drawing closer. "And shadow though thou be, or no shadow, I will give thee to eat now." Nam Bok made to come to her, but a growl of fear and menace warned him back. He said something angrily in a strange tongue, and added, "No shadow am I, but a man." "Who may know concerning the things of mystery?" Opequan demanded, half of himself and half of his tribe's people. "We are, and in a breath we are not. If the man may become shadow, may not the shadow become man? Nam Bok was, but is not. This we know, but we do not know if this be Nam Bok or the shadow of Nam Bok." Nam Bok cleared his throat and made answer. "In the old time long ago, thy father's father, Opequan, went away and came back on the heels of the years. Nor was a place by the fire denied him. It is said—" He paused significantly, and they hung on his utterance. "It is said," he repeated, driving his point home with deliberation, "that Sip-Sip, his klooch, bore him 2 sons after he came back." "But he had no doings with the offshore wind," Opequan retorted. "He went away into the heart of the land, and it is in the nature of things that a man may go on and on into the land. And likewise the sea, but that is neither here nor there. It is said that thy father's father told strange tales of the things he saw." "Aye, strange tales he told." "I, too, have strange tales to tell," Nam Bok stated insidiously, and as they wavered, "and presents likewise." He pulled from the bidarka a shawl, marvelous of texture and color, and flung it about his mother's shoulders. The women voiced a collective sigh of admiration, and old Bashquawan ruffled the gay material and patted it and crooned in childish joy. "He has tales to tell," Kuga muttered. "And presents," a woman seconded. And Opequan knew that his people were eager, and further, he was aware himself of an itching curiosity concerning those untold tales. "The fishing has been good," he said judiciously, "and we have oil in plenty. So come, Nam Bok, let us feast." 2 of the men hoisted the bidarka on their shoulders and carried it up to the fire. Nam Bok walked by the side of Opequan, and the villagers followed after, save those of the women who lingered in a moment to lay caressing fingers on the shawl. There was little talk while the feast went on, though many and curious were the glances stolen at the son of Bashquawan. This embarrassed him, not because he was modest of spirit, however, but for the fact that the stench of the seal oil had robbed him of his appetite, and that he keenly desired to conceal his feelings on the subject. "Eat, thou art hungry," Opequan commanded, and Nam Bok shut both his eyes and shoved his fist into the big pot of putrid fish. "La, be not ashamed. The seal were many this year, and strong men are ever hungry." And Bashquawan sopped a particularly offensive chunk of salmon into the oil and passed it fondly and dripping to her son. In despair, premonitory symptoms warned him that his stomach was not so strong as of old. He filled his pipe and struck up a smoke. The people fed on noisily and watched. Few of them could boast of intimate acquaintance with the precious weed, though now and again small quantities and abominable qualities were obtained in trade from the Eskimos to the northward. Kuga, sitting next to him, indicated that he was not averse to taking a draw, and between two mouthfuls, with the oil thick on his lips, sucked away at the amber stem. And thereupon Nam Bok held his stomach with a shaky hand and declined the proffered return. Kuga could keep the pipe, he said, for he had intended so to honor him from the first, and the people licked their fingers and approved of his liberality. Opequan rose to his feet. "And now, O Nam Bok, the feast is ended, and we would listen concerning the strange things you have seen." The fisher folk applauded with their hands, and gathering about them their work, prepared to listen. The men were busy fashioning spears and carving on ivory, while the women scraped the fat from the hides of the hair seal, and made them pliable or sewed mucklucks with threads of sinew. Nam Bok's eyes roved over the scene, but there was not the charm about it that his recollection warranted him to expect. During the years of his wandering he had looked forward to just this scene, and now that it had come he was disappointed. It was a bare and meagre life, he deemed, and not to be compared with the one to which he had become used. Still, he would open their eyes a bit, and his own eyes sparkled at the thought. "Brothers," he began, with the snug complacency of a man about to relate the big things he has done, "it was late summer of many summers back, with much such weather as this promises to be, when I went away. You all remember the day when the gulls flew low and the wind blew strong from the land, and I could not hold my bidarka against it. I tied the covering of the bidarka about me so that no water could get in, and all of the night I fought with the storm. And in the morning there was no land, only the sea, and the offshore wind held me close in its arms and bore me along. 3 such nights whitened into dawn and showed me no land, and the offshore wind would not let me go. And when the 4th day came, I was as a madman. I could not dip my paddle for want of food, and my head went round and round, what of the thirst that was upon me. But the sea was no longer angry, and the soft south wind was blowing, and as I looked about me I saw a sight that made me think I was indeed mad." Nam Bok paused to pick away a sliver of salmon lodged between his teeth, and the men and women, with idle hands and heads craned forward, waited. "It was a canoe, a big canoe. If all the canoes I have ever seen were made into one canoe, it would not be so large." There were exclamations of doubt, and Kuga, whose years were many, shook his head. "If each bidarka were as a grain of sand," Nam Bok defiantly continued, "and if there were as many bidarkas as there be grains of sand in this beach, still would they not make so big a canoe as this I saw on the morning of the 4th day. It was a very big canoe, and it was called a schooner. I saw this thing of wonder, this great schooner, coming after me, and on it I saw men." "Hold, O Nam Bok," Opequan broke in. "What manner of men were they? Big men?" "Nay, mere men like you and me." "Did the big canoe come fast?" "Aye." "The sides were tall, the men short," Opequan stated the premises with conviction. "And did these men dip with long paddles?" Nam Bok grinned. "There were no paddles," he said. Mouths remained open, and a long silence dropped down. Opequan borrowed Kuga's pipe for a couple of contemplative sucks. One of the younger women giggled nervously and drew upon herself angry eyes. "There were no paddles?" Opequan asked softly, returning the pipe. "The south wind was behind," Nam Bok explained. "But the wind drift is slow." "The schooner had wings, thus." He sketched a diagram of masts and sails in the sand, and the men crowded around and studied it. The wind was blowing briskly, and for more graphic elucidation he seized the corners of his mother's shawl and spread them out until it bellied like a sail. Baskwawan scolded and struggled, but it was blown down the beach for a score of feet, and left breathless and stranded in a heap of driftwood. The men uttered sage grunts of comprehension, but Kuga suddenly tossed back his hoary head. "Ho, ho!" he laughed. "A foolish thing, this big canoe. A most foolish thing. A plaything of the wind. Wheresoever the wind goes, it goes too. No man who journeys therein may name the landing beach, for always he goes with the wind, and the wind goes everywhere, but no man knows where." "It is so," Opequan supplemented gravely. With the wind the going is easy, but against the wind a man striveth hard, and for that they had no paddles. These men on the big canoe did not strive at all. Small need to strive, Nam Bok cried angrily. The schooner went likewise against the wind. And what said you made the schooner go? Kuga asked, tripping craftily over the strange word. The wind, was the impatient response. Then the wind made the schooner go against the wind. Old Kuga dropped an open leer to Opikwan, and the laughter growing around him continued. The wind blows from the south and blows the schooner south. The wind blows against the wind. The wind blows one way and the other at the same time. It is very simple. We understand, Nam Bok. We clearly understand. Thou art a fool. Truth falls from thy lips, Kuga answered meekly. I was overlong in understanding, and the thing was simple. But Nam Bok's face was dark, and he said rapid words which they had never heard before. Bone scratching and skin scraping were resumed, but he shut his lips tightly on the tongue that could not be believed. The schooner, Kuga imperturbably asked. It was made of a big tree? It was made of many trees, Nam Bok snapped shortly. It was very big. He lapsed into sullen silence again, and Opikwan nudged Kuga, who shook his head with slow amazement and murmured, It is very strange. Nam Bok took the bait. That is nothing, he said airily. You should see the steamer. As the grain of sand is to Badarka, as the Badarka is to the schooner, so the schooner is to the steamer. Further, the steamer is made of iron. It is all iron. Nay, nay, Nam Bok, cried the head man. How can that be? Always iron goes to the bottom. For behold, I received an iron knife in trade from the head man of the next village, and yesterday the iron knife slipped from my fingers and went down, down into the sea. To all things there be law. Never was there one thing outside the law. This we know. And moreover we know that things of a kind have the one law, and that all iron has the one law. So unsay thy words, Nam Bok, that we may yet honor thee. It is so, Nam Bok persisted. The steamer is all iron and does not sink. Nay, nay, this cannot be. With my own eyes I saw it. It is not in the nature of things. But tell me, Nam Bok, Kuga interrupted, for fear the tale would go no farther. Tell me the manner of these men in finding their way across the sea when there was no land by which to steer. The sun points out the path. But how? At midday the head man of the schooner takes a thing through which his eye looks at the sun, and then he makes the sun climb down out of the sky to the edge of the earth. Now this be evil medicine, cried Opikwan, aghast at the sacrilege. The men held up their hands in horror, and the women moaned. This be evil medicine. It is not good to misdirect the great sun, which drives away the night and gives us the seal, the salmon, and warm weather. What if it be evil medicine? Nam Bok demanded truculently. I, too, have looked through the thing at the sun and made the sun climb down out of the sky. Those who were nearest drew away from him hurriedly, and a woman covered the face of a child at her breast so that his eye might not fall upon it. But on the morning of the fourth day, O Nam Bok, Kuga suggested, on the morning of the fourth day when the schooner came after thee. I had little strength left in me and could not run away. So I was taken on board, and water was poured down my throat, and good food given me. Twice, my brothers, you have seen a white man. These men were all white, and as many as I have fingers and toes. And when I saw they were full of kindness, I took heart, and I resolved to bring away with me report of all that I saw. And they taught me the work they did, and gave me good food and a place to sleep. And day after day we went over the sea. And each day the head man drew the sun down out of the sky and made it tell where we were. And when the waves were kind, we hunted the fur seal, and I marveled much, for always did they fling the meat and the fat away, and save only the skin. Opikwan's mouth was twitching violently, and he was about to make denunciation of such waste when Kuga kicked him to be still. After a weary time, when the sun was gone and the bite of the frost came into the air, the head man pointed the nose of the schooner south. South and east we travelled for days upon days, and never the land in sight, and we were near to the village from which hailed the men. How did they know they were near? Opikwan, unable to contain himself longer, demanded. There was no land to see. Nam Bok glowered at him wrathfully. Did I not say the headman brought the sun down out of the sky?" Kuga interposed, and Nam Bok went on. "As I say, when we were near to that village, a great storm blew up, and in the night we were helpless and knew not where we were." "Thou hast just said the headman knew." "Oh, peace, Opie Kwan. Thou art a fool and cannot understand. As I say, we were helpless in the night, when I heard above the roar of the storm the sound of the sea on the beach, and next we struck with a mighty crash, and I was in the water swimming. It was a rock-bound coast, with one patch of beach in many miles, and the law was that I should dig my hands into the sand and draw myself clear of the surf. The other man must have pounded against the rocks, for none of them came ashore but the headman, and him I knew only by the ring on his finger. When day came, there being nothing of the schooner, I turned my face to the land and journeyed into it that I might get food and look upon the faces of the people. And when I came to a house, I was taken in and given to eat, for I had learned their speech, and the white men are ever kindly. And it was a house bigger than all the houses built by us and our fathers before us." "It was a mighty house," Kuga said, masking his unbelief with wonder. "And many trees went into the making of such a house," Opie Kwan added, taking the cue. "That is nothing," Nam Bok shrugged his shoulders in belittling fashion. "As our houses are to that house, so that house was to the houses I was yet to see." "And they are not big men?" "Nay, mere men like you and me," Nam Bok answered. "I had cut a stick that I might walk in comfort, and remembering that I was to bring report to you, my brothers, I cut a notch in the stick for each person who lived in that house. And I stayed there many days and worked, for which they gave me money, a thing of which you know nothing, but which is very good. And one day I departed from that place to go farther into the land. And as I walked I met many people, and I cut smaller notches in the stick that there might be room for all. Then I came upon a strange thing. On the ground before me was a bar of iron, as big in thickness as my arm, and a long step away was another bar of iron." "Then wert thou a rich man?" Opie Kwan asserted. "For iron be worth more than anything else in the world. It would have made many knives." "Nay, it was not mine. It was a find, and a find be lawful." "Not so. The white man had placed it there. And further, these bars were so long that no man could carry them away, so long that as far as I could see there was no end to them." "Nam Bok, that is very much iron," Opie Kwan cautioned. "Aye, it was hard to believe with my own eyes upon it, but I could not gainsay my eyes, and as I looked I heard." He turned abruptly on the headman. "Opie Kwan, thou hast heard the sea lion bellow in his anger? Make it plain in thy mind as many sea lions as there be waves in the sea, and make it plain that all these sea lions be made into one sea lion, and as that one sea lion would bellow, so bellowed the thing I heard." The fisherfolk cried aloud in astonishment, and Opie Kwan's jaw lowered and remained lowered. "And in the distance I saw a monster like unto 1,000 whales. It was one-eyed, and vomited smoke, and it snorted with exceeding loudness. I was afraid, and ran with shaking legs along the path between the bars. But it came with speed of the wind, this monster, and I leaped the iron bars with its breath hot on my face." Opie Kwan gained control of his jaw again. And then, O Nam Bok?" "It came by on the bars, and harmed me not, and when my legs could hold me up again, it was gone from sight. And it is a very common thing in that country. Even the women and children are not afraid. Men make them to do work, these monsters." "As we make our dogs do work?" Kuga asked, with skeptic twinkle in his eye. "Aye, as we make our dogs do work." "And how do they breed these things?" Opie Kwan questioned. "They breed not at all. Men fashion them cunningly of iron, and feed them with stone, and give them water to drink. The stone becomes fire, and the water becomes steam, and the steam of the water is the breath of their nostrils, and—" There, O Nam Bok," Opie Kwan interrupted. "Tell us of other wonders. We grow tired of this which we may not understand." "You do not understand?" Nam Bok asked despairingly. "Nay, we do not understand," the men and women wailed back. "We cannot understand." Nam Bok thought of a combined harvester, and of the machines wherein visions of living men were to be seen, and of the machines from which came the voices of men, and he knew his people could never understand. "Dare I say I rode this iron monster through the land?" he asked bitterly. Opie Kwan threw up his hands, palms outward, in open incredulity. Say on, say anything, we listen. Then did I ride the iron monster, for which I gave money. Thou saidst it was fed with stone. And likewise, thou fool, I said money was a thing of which you know nothing. As I say, I rode the monster through the land and through many villages until I came to a big village on a salt arm of the sea, and the houses shoved their roofs among the stars in the sky, and the clouds drifted by them, and everywhere was much smoke. And the roar of that village was like the roar of the sea in storm, and the people were so many that I flung away my stick and no longer remembered the notches upon it. Hadst thou made small notches, Kuga reproved, thou mightst have brought report. Nam Bok whirled upon him in anger. Had I made small notches? Listen, Kuga, thou scratcher of bone. If I had made small notches, neither the stick nor 20 sticks could have borne them. Nay, not all the driftwood of all the beaches between this village and the next. And if all of you, the women and children as well, were 20 times as many, and if you had 20 hands each, and in each hand a stick and a knife, still the notches could not be cut for the people I saw, so many were they, and so fast did they come and go. There cannot be so many in all the world, Opie Kwan objected, for he was stunned, and his mind could not grasp such magnitude of numbers. What dost thou know of all the world, and how large it is? Nam Bok demanded. But there cannot be so many people in one place. Who art thou to say what can be and what cannot be? It stands to reason that there cannot be so many people in one place. Their canoes would clutter the sea till there was no room, and they would empty the sea each day of its fish, and they would not all be fed. So it would seem, Nam Bok made final answer, yet it was so. With my own eyes I saw, and flung my stick away. He yawned heavily and rose to his feet. I have paddled far. The day has been long, and I am tired. Now I will sleep, and tomorrow we will have further talk upon the things I have seen. Baskwa Wan, hobbling fearfully in advance, proud indeed, yet awed by her wonderful son, led him to her igloo, and stowed him away among the greasy, ill-smelling furs. But the men lingered by the fire, and a council was held wherein there was much whispering and low-voiced discussion. An hour passed, and a second, and Nam Bok slept, and the talk went on. The evening sun dipped toward the northwest, and at 11 at night was nearly due north. Then it was that the head man and the bone-scratcher separated themselves from the council and aroused Nam Bok. He blinked up into their faces and turned on his side to sleep again. Opie Kwan gripped him by the arm and kindly but firmly shook his senses back into him. "Come, Nam Bok, arise," he commanded. "It be time." "Another feast?" Nam Bok cried. "Nay, I am not hungry. Go on with the eating and let me sleep." "Time to be gone," Kuga thundered. But Opie Kwan spoke more softly. "Thou wast Bidarka mate with me when we were boys," he said. "Together we first chased the seal and drew the salmon from the traps, and thou didst drag me back to life, Nam Bok, when the sea closed over me and I was sucked down to the black rocks. Together we hungered and bore the chill of the frost, and together we crawled beneath the one fur and lay close to each other. And because of these things and the kindness in which I stood to thee, it grieves me sore that thou shouldst return such a remarkable liar. We cannot understand, and our heads be dizzy with the things thou hast spoken. It is not good, and there has been much talk in the council. Wherefore we send thee away, that our heads may remain clear and strong, and be not troubled by the unaccountable things. These things thou speakest of be shadows," Kuga took up the strain. "From the shadow world thou hast brought them, and to the shadow world thou must return them. Thy Bidarka be ready, and the tribespeople wait. They may not sleep until thou art gone." Nam Bok was perplexed, but hearkened to the voice of the headman. "If thou art Nam Bok," Opie Kwan was saying, "thou art a fearful and most wonderful liar. If thou art the shadow of Nam Bok, then thou speakest of shadows concerning which it is not good that living men have knowledge. This great village thou hast spoken of we deem the village of the shadows. Therein flutter the souls of the dead, for the dead be many and the living few. The dead do not come back. Never have the dead come back, save thou with thy wonder tales. It is not meet that the dead come back, and should we permit it, great trouble may be our portion." Nam Bok knew his people well, and was aware that the voice of the council was supreme. So he allowed himself to be led down to the water's edge, where he was put aboard his Bidarka, and a paddle thrust into his hand. A stray wildfowl honked somewhere to seaward, and the surf broke limply and hollowly on the sand. A dim twilight brooded over land and water, and in the north the sun smoldered, vague and troubled, and draped about with blood-red mists. The gulls were flying low. The offshore wind blew keen and chill, and the black-massed clouds behind it gave promise of bitter weather. "Out of the sea thou earnest," Opequan chanted oracularly, "and back into the sea thou goest. This is the balance achieved and all things brought to law." Basquawan limped to the froth mark and cried, "I bless thee, Nam Bok, for that thou remembered me." But Kuga, shoving Nam Bok clear of the beach, tore the shawl from her shoulders and flung it into the bidarka. "It is cold in the long nights," she wailed, "and the frost is prone to nip old bones." "The thing is a shadow," the bone scratcher answered, "and shadows cannot keep thee warm." Nam Bok stood up that his voice might carry. "O Basquawan, mother that bore me," he called, "listen to the words of Nam Bok thy son. There be room in this bidarka for two, and he would that thou earnest with him, for his journey is to where there are fish and oil in plenty. There the frost comes not, and life is easy, and the things of iron do the work of men. Wilt thou come, O Basquawan?" She debated a moment while the bidarka drifted swiftly from her, then raised her voice to a quavering treble. "I am old, Nam Bok, and soon I shall pass down among the shadows, but I have no wish to go before my time. I am old, Nam Bok, and I am afraid." A shaft of light shot across the dim-lit sea and wrapped boat and man in a splendor of red and gold. Then a hush fell upon the fisher folk, and only was heard the moan of the off-shore wind and the cries of the gulls flying low in the air. End of Nam Bok the Unveracious by Jack London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com.
Imre by Rudyard Kipling. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Recrudescence of Imre by Rudyard Kipling. Imre had achieved the impossible. Without warning, for no conceivable motive, in his youth and at the threshold of his career, he had chosen to disappear from the world, which is to say the little Indian station where he lived. Upon a day he was alive, well, happy, and in great evidence at his club among the billiard tables. Upon a morning he was not, and no manner of search could make sure where he might be. He had stepped out of his place. He had not appeared at his office at the proper time, and his dog-cart was not upon the public roads. For these reasons, and because he was hampering in a microscopical degree the administration of the Indian Empire, the Indian Empire paused for one microscopical moment to make inquiry into the fate of Imre. Ponds were dragged, wells were plumbed, telegrams were dispatched down the lines of railways and to the nearest seaport town, 1,200 miles away. But Imre was not at the end of the drag ropes nor the telegrams. He was gone, and his place knew him no more. Then the work of the great Indian Empire swept forward because it could not be delayed, and Imre from being a man became a mystery, such a thing as men talk over at their tables in the club for a month and then forget utterly. His guns, horses, and carts were sold to the highest bidder. His superior officer wrote an absurd letter to his mother, saying that Imre had unaccountably disappeared, and his bungalow stood empty on the road. After 3 or 4 months of the scorching hot weather had gone by, my friend Strickland of the police force saw fit to rent the bungalow from the native landlord. This was before he was engaged to Miss Youghal, an affair which has been described in another place, and while he was pursuing his investigations into native life. His own life was sufficiently peculiar, and men complained of his manners and customs. There was always food in his house, but there were no regular times for meals. He ate standing up and walking about, whatever he might find on the sideboard, and this is not good for the insides of human beings. His domestic equipment was limited to 6 rifles, 3 shotguns, 5 saddles, and a collection of stiff-jointed mashier rods, bigger and stronger than the largest salmon rods. These things occupied one half of his bungalow, and the other half was given up to Strickland and his dog, Tietjens, an enormous Rampur slut who sung when she was ordered and devoured daily the rations of 2 men. She spoke to Strickland in a language of her own, and whenever in her walks abroad she saw things calculated to destroy the peace of Her Majesty the Queen Empress, she returned to her master and gave him information. Strickland would take steps at once, and the end of his labors was trouble and fine and imprisonment for other people. The natives believed that Tietjens was a familiar spirit, and treated her with the great reverence that is born of hate and fear. One room in the bungalow was set apart for her special use. She owned a bedstead, a blanket, and a drinking trough, and if anyone came into Strickland's room at night, her custom was to knock down the invader and give tongue till someone came with a light. Strickland owes his life to her. When he was on the frontier in search of the local murderer who came in the gray dawn to send Strickland much further than the Andaman Islands, Tietjens caught him as he was crawling into Strickland's tent with a dagger between his teeth, and after his record of iniquity was established in the eyes of the law, he was hanged. From that date Tietjens wore a collar of rough silver and employed a monogram on her night blanket, and the blanket was double woven cashmere cloth, for she was a delicate dog. Under no circumstances would she be separated from Strickland, and when he was ill with fever she made great trouble for the doctors, because she did not know how to help her master and would not allow another creature to attempt aid. MacArnott of the Indian Medical Service beat her over the head with a gun before she could understand that she must give room for those who could give quinine. A short time after Strickland had taken Imray's bungalow, my business took me through that station, and naturally, the club quarters being full, I quartered myself upon Strickland. It was a desirable bungalow, 8-roomed and heavily thatched against any chance of leakage from rain. Under the pitch of the roof ran a ceiling cloth which looked just as nice as a whitewashed ceiling. The landlord had repainted it when Strickland took the bungalow, and unless you knew how Indian bungalows were built, you would never have suspected that above the cloth lay the dark 3-cornered cavern of the roof, where the beams and the underside of the thatch harbored all manner of rats, hats, ants, and other things. Tietjens met me in the veranda with a bay like the boom of the bells of St. Paul's, and put her paws on my shoulders and said she was glad to see me. Strickland had contrived to put together that sort of meal which he called lunch, and immediately after it was finished went out about his business. I was left alone with Tietjens and my own affairs. The heat of the summer had broken up and given place to the warm damp of the rains. There was no motion in the heated air, but the rain fell like bayoneted rods upon the earth, and flung up a blue mist where it splashed back again. The bamboos and the custard apples, the poinsettias and the mango trees in the garden stood still while the warm water lashed through them, and the frogs began to sing among the aloe hedges. A little before the light failed, and when the rain was at its worst, I sat in the back veranda and heard the water roar from the eaves, and scratched myself because I was covered with the thing they called prickly heat. Tietjens came out with me and put her head in my lap, and was very sorrowful, so I gave her biscuits when tea was ready, and I took tea in the back veranda on account of the little coolness I found there. The rooms of the house were dark behind me. I could smell Strickland's saddlery and the oil on his guns, and I did not the least desire to sit among these things. My own servant came to me in the twilight, the muslin of his clothes clinging tightly to his drenched body, and told me that a gentleman had called and wished to see someone. Very much against my will, and because of the darkness of the rooms, I went into the naked drawing room, telling my man to bring the lights. There might or might not have been a caller in the room. It seems to me that I saw a figure by one of the windows, but when the lights came there was nothing save the spikes of the rain without and the smell of the drinking earth in my nostrils. I explained to my man that he was no wiser than he ought to be, and went back to the veranda to talk to Tietjens. She had gone out into the wet, and I could hardly coax her back to me, even with biscuits with sugar on top. Strickland rode back dripping wet just before dinner, and the first thing he said was, "Has anyone called?" I explained with apologies that my servant had called me into the drawing room on a false alarm, or that some loafer had tried to call on Strickland, and, thinking better of it, fled after giving his name. Strickland ordered dinner without comment, and since it was a real dinner with white tablecloth attached, we sat down. At 9 o'clock Strickland wanted to go to bed, and I was tired too. Tietjens, who had been lying underneath the table, rose up and went into the least exposed veranda as soon as her master moved to his own room, which was next to the stately chamber set apart for Tietjens. If a mere wife had wished to sleep out of doors in that pelting rain, it would not have mattered. But Tietjens was a dog, and therefore the better animal. I looked at Strickland, expecting to see him flog her with a whip. He smiled queerly, as a man would smile after telling some hideous domestic tragedy. "She has done this ever since I moved in here." The dog was Strickland's dog, so I said nothing, but I felt all that Strickland felt in being made light of. Tietjens encamped outside my bedroom window, and storm after storm came up, thundered on the thatch, and died away. The lightning spattered the sky as a thrown egg spattered a barn door, but the light was pale blue, not yellow, and looking through my slit bamboo blinds I could see the great dog standing, not sleeping, in the veranda, the hackles alift on her back, and her feet planted as tensely as the drawn wire rope of a suspension bridge. In the very short pauses of the thunder I tried to sleep, but it seemed that someone wanted me very badly. He, whoever he was trying to call me by name, but his voice was no more than a husky whisper. Then the thunder ceased, and Tietjens went into the garden and howled at the low moon. Somebody tried to open my door, and walked about and through the house, and stood breathing heavily in the verandas, and just when I was falling asleep I fancied that I heard a wild hammering and clamoring above my head or on the door. I ran into Strickland's room and asked him whether he was ill and had been calling for me. He was lying on the bed, half dressed, with a pipe in his mouth. "I thought you'd come," he said. "Have I been walking around the house at all?" I explained that he had been in the dining room and the smoking room and 2 or 3 other places, and he laughed and told me to go back to bed. I went back to bed and slept till morning, but in all my dreams I was sure I was doing someone an injustice in not attending to his wants. What those wants were I could not tell, but a fluttering, whispering, bolt-fumbling, luring, loitering someone was reproaching me for my slackness, and through all the dreams I heard the howling of Tietjens in the garden and the thrashing of the rain. I was in that house for 2 days, and Strickland went to his office daily, leaving me alone for 8 or 10 hours a day, with Tietjens for my only companion. As long as the full light lasted I was comfortable, and so was Tietjens, but in the twilight she and I moved into the back veranda and cuddled each other for company. We were alone in the house, but for all that it was fully occupied by a tenant with whom I had no desire to interfere. I never saw him, but I could see the curtains between the rooms quivering where he had just passed through. I could hear the chairs creaking as the bamboos sprung under a weight that had just quitted them, and I could feel when I went to get a book from the dining room that somebody was waiting in the shadows of the front veranda till I should have gone away. Tietjens made the twilight more interesting by glaring into the darkened rooms, with every hair erect, and following the motions of something that I could not see. She never entered the rooms, but her eyes moved, and that was quite sufficient. Only when my servant came to trim the lamps and make all light and habitable, she would come in with me and spend her time sitting on her haunches watching an invisible extra man as he moved about behind my shoulder. Dogs are cheerful companions. I explained to Strickland, gently as might be, that I would go over to the club and find for myself quarters there. I admired his hospitality, was pleased with his guns and rods, but I did not much care for his house and its atmosphere. He heard me out to the end, and then smiled very wearily, but without contempt, for he is a man who understands things. "Stay on," he said, "and see what this thing means. All you have talked about I have known since I took the bungalow. Stay on and wait. Tietjens has left me. Are you going to?" I had seen him through one little affair connected with an idol that had brought me to the doors of a lunatic asylum, and I had no desire to help him through further experiences. He was a man to whom unpleasantnesses arrived as do dinners to ordinary people. Therefore I explained more clearly than ever that I liked him immensely, and would be happy to see him in the daytime, but that I did not care to sleep under his roof. This was after dinner, when Tietjens had gone out to lie in the veranda. "'Pon my soul, I don't wonder," said Strickland, with his eyes on the ceiling cloth. "Look at that." The tails of two snakes were hanging between the cloth and the cornice of the wall. They threw long shadows in the lamplight. "If you are afraid of snakes, of course," said Strickland. "I hate and fear snakes, because if you look into the eyes of any snake you will see that it knows all and more of man's fall, and that it feels all the contempt that the devil felt when Adam was evicted from Eden. Besides which, its bite is generally fatal, and it bursts up trouser legs." "You ought to get your thatch overhauled," I said. "Give me a masheer rod and we'll poke 'em down." "They'll hide among the roof beams," said Strickland. "I can't stand snakes overhead. I'm going up. If I shake 'em down, stand by with a cleaning rod and break their backs." I was not anxious to assist Strickland in his work, but I took the loading rod and waited in the dining room, while Strickland brought a gardener's ladder from the veranda and set it against the side of the room. The snake tails drew themselves up and disappeared. We could hear the dry, rushing scuttle of long bodies running over the baggy cloth. Strickland took a lamp with him, while I tried to make clear the danger of hunting roof snakes between a ceiling cloth and a thatch, apart from the deterioration of property caused by ripping out ceiling cloths. "Nonsense," said Strickland. "They're sure to hide near the walls by the cloth. The bricks are too cold for 'em, and the heat of the room is just what they like." He put his hands to the corner of the cloth and ripped the rotten stuff from the cornice. It gave great sound of tearing, and Strickland put his head through the opening into the dark of the angle of the roof beams. I set my teeth and lifted the loading rod, for I had not the least knowledge of what might descend. Said Strickland, and his voice rolled and rumbled in the roof. "There's room for another set of rooms up here, and, by Jove, someone is occupying 'em." "Snakes?" I said, down below. "No, it's a buffalo. Hand me up the first joints of the masheer rod and I'll prod it. It's lying on the main beam." I handed up the rod. "What a nest for owls and serpents! No wonder the snakes live here," said Strickland, climbing further into the roof. I could see his elbow thrusting with the rod. "Come out of that, whoever you are. Look out! Head's below there. It's tottering." I saw the ceiling cloth nearly in the center of the room bag with a shape that was pressing it downward and downward toward the lighted lamps on the table. I snatched a lamp out of danger and stood back. Then the cloth ripped out from the wall, tore, split, swayed, and shot down upon the table something that I dared not look at till Strickland had slid down the ladder and was standing by my side. He did not say much, being a man of few words, but he picked up the loose end of the tablecloth and threw it over the thing on the table. "It strikes me," said he, pulling down the lamp, "our friend Imray has come back. Oh, you would you?" There was a movement under the cloth, and a little snake wiggled out, to be back broken by the butt of the masheer rod. I was sufficiently sick to make no remarks worth recording. Strickland meditated and helped himself to drinks liberally. The thing under the cloth made no more signs of life. "Is it Imray?" I said. Strickland turned back the cloth for a moment and looked. "It is Imray," he said, "and his throat is cut from ear to ear." Then we spoke both together and to ourselves. That's why he whispered about the house. Tietjens in the garden began to bay furiously. A little later her great nose heaved upon the dining room door. She sniffed and was still. The broken and tattered ceiling cloth hung down almost to the level of the table, and there was hardly room to move away from the discovery. Then Tietjens came in and sat down, her teeth bared and her forepaws planted. She looked at Strickland. "It's bad business, old lady," said he. "Men don't go up into the roofs of their bungalows to die, and they don't fasten up the ceiling cloth behind 'em. Let's think it out." "Let's think it out somewhere else," I said. "Excellent idea. Turn the lamps out. We'll get into my room." I did not turn the lamps out. I went into Strickland's room first and allowed him to make the darkness. Then he followed me, and we lighted tobacco and thought. Strickland did the thinking. I smoked furiously because I was afraid. "Imray is back," said Strickland. "The question is, who killed Imray? Don't talk. I have a notion of my own. When I took this bungalow, I took most of Imray's servants. Imray was guileless and inoffensive, wasn't he?" I agreed, though the heap under the cloth looked neither one thing nor the other. "If I call the servants, they will stand fast in a crowd and lie like Aryans. What do you suggest?" "Call 'em in one by one," I said. "They'll run away and give the news to all their fellows," said Strickland. "We must segregate 'em. Do you suppose your servant knows anything about it?" "He may, for aught I know, but I don't think it's likely. He has only been here for 2 or 3 days." "What's your notion?" I asked. "I can't quite tell. How the dickens did the man get the wrong side of the ceiling cloth?" There was heavy coughing outside Strickland's bedroom door. This showed that Bahadur Khan, his body servant, had waked from sleep and wished to put Strickland to bed. "Come in," said Strickland. "It is a very warm night, isn't it?" Bahadur Khan, a great green-turbaned 6-foot Mohammedan, said that it was a very warm night, but that there was more rain pending, which by his honor's favor would bring relief to the country. "It will be so, if God pleases," said Strickland, tugging off his boots. "It is in my mind, Bahadur Khan, that I have worked thee remorselessly for many days, ever since that time when thou first came into my service. What time was that? Has the Heaven-born forgotten? It was when Imray Sahib went secretly to Europe without warning given, and I, even I, came into the honored service of the protector of the poor." "And Imray Sahib went to Europe?" "It is so said among the servants." "And thou wilt take service with him when he returns?" "Assuredly, Sahib. He was a good master, and cherished his dependents." "That is true. I am very tired, but I can go buck shooting tomorrow. Give me the little rifle that I use for black buck. It is in the case yonder." The man stooped over the case, banded barrels, stock, and fore end to Strickland, who fitted them together. Yawning dolefully, then he reached down to the gun case, took a solid drawn cartridge, and slipped it into the breech of the 360 Express. "And Imray Sahib has gone to Europe secretly? That is very strange, Bahadur Khan, is it not?" "What do I know of the ways of the white man, heaven born?" "Very little, truly, but thou shalt know more. It has reached me that Imray Sahib has returned from his so long journeying, and that even now he lies in the next room waiting for his servant." "Sahib!" The lamplight slid along the barrels of the rifle as they leveled themselves against Bahadur Khan's broad breast. "Go, then, and look," said Strickland. "Take a lamp. Thy master is tired, and he waits. Go." The man picked up a lamp and went into the dining room, Strickland following and almost pushing him with the muzzle of the rifle. He looked for a moment at the black depths behind the ceiling cloth, at the carcass of the mangled snake underfoot, at last a gray gaze settling on his face, at the thing under the tablecloth. "Hast thou seen?" said Strickland after a pause. I have seen. I am clay in the white man's hands. What does the presence do? Hang thee within a month. What else? For killing him? Nay, Sahib, consider. Walking among us, his servants, he cast his eyes upon my child, who was 4 years old. Him he bewitched, and in 10 days he died of the fever. My child! What said Imray Sahib? He said he was a handsome child, and patted him on the head, wherefore my child died. Wherefore I killed Imray Sahib in the twilight, when he came back from office and was sleeping. The Heaven-born knows all things. I am the servant of the Heaven-born. Strickland looked at me above the rifle, and said in the vernacular, "Thou art witness to this saying. He has killed." Bahadur Khan stood ashen gray in the light of the one lamp. The need for justification came upon him very swiftly. "I am trapped," he said, "but the offense was that man's. He cast an evil eye upon my child, and I killed and hid him. Only such as are served by devils." He glared at Tietjens, crouched stolidly before him. "Only such could know what I did." "It was clever, but thou shouldst have lashed him to the beam with a rope. Now thou thyself will hang by a rope. Orderly!" A drowsy policeman answered Strickland's call. He was followed by another, and Tietjens sat still. "Take him to the station," said Strickland. "There is a case toward." "Do I hang, then?" said Bahadur Khan, making no attempt to escape, and keeping his eyes on the ground. "If the sun shines or the water runs, thou wilt hang," said Strickland. Bahadur Khan stepped back 1 pace, quivered, and stood still. The 2 policemen waited for further orders. "Go," said Strickland. "Nay, but I go very swiftly," said Bahadur Khan. "Look, I am even now a dead man." He lifted his foot, and to the little toe there clung the head of the half-killed snake, firm fixed in the agony of death. "I come of landholding stock," said Bahadur Khan, rocking where he stood. "It were a disgrace for me to go to the public scaffold, therefore I take this way. Be it remembered that the Sahib's shirts are correctly enumerated, and that there is an extra piece of soap in his wash basin. My child was bewitched, and I slew the wizard. Why should you seek to slay me? My honor is saved, and I die." At the end of an hour he died, as they die who are bitten by the little Karyat, and the policemen bore him and the thing under the tablecloth to their appointed places. They were needed to make clear the disappearance of Imray. "This," said Strickland very calmly as he climbed into bed, "is called the 19th century. Did you hear what that man said?" "I heard," I answered. "Imray made a mistake." "Simply and solely through not knowing the nature and coincidence of a little seasonal fever. Bahadur Khan has been with him for 4 years." I shuddered. My own servant had been with me for exactly that length of time. When I went over to my own room, I found him waiting, impassive as the copper head on a penny, to pull off my boots. "What has befallen Bahadur Khan?" said I. "He was bitten by a snake and died. The rest the Sahib knows," was the answer. "And how much of the matter hast thou known?" "As much as might be gathered from one coming in the twilight to seek satisfaction. Gently, Sahib, let me pull off those boots." I had just settled to the sleep of exhaustion when I heard Strickland shouting from his side of the house. "Tietjens has come back to her room!" And so she had. The great deerhound was couched on her own bedstead, on her own blanket, and in the next room the idle, empty ceiling cloth wagged light-heartedly as it flailed on the table. End of The Recrudescence of Imray by Rudyard Kipling.
Raja by W.A. Fraser. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mike Harris. The Scoring of the Rajah by W.A. Fraser. Burapara was Rajah of his own domain, after a fashion. The domain of Burapara was on the Madras side, 2 days' steady steaming from Calcutta. His father, the old Rajah, aided by a bull-necked Diwan, or Prime Minister, had ground down the ryots, the farmers, for tax money, until the whole Raj had become practically bankrupt. Then the British Sirdar, the government, stepped in and platonically arranged things. That's the Sirdar's prerogative in India. Under the new regime, 36 lakhs a year flowed into the coffers, and the burden on the shoulders of the ryots was lighter than it had been in the memory of 10 generations. The Rajah was allowed 12 lakhs a year for himself and court, while the Sirdar took the other 24 for managing the country and incidentals. The XX Hussars were stationed at Burapara as part of the governing facility. It was like sending a public school to a watering place for duty. They were white palaces and leisure Brahmins and horses without stint, a big polo ground, a fine race course, and proper Oriental atmosphere as background. The XX contingent had everything in life to make them happy, except the Burapara Cup. Each year, for 3 years, they had reached out with a "by your leave, gentlemen," for this bit of plate, but each year it had gone back to grace the sideboard of the Rajah. Burapara himself was a sportsman from the first tinkled the bell. He gathered leopards and kept them in a cage, and once a year turned them out on the plain for an improved pig-sticking bout. This was at Christmas time. The XX took themselves to horse and hunted spots with their lances. In the 3 years only 2 fellows had been mauled with sufficient intentness to cause their death, that is, 2 European officers. Perhaps a score of beaters and shikaris had also been mauled, but they were His Highness's subjects and did not figure on the European side of the ledger, so it was good sport and of a fair interest. The polo was as fast as they played it in Tirhut, which is like looking at polo from the topmost pinnacle, and not one of the XX played a bit faster or closer on the ball than Burapara himself. From an earthly point of view, it was almost a paradise for men whose lines were cast along that plain. As I have said, the only unreasoning thing was the cup. They could not get that. Yearly it sat big in pride of place at the annual race meet. It was donated by the Rajah for an open handicap steeplechase of 3 miles. It was a retroactive donation, for his own stable always won it. That's why the XX were sad. Captain Wilson started it. "If you fellows will back me up," he said, "we'll land that mug this try." "Going to hamstring the Rajah's horses?" Devlin asked. But Devlin had no head for deep plots. Wilson knew that. He was only a lieutenant who danced well. "The Rajah gets this crazy old plate back every time because he's got the best nags," Wilson observed with an air of conviction. "There may be something in that," Devlin answered, setting his glass down with a sort of hear ring. "Devlin, you're an imbecile. You make remarks that are not in the game. What I mean is that we haven't a GG in the whole ballet troupe that Burapara can't give pounds to, with at least a dozen Arabs." "That's what's the matter, Wilson," one of the officers said. "We're beaten before the race starts. That's what's the matter with getting the cup." "Oh, that's a great discovery," said Devlin sarcastically. "Look here, youngster." "Shut up," said Captain Lutyens wearily. "It's too hot to blather. Wilson's got a scheme, or he wouldn't be talking. Talking's all rot anyway." "Yes," continued Wilson, "the Rajah is as slick as a Brahmin. He gets 15 or 20 Arabs down from Abdul Rahman at Bombay, gallops them a bit, God knows where, we never see the trial, and the best of the lot is chucked into this handicap light, being a green one, and beats all our well-pounded nags out." "Oh, fiddlesticks!" exclaimed Devlin impatiently. "All the fellows know that. Your discovery is like going to hear Pinafore. It's antique. Besides, it's not the Rajah at all. It's O'Neill that does the trick. You're an unsophisticated lot, and O'Neill knows just what your nags can do. What do you suppose the Rajah keeps him for? His beauty? It's hard to play the English game against you Ferenghis." Lutyens threw a box of matches at Devlin's head by way of entreaty, and the latter went out on the veranda, swearing there was a conspiracy to keep him out of the good thing. "Go on, Wilson," said Lutyens. "Tell us how to do up the Rajah. That young ass is out of it now, so go on with the disclosure." Well, we'll have to get a horse down from up country on the quiet to do the trick. What do you think?" "Where'll you get him?" asked Lutens. "Some of you fellows remember Captain Frank, don't you, Frank Jocelyn?" "I do," said Lutens decisively. "I've had to live in retirement financially since I joined him in a big thing we were to pull off at Lucknow once. But he's always got a fast horse. Generally, yes." "Well, he's got one called Saladin now that you simply couldn't handicap down to the form of the Rajah's lot." The others waited, and Wilson continued unravelling his brilliant plot. "I saw a note in one of the Calcutta papers about this Saladin brute, and wrote up to Doyne. Doyne says he's dicky on his legs, but he'd stand a prep for one race, especially in the soft going here. He's never won yet because his legs wouldn't stand training on the Calcutta course. It's as hot and hard as a lime kiln, as you fellows know. If we could buy him from Captain Frank and play him a bit in polo here, he'd be sure to get in the handicap with a light weight, and we'd even up things with His Highness." "I'm if it's all on the square," said Lutens. "The Rajah's a good sort, and we must have it all straight." "Gad, I'll tell him we're going to win with Saladin if we get him," exclaimed Wilson. "But we mustn't let Captain Frank know about it. He'd never let any sort of a game go through unless he was viceroy of it himself. We'll get Doyne to buy the horse, and Jocelyn can discover accidentally that he's being sent up to Tirhoot among the Indigo Sahibs, or to heaven, or to almost any place but here." "I'll stand doing Captain Frank up," said Lutens with candour. "His hand is against every man, and pro tem we'll send a punitive expedition against him. I don't mind that a bit." The truth of the matter, as concerning Wilson, was that there was a standing feud between him and Jocelyn over some brilliant coup at Lucknow, and he knew the captain wouldn't sell him a horse at any price. So that was the inception of the plot. Wilson was commissioned to acquire Saladin. He wrote his friend Captain Doyne to buy the horse as cheaply as he could, warned him against Captain Frank's rapacity, and explained that Saladin would be supposed to go to any part of the British Empire but Burapara. Doyne executed his commission with diplomatic enthusiasm. Jocelyn wanted 3,000 rupees. Doyne offered 2,000 and half the first purse the horse won, plate not to count. Theoretically, that should have represented a considerable sum. In point of fact, Doyne chuckled softly to himself over this commercial victory, for he knew that Saladin would only win the cup at Burapara and no prize money. The horse was bought and shipped in a roundabout way to his new owners. Wilson played him in polo just twice, then pretended to make a discovery. "I'm going to keep that chestnut brute for the races," he assured the Rajah. "He can gallop a bit." Burapura smiled pensively, for he had Shahbaz in his stable, and it would take a rare good horse to beat him. O'Neill was an ex-hussar officer who had found the service too fast for his limited income. Influential friends had farmed him out to the Rajah, and he was what might be called Commander-in-Chief of Stables to His Highness. He also made a discovery. The Rajah would never have found it out for himself. "Look here, Your Highness," he said. "The mess have got hold of a good thing at last. I don't know where they puckeroed that white-faced Arab, but he's a rare good 'un. He'll beat Shahbaz for the cup." "And," said the Rajah with Oriental control, "we must play that game too, Your Highness." "You know best, O'Neill Sahib. It's in your department," the Rajah liked to play at officialdom. "Shall I get a horse to beat them, Your Highness?" "Shall I get a horse to beat them, Your Highness?" "What appropriation do you require?" asked Burapara. "Perhaps 3,000 or 4,000, Your Highness." "I will command the treasurer," replied the Rajah laconically. Now, as it happened, O'Neill, before he left the service, had swung along in the racing game beside Captain Frank. "Frank knows every horse in India," he mused, "and if the rupees are forthcoming, he'll get just what I want," though he had not the faintest idea that the mess had got one from Frank. So he wrote by the first mail steamer to Jocelyn. "The fellows down here have picked up a horse somewhere called Saladin. Do you know anything about him? I saw them try him out, and he galloped like a wild boar. If you've got something in your stable to beat him, I'll buy it or lease it. It's all about the Rajah's Cup, 3 miles over timber for Arabs and country breds. Captain Wilson is at the bottom of it. I think you'll remember him." Jocelyn puckered his thin lips and whispered long and softly to himself when he read the letter. "My aunt!" he ejaculated. "They play softly. Who the thunder told Wilson about Saladin? He shoved a letter into his pocket, lighted a cheroot, and played chess with this new thing for 3 days. Then he wrote to O'Neill. Wilson was born of commercial parents. He gets this thing from his father, who was a successful soap merchant. They bought Saladin from me to go up country. The Rajah has my sympathy if he hopes to beat the chestnut with anything he's got there. I've nothing in my stable could look at him over 3 miles of country. But all the same, I think we can beat out this joint stock company. I've got May Queen, and Saladin has always been worked with her. He's a sluggish devil and has notions. He won't try a yard so long as the mare is galloping beside him. That's because they've worked together so much. He'll just plug along about a neck in front of her, and the more you hammer him, the sulkier he gets. If you've got something fairish good in your stable, and the Rajah will pay well for the expedition, I'll send the Queen down and go myself later on to ride her, for the edification of our friend, the soap merchant's offspring. I'll guarantee you'll beat Saladin, only you must have something good enough to do up the others. Don't let them know where you've got the mare. These affairs of state were duly laid before the Rajah by O'Neill in a general way, without too much attention to detail. Kings, as a rule, don't care for detail. They like to win, that's all. Burrapara simply gleaned that, by the aid of a mare, a certain Captain Frank in his own Shahbaz, he was to win once more his favourite toy. Also triumph over the united ingenuity of the XX mess. The executive duties he left to O'Neill also spoke the necessary word to the treasurer. In 2 weeks, May Queen was in the Rajah's stables, and the wise men who had gone out of the west knew not of this backwash in the tide of their affairs. 2 weeks later, Frank Jocelyn sauntered into the mess of the XX with his debonair military swing, as though he had just returned from a week's shikari, and lived there always. "Great Gatlings!" exclaimed Lieutenant. "Where in the name of all the Brahmins did you come from? Jocelyn, by all that's holy!" "Where's the balloon?" asked Devlin. "Nobody ever come here any more?" said Captain Frank, pitching into a big chair after solemnly grabbing each paw that was extended to him. "Heaps of ordinary chaps," answered Lieutenant. "But visits like man are like the cherubs, eh?" "He's tons like a cherub," muttered Devlin. Then aloud, "Here, boy, bring a peg. Captain Sahib's dry." "Came down to the fair to pick up some smart polo ponies," Jocelyn volunteered. "Any racing at the fair?" "Heaps," said Lieutenant, thinking dismally of the accursed fate that had steered Captain Frank their way when they had got it all cut and dried for Saladin. "Oh, make yourself at home, Jocelyn," he said. "I've got to make a call." Then he posted down to Wilson's bungalow. "Guess who's here?" he said. "Anybody big?" "Size of an elephant." "The C.C.?" "No." "Jocelyn." "Good God, not Captain Frank." Luton nodded. Wilson turned pale. "Does he know?" he asked dismally. "Don't think it. It's a pure fluke, his coming. He's down after some polo tats." Wilson's face showed that he was still mistrustful. "He'll stay for the races, sure." "Uh-huh," grunted Luton. "And he'll spot Saladin. He's got devil eyes, that chap." "Mm-hmm," again assented Luton. "We'll have to tell him, and beg him to keep quiet." "I think so." "You'll have to put him up, Luton, to keep him out of their hands." "All right." So that night Captain Frank learned to his great surprise that Saladin was in Burrapara. Gracious, but he was surprised. How had it happened? He'd understood Doyne was sending him up country. Wilson told the captain a fairy tale about that part of it, but he had to be made free of the secret that they hoped to win the cup with Saladin. "Don't tell the Rajah nor O'Neill," begged Luton. "The honour of the XX demands that we win that cup." "Oh, I'll tell nobody," said Captain Frank. "Let everybody find out things for themselves. That's my way of working." They cracked a bottle of champagne to this noble sentiment, and all that belonged to the XX was placed at the disposal of Captain Frank during his sojourn among them. The Rajah had a dozen bungalows splendidly furnished. All was at the command of visitors, and Captain Frank assured Luton that one of these had already been placed at his disposal, so he declined the XX captain's hospitality. "Hang it," he said to himself, "I can't eat his rations, and sleep in his bed, and play against him. That's too stiff an order." As race day approached, events outlined themselves more clearly. The Rajah had 3 horses entered for the cup: Shahbaz, May Queen, and Ismail. Wilson had Saladin, and there were 6 other entries not calculated to have much bearing on the history of the Cup. "What's this May Queen thing?" asked Newtons. Nobody knew, not even where she'd come from. She was a country bred without a record. That's all that anybody could say. It didn't matter anyway. Shahbaz was what they had to beat, and that was certain. O'Neill was riding this pick of the stable himself. 2 evenings before the race, O'Neill came over to the mess. He wanted somebody to take the mount on May Queen. The boy who was to have ridden her was ill, he explained. "Jocelyn will ride for you," exclaimed Lutens. "He'd got paralysis if he hadn't a mount at a meeting." "Is she any good?" asked Captain Frank. "We don't know much about her," answered O'Neill. "We'll declare to win with Shahbaz, but the mare may run well. The Rajah'll be delighted if you'll pilot her." "It'll be better," said Lutens, "for an outsider to ride than one of our fellows." "All right, I'll take the mount," exclaimed Captain Frank. "Only I'd like to school her a bit tomorrow." You'll see that the tea set had been almost completed, because when Fate undertakes to arrange matters there is seldom a hitch. Everybody works for Fate. Everybody. Of course there was a big lottery held at the officers' mess the night before the race, and the Burra Cup was the main medium for a plunge. Wilson was suspicious. "I don't like it," he said to Lutens. "Frank Jocelyn isn't down here for the benefit of his health, and I'll swear he hasn't bought a single Gigi. We don't know anything about that mare. I've tried to find out where she comes from, but nobody knows." "Do you suppose she's good enough to beat Saladin?" asked Newtons doubtingly. "Well, Jocelyn rides her." "Well, I'm the cause of that," answered Luton. "You may think so, but to me it looks like a job. O'Neill and Captain Frank knew each other in the old days. If they back the mare in the lotteries, I'm going to have a bit of it," asserted Wilson. This little cloud of suspicion broadened out until by the time the lotteries were on there was a strong tip out that May Queen was a good thing for the Cup. The mess ran Saladin up to a steep figure where his chances were sold in the lotteries. Nobody but O'Neill wanted to back Shahbaz, and he went cheap. When May Queen was put up, Jocelyn laughingly made a bid, saying, "I'd back a mule if I rode him in a race." "You're pretty slick, Mr. Frank," Wilson muttered, and he bid on the mare. This started it, and in the end May Queen fetched nearly as good a price as Saladin. It went that way all the evening. The mess flattered themselves that they had stood by Saladin pretty well, and they had. Of course, Captain Frank couldn't well bid on Saladin. He explained it was, after all, their preserve. When they were finished at last, Captain Frank said to Wilson, "I've got that brute Shahbaz in 2 lotteries. You'd better take half to hedge your money. You're loaded up with Saladin." "No, thanks," the other man said, with a clever glint in the corner of his eye. "I've also got May Queen, your mount. I've got enough." "Do you want to part with a bit of May Queen?" the captain asked carelessly. "Not an anna of it. I'll stick to the lot. The Saladin money belongs to the mess. We bought him together, but the May Queen business is nearly all my own." He looked sideways at Jocelyn while he said this, watching the blonde moustached face narrowly. Then he spoke up with abrupt impetuousness. "Jocelyn, look here. You know all about that mare. Tell me whether it's all right or not." "I think," answered Jocelyn leisurely, pouring with judicious exactness half a bottle of soda into his peg glass, "that you fellows here are a bally lot of sharks. You bought all of Saladin in the lotteries, the most of May Queen, and then want to know what's going to win. Well, you'd better have half of Shahbaz now, and make a certainty." "No, thanks. I'm filled up." "Do you want to part with a bit of Saladin?" "Can't do it. All the fellows are in it, all the mess." "I think you're missing it over Shahbaz. O'Neill thinks he'll win," drawled the captain, appearing terribly solicitous for his enemy's welfare. A little later Captain Frank rehearsed this scene to O'Neill. "I pretended to want a bit of Saladin or May Queen, but Wilson wouldn't part with any. Lord, but the father is big in the sun. Stuck to his pound of flesh like a proper Ishmaelite. Then I offered him some of Shahbaz, the lottery, but he shut up like a knife. He was afraid I'd force it on him. Tomorrow, after Shahbaz wins, I'll say to him, 'I wanted you to take a bit of the good thing,' and he'll scowl because he'll be sick at his stomach. I'll teach them to get a good horse out of me, to do up a fine chap like the Rajah, and then pay for him out of stakes that are not to be had." Wilson's version of the same thing to Luton's was slightly different, which only goes to show that human nature is a complex machine. "Jocelyn's got stuck with Shahbaz in the lottery, and he's been trying to unload on me. He wanted a piece of Saladin. That's Captain Frank all over. pokes his nose in here on our good thing, roots around until he finds out something, then wants a share. I wish he hadn't come, said Lutens abstractedly. Heaven knows what he'll do. He's like a Hindu juggler. He can only win out on May Queen, retorted Wolston crabbingly, and I've got the biggest part of her in the lotteries myself. Yes, but the other fellows are all down on Saladin. It's the cup we're really after, not the rupees. Wolston said nothing to this. The cup was all right as a cup, but it would suit him to land his big coup over May Queen. The next day at the racecourse, Lieutenant Devlin sauntered up to Captain Frank and said, Little Erskine, who's in the 7th over in Colombo, is in a bit of a hole, and I'd like to help him out. What I've got's no good to him. 'Tisn't enough. Say, youngster, drawled Jocelyn, are you one of the 40 thieves that got Saladin down here to do up O'Neill and the Rajah? Oh, I think the fellows played fair enough, answered Devlin, but whatever it was, they didn't ask my advice. In fact, they drummed me out. What are the bookies laying against Shabazz? Queried Captain Frank. 5 to 1, answered Devlin. What does Erskine need? Couple of thou, I fancy. Have you got 400? Yes, but can Shabazz... Don't be a damn fool, interrupted Captain Frank with profane brevity. It was time to mount for the Burra Cup. As they jogged down to the post, Frank ranged alongside of Wolston, who was riding Saladin, and said, You'd better take half of Shabazz still. But Wolston tickled Saladin with the spur and swerved to one side, pretending not to have heard. O'Neill was riding Shabazz, and to him Jocelyn said, When we've gone half the journey, you slip out in front before Saladin gets his dander up. I'll keep close beside him, and he'll never try a yard, but keep on in front so as not to draw him out. For a mile and a half a dozen of the 9 starters were pretty well up. As the pace increased, and Shabazz drew away in the lead, all of the others but Saladin and May Queen commenced to drop out of it. At 2 miles, Shabazz was 6 lengths in front. Saladin and May Queen were swinging along under a steady pull, neck and neck. He means to stick to me and beat me out, mused Wolston. The blasted idiot is kidding himself, thought Jocelyn. He thinks he's got to hang to my coat-tails to win. Saladin was keeping his eye on May Queen. He'd been separated from his stable chum for weeks, and now he was galloping along beside her as in the old days. His soft Arab heart was glad. What a pity she couldn't gallop a bit faster, though. The thrill of strength was in his muscles, and he would like to unstring his great tendons that soft warm day, and spurn the red yielding earth. His leg wasn't a bit sore. Ah, there was another horse on in front there. Why couldn't May Queen hurry up? Soon his rider's legs commenced to hitch at his ribs, and Wolston was chirruping at him to move on. If they'd hurry his chum, he would. Wolston was getting anxious. There was only half a mile to go, and Shabazz was still well in the lead. He'd ridden Saladin under a pull all the time, and fancied that his horse had a lot left in him, but now when he shook him up he didn't respond. "Get on!" he shouted to Captain Frank. "We'll never catch Shabazz." "Go on yourself," answered the captain in schoolboy retort. Wolston brought his whip down on Saladin's flank. Stung by it, the Arab sprang forward, and for a second Wolston's heart jumped with joy. He felt the great muscles contract and spread under him, and fancied that he would soon overtake the dark bay in front. The mare struggled too. Saladin heard her labouring at his quarters, and waited patiently. "Steady, you brute!" Captain Frank ejaculated to the mare. But Saladin knew the voice, and after that the man on his back amounted to very little in the forces governing the race. With whip and spur and profane appeals, Wolston laboured at his stride a dozen times. The mare struggled and strained every nerve to keep up with a stable companion. Saladin rebelled against the fool who was riding him, and sulked with Arab persistence, raced as he had always done at home with the mare, neck and neck. Shabazz was tiring rapidly. At the last fence he nearly fell, striking the top rail with his toes out of sheer weariness. There was only a short run in on the level now. Would he last out? If Saladin never ranged alongside of him, it would be all over. Jocelyn knew that. In the struggle he would forget about May Queen, and shoot by Shabazz as though he were dead. Wolston was in an agony of suspense. Shabazz would certainly win, and he might have saved his mount, throwing Wim out his money by taking Frank's offer. A sudden resolve seized him. Saladin was sulking, and he was worse beaten than the horse. He could not ride him out. He would take Frank's offer now. Bending his face round toward Jocelyn, he gasped, "I'll take half Shabazz." Then he disappeared. The final grab had effectually settled the race. They were rising at the last jump, and his movement caused Saladin to swerve. The horse struck the rail heavily, and Wilson was shot out of the saddle and planted inches deep in the soft earth on the outside of the course. It had looked a close thing from the stand. "Saladin'll win in a walk," the mess fellows said just before the fall. "Wilson's been waiting on O'Neill, and now he'll come away and win as he likes." When Wilson vacated the saddle so energetically, a groan went up from them. When Shahbaz slipped by the judges' stand 3 lengths in front of May Queen, they groaned again, but with official politeness cheered lustily for the Rajah. His Highness sat complacently eyeing the excited people. It was a very small thing to get agitated about, for he had won, you see. Captain Frank bought Saladin back for 1,000 rupees. Beaten horses go cheap. End of the scoring of the Rajah by W.A. Fraser. Read by Mike Harris.
Skylight Room by O. Henry. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. The Skylight Room by O. Henry. First Mrs. Parker would show you the double parlors. You would not dare to interrupt her description of their advantages, and of the merits of the gentleman who had occupied them for 8 years. Then you would manage to stammer forth the confession that you were neither a doctor nor a dentist. Mrs. Parker's manner of receiving the admission was such that you could never afterward entertain the same feeling toward your parents, who had neglected to train you up in one of the professions that fitted Mrs. Parker's parlors. Next you ascended 1 flight of stairs, and looked at the second floor back at $8. Convinced by her second-floor manner that it was worth the $12 that Mr. Toosenberry always paid for it until he left to take charge of his brother's orange plantation in Florida near Palm Beach, where Mrs. McIntyre always spent the winters, that had the double front room with private bath, you managed to babble that you wanted something still cheaper. If you survived Mrs. Parker's scorn, you were taken to look at Mr. Skidder's large hall room on the 3rd floor. Mr. Skidder's room was not vacant. He wrote plays and smoked cigarettes in it all day long. But every room hunter was made to visit his room to admire the lambrequins. After each visit, Mr. Skidder, from the fright caused by possible eviction, would pay something on his rent. Then, if you still stood on 1 foot with your hot hand clutching the 3 moist dollars in your pocket, and hoarsely proclaimed your hideous and culpable poverty, nevermore would Mrs. Parker be cicerone of yours. She would honk loudly the word "Clara!" She would show you her back, and march downstairs. Then Clara, the colored maid, would escort you up the carpeted ladder that served for the 4th flight, and show you the Skylight Room. It occupied 7 by 8 feet of floor space at the middle of the hall. On each side of it was a dark lumber closet or storeroom. In it was an iron cot, a washstand, and a chair. A shelf was the dresser. Its 4 bare walls seemed to close in upon you like the sides of a coffin. Your hand crept to your throat. You gasped. You looked up as from a well, and breathed once more. Through the glass of the little skylight you saw a square of blue infinity. $2, sir, Clara would say in her half-contemptuous, half-Tuskegenial tones. One day Miss Leeson came hunting for a room. She carried a typewriter made to be lugged around by a much larger lady. She was a very little girl, with eyes and hair that had kept on growing after she had stopped, and that always looked as if they were saying, "Goodness me, why didn't you keep up with us?" Mrs. Parker showed her the double parlors. "In this closet," she said, "one could keep a skeleton or anesthetic or coal." "But I am neither a doctor nor a dentist," said Miss Leeson, with a shiver. Mrs. Parker gave her the incredulous, pitying, sneering, icy stare that she kept for those who failed to qualify as doctors or dentists, and led the way to the 2nd floor back. $8, said Miss Leeson. "Dear me, I'm not Hetty if I do look green. I'm just a poor little working girl. Show me something higher and lower." Mr. Skidder jumped and strewed the floor with cigarette stubs at the rap on his door. "Excuse me, Mr. Skidder," said Mrs. Parker, with her demon smile at his pale looks. "I didn't know you were in. I asked the lady to have a look at your lambrequins." "They're too lovely for anything," said Miss Leeson, smiling in exactly the way the angels do. After they had gone, Mr. Skidder got very busy erasing the tall, black-haired heroine from his latest (unproduced) play, and inserting a small, roguish one, with heavy bright hair and vivacious features. "Anna Held'll jump at it," said Mr. Skidder to himself, putting his feet up against the lambrequins, and disappearing in a cloud of smoke like an aerial cuttlefish. Presently the tocsin's call of "Clara" sounded to the world the state of Miss Leeson's purse. A dark goblin seized her, mounted a Stygian stairway, thrust her into a vault with a glimmer of light in its top, and muttered the menacing and cabalistic words, $2. "I'll take it," sighed Miss Leeson, sinking down upon the squeaky iron bed. Every day Miss Leeson went out to work. At night she brought home papers with handwriting on them, and made copies with her typewriter. Sometimes she had no work at night, and then she would sit on the steps of the high stoop with the other roomers. Miss Leeson was not intended for a skylight room when the plans were drawn for her creation. She was gay-hearted and full of tender, whimsical fancies. Once she let Mr. Skidder read to her 3 acts of his great unpublished comedy, It's No Kid, or The Heir of the Subway. There was rejoicing among the gentlemen roomers whenever Miss Leeson had time to sit on the steps for any hour or two. But Miss Longnecker, the tall blonde who taught in a public school and said, "Well, really," to everything you said, sat on the top step and sniffed. And Miss Dorn, who shot at the moving ducks at Coney every Sunday and worked in a department store, sat on the bottom step and sniffed. Miss Leeson sat on the middle step, and the men would quickly group around her. Especially Mr. Skidder, who had cast her in his mind for the star part in a private, romantic (unspoken) drama in real life. And especially Mr. Hoover, who was 45, fat, flush, and foolish. And especially very young Mr. Evans, who set up a hollow cough to induce her to ask him to leave off cigarettes. The men voted her the funniest and jolliest ever, but the sniffs on the top step and the lower step were implacable. I pray you let the drama halt while chorus stalks to the footlights and drops an epicedian tear upon the fatness of Mr. Hoover. Tune the pipes to the tragedy of tallow, the bane of bulk, the calamity of corpulence. Tried out, Falstaff might have rendered more romance to the ton that would have Romeo's rickety ribs to the ounce. A lover may sigh, but he must not puff. To the train of Momus are the fat men remanded. In vain beats the faithfullest heart above a 52-inch belt. Avaunt, Hoover! Hoover, 45, flush and foolish, might carry off Helen herself. Hoover, 45, flush, foolish, and fat, is meat for perdition. There was never a chance for you, Hoover. As Mrs. Parker's roomers sat thus one summer's evening, Miss Leeson looked up into the firmament and cried with her little gay laugh, "Why, there's Billy Jackson! I can see him from down here, too." All looked up, some at the windows of skyscrapers, some casting about for an airship Jackson guided. "It's that star," explained Miss Leeson, pointing with a tiny finger, "not the big one that twinkles, the steady blue one near it. I can see it every night through my skylight. I named it Billy Jackson." "Well, really," said Miss Longnecker, "I didn't know you were an astronomer, Miss Leeson." "Oh, yes," said the small stargazer. "I know as much as any of them about the style of sleeves they're going to wear next fall in Mars." "Well, really!" said Miss Longnecker. "The star you refer to is Gamma, of the constellation Cassiopeia. It is nearly of the second magnitude, and its meridian passage is—" "Oh," said the very young Mr. Evans, "I think Billy Jackson is a much better name for it." "Same here," said Mr. Hoover, loudly breathing defiance to Miss Longnecker. "I think Miss Leeson has just as much right to name stars as any of those old astrologers had." "Well, really!" said Miss Longnecker. "I wonder whether it's a shooting star," remarked Miss Dorn. "I hit 9 ducks and a rabbit out of 10 in the gallery at Coney Sunday." "He doesn't show up very well from down here," said Miss Leeson. "You ought to see him from my room. You know you can see stars even in the daytime from the bottom of a well. At night my room is like the shaft of a coal mine, and it makes Billy Jackson look like the big diamond pin that Night fastens her kimono with." There came a time after that when Miss Leeson brought no formidable papers home to copy, and when she went out in the morning, instead of working, she went from office to office and let her heart melt away in the drip of cold refusals transmitted through insolent office boys. This went on. There came an evening when she wearily climbed Mrs. Parker's stoop at the hour when she always returned from her dinner at the restaurant, but she had had no dinner. As she stepped into the hall, Mr. Hoover met her and seized his chance. He asked her to marry him, and his fatness hovered above her like an avalanche. She dodged and caught the balustrade. He tried for her hand, and she raised it and smote him weakly in the face. Step by step she went up, dragging herself by the railing. She passed Mr. Skidder's door as he was red inking a stage direction for Myrtle Delorme, Miss Leeson, in his unaccepted comedy, to pirouette across stage from L to the side of the Count. Up the carpeted ladder she crawled at last and opened the door of the skylight room. She was too weak to light the lamp or to undress. She fell upon the iron cot, her fragile body scarcely hollowing the worn springs. And in that Erebus of the skylight room she slowly raised her heavy eyelids and smiled. For Billy Jackson was shining down on her, calm and bright and constant through the skylight. There was no world about her. She was sunk in a pit of blackness, with but that small square of pallid light framing the star that she had so whimsically and, oh, so ineffectually named. Miss Longnecker must be right. It was Gamma, of the constellation Cassiopeia, and not Billy Jackson. And yet she could not let it be Gamma. As she lay on her back, she tried twice to raise her arm. The third time she got 2 thin fingers to her lips and blew a kiss out of the black pit to Billy Jackson. Her arm fell back limply. "Good-bye, Billy," she murmured faintly. "You're millions of miles away, and you won't even twinkle once. But you kept where I could see you most of the time, up there, when there wasn't anything else but darkness to look at, didn't you? Millions of miles. Good-bye, Billy Jackson." Clara, the colored maid, found the door locked at 10 the next day, and they forced it open. Vinegar and the slapping of wrists and burnt feathers proving of no avail, someone ran to phone for an ambulance. In due time it backed up to the door with much gong clanging, and the capable young medico, in his white linen coat, ready, active, confident, with his smooth face half debonair, half grim, danced up the steps. "Ambulance called at 49, he said briefly. "What's the trouble?" "Oh, yes, doctor," sniffed Mrs. Parker, as though her trouble that there should be trouble in the house was the greater. "I can't think what can be the matter with her. Nothing we could do would bring her to. It's a young woman. A Miss Elsie. Yes, a Miss Elsie Leeson. Never before in my house." "What room?" cried the doctor in a terrible voice, to which Mrs. Parker was a stranger. "The skylight room. It—" Evidently the ambulance doctor was familiar with the location of skylight rooms. He was gone up the stairs, 4 at a time. Mrs. Parker followed slowly, as her dignity demanded. On the first landing she met him coming back bearing the astronomer in his arms. He stopped and let loose the practised scalpel of his tongue, not loudly. Gradually Mrs. Parker crumpled as a stiff garment that slips down from a nail. Ever afterward there remained crumples in her mind and body. Sometimes her curious roomers would ask her what the doctor said to her. "Let that be," she would answer. "If I can get forgiveness for having heard it, I will be satisfied." The ambulance physician strode with his burden through the pack of hounds that follow the curiosity chase, and even they fell back along the sidewalk abashed, for his face was that of one who bears his own dead. They noticed that he did not lay down upon the bed prepared for it in the ambulance, the form that he carried, and all that he said was, "Drive like H.L. Wilson," to the driver. That is all. Is it a story? In the next morning's paper I saw a little news item, and the last sentence of it may help you, as it helped me, to weld the incidents together. It recounted the reception into Bellevue Hospital of a young woman who had been removed from No. 49 East Street, suffering from debility induced by starvation. It concluded with these words: "Dr. William Jackson, the ambulance physician who attended the case, says the patient will recover." End of The Skylight Room by O. Henry.
By L. Frank Baum. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mike Harris. When mothers are worried, they're apt to be cross, and that explains why Mummer Alligator spoke so sharply to her son Wally. "See here, don't you dare swim into that swift current," she said fretfully, as Wally crossed to the end of the old log, which lay half buried in the marsh, and dropped into the shallow water. "Keep to the warm pools and swim there as much as you like, but if you go near the river for a single instant, I'll go to the red-eyed one and tell him how bad you are." It was a terrible threat. The red-eyed one was the mighty magician of the alligator people, the most wise, the most powerful, the most fearful creature of all the inhabitants of the swamp. He could not be deceived by ordinary gators, the simple mud-wallowers that refused to think as they lay blinking in the sun, and it was known that the red-eye one dealt out sharp punishment for disobedience. At least, this is what mothers told their children when mothers were worried and cross, and the children were willing to believe anything of the mighty magician who dwelt in the hidden cavern. Wally Alligator had no thought of being disobedient when he swam away from home and left Dad and Alligator asleep on a bank of mud, and Mummer Alligator taking her daily sunbath on her log. Young alligators are apt to become restless, and aged alligators love peace and quiet. Moreover, Wally was hungry. Dad and Alligator could be content a week longer on the meal of spring lamb he'd eaten a fortnight before, but Wally had only been given part of a leg, and that was no satisfaction at all to a young and growing gator. So he started with a firm, though secret, intention to discover a dinner. For in the stagnant pools of the marsh, where alligators abounded, it was not likely a dinner would escape the hundreds of vigilant eyes that were watching on every side. Therefore he crossed the pools, crawled over the intervening bank of mud, which was the danger line, and came at last to where the broad river wandered away upon its crooked course. At the other side of the river were green fields and pasture lands, showing above the embankment. On this side the water of the river blended into the mud bank and the marsh, with scarce any other distinction to mark its path beyond the steady flow of the current. Here at the river's edge Wally halted, and looked longingly across. Many dinners wandered on those green banks. Why should his mother forbid him to stalk his prey? How should the red-eyed one know if he seized a fat sheep or a calf and returned with a morsel inside him? It was the hunger that drove him to disobedience, for, without stopping to consider either warnings or commands, he swam slowly across the river and raised his nose above the edge of the green bank. What happened at that moment Wally could never explain clearly. A rope flew through the air and settled around his neck, gripping close to the scales. With a movement quick as a lightning flash he pounded his tail upon the bank and turned to run, but The rope drew taut and drew him half a length further upon the grass. Then, quivering, he lay still and darted a glance along the rope. The far end was wound about a tree, and a man clung to the last fold. A man! Anger swelled in Wally's breast. An enemy and a dinner in one, and seemingly very near. Like the wind was his rush upon the foe, but, alas, he had merely dashed to destruction. The folds of the line about the tree held him close prisoner, and the man was a safe distance away, still calmly holding in his hands the end of the rope. Wally was but half grown, yet he struggled for his life with a desperation worthy the red-eyed one himself. To be sure, it was unavailing, but he always had the satisfaction of knowing he'd done his best. The last that he remembered was lying helpless amid the coils of rope, and watching with upturned eyes the flash of a knife. Then his eyes saw blackness, his brain ceased to think. He lay still. The man was proud of his conquest. There was now one less alligator to steal his lambs. He carried the thick, tough skin home to his bungalow and carefully cured it, the head being left on. Then he stuffed both head and body very artistically and sent to the city for some glass eyes, which he fastened into the head. After this, Wally lay in a very lifelike attitude under a bench at the back of the porch, and when friends of the man came to visit, he showed them his stuffed alligator with considerable pride. Mummer Alligator became worried when Wally did not return. Dadden Alligator only thought she was getting fretful again, and blinked one eye after the other without budging from his mudbank, or replying with a single word. This apathy made Mummer indignant. She tossed her tail and wriggled about until the muddy water that circled around her log was churned into a foam that showed silver under the moon's rays. For night had come, but no Wally. In the morning she could bear the anxiety no longer, so she slipped into the water and made her way through the swamps until she reached a place where a cluster of great rocks broke the flatness of the landscape. Here she paused, made a dive into deep water, and came to the surface within a cavern hollowed out of the center of the rock. The cave was not lighted, but as Mummer lay with her chin upon the rocky edge of the pool, she could dimly perceive an immense dark form lying outstretched before her. The mighty magician was asleep. Then a red light glowed in the dusk, flooding her with its rays, and now another light flashed beside it. The red-eyed one had unclosed his eyelids. Mummer was awed in the silence that followed. She felt the terrible gaze full upon her, reading her every thought. She wanted to speak, but she could not. Finally the magician coughed, and the sound was so warning and at the same time so sympathetic that Mummer Alligator knew at once her worst fear were realized. "Oh, my poor boy, my Wally!" she moaned, the big tears rolling from her eyes and splashing into the pool. "I'm sorry," remarked the magician, and he moved slightly his great body, so that the reflected light rippled from scale to scale until it died away at the far tip of his tail. "What has happened?" implored Mummer Alligator mournfully. "Tell me, what has happened?" "The man has captured your son," said the red-eyed one slowly. "He has taken poor Wally's skin and head and has carried them to the house wherein he dwells." With a wild sob, Mummer sank deep into the pool, swam back to the marsh, and dragged her weary, heartsick body to the log she called her home. Dadden Gator opened both eyes at once when he heard the sad story, but he didn't move. 2 hours later he remarked, "Wally was careless." It wasn't much comfort to Mummer, but she didn't expect comfort. Probably Dadden felt sad and miserable in his own way, but he was old, and he had learned that words cure no ills and mend no breaks. Afterward Mummer Alligator went again to the red-eyed one, who told her that Wally had been stuffed, and now lay upon the man's porch, looking as beautiful and lifelike as ever. That was a great comfort to Mummer, and she lay many days upon her log and dreamed of Wally, and longed for him in her motherly way, until one morning a happy thought came to her. The thought sent her hurrying at a rapid pace to the rocky cavern in which the red-eyed one dwelt, where she asked him, "Are you really a magician?" "I am," was the reply, while the two eyes glared upon her as if resenting the inquiry. "Then can you restore my Wally to life?" demanded Mummer, her voice trembling with eagerness she could not suppress. "I can," said the red eye calmly. "And will you?" asked Mummer anxiously. The magician paused. He was thinking. Presently he answered, "If you will promise that I receive from your family 1 fat sheep a month for 12 months to come, and if you dare venture to the man's house to restore Wally to life, I will give you a charm that will work the transformation." "I promise, and I dare," cried Mummer Alligator without hesitation. "Good," said the magician. Then he paused again, thoughtfully. Mummer was so excited she could scarcely wait for him to continue, but it was several minutes before he said, speaking the words slowly and impressively, "Under my left claw lies a magic gem, which, if placed upon your son Wally's head, will restore him to life. But if light falls upon this gem, its virtue will depart. Therefore you must go at night to the house of the man, and carry the gem in your mouth, so that even the moon cannot shine upon it." Mummer heard this with a shiver of dread, for alligators never move in the dark if they can avoid it. But the rescue of Wally had now become the one ambition in her life. "Give me the magic gem," she said firmly. "I will make the journey at night, that no light may fall upon the talisman and destroy its charm." "Wait until I close my eyes," returned the magician. "Then feel under my left claw for the gem, and conceal it in your mouth." The red lights vanished, and the cavern became dark. Mummer felt for the gem, placed it in her mouth, and closed her huge jaws tight around it. Then she sank into the pool, swam from the cavern, and emerged in the swamp, which lay steaming under the hot rays of the afternoon sun. It filled her with uneasiness to see the glaring sunshine all around her, and to know that if she coughed or even yawned, Wally would never be restored to her. But she kept her jaws fast closed, and returned slowly to her log. For a wonder, Dadden Alligator was awake and stirring. "Hey, where's that file I sharpened my teeth with?" he demanded, as soon as Mummer came near. "I want it. I'm hungry again, and I'm going hunting. Where you put the file I sharpened my teeth upon?" Mummer Alligator did not reply. Of course, she dared not open her mouth while the sun beat down so brilliantly upon the marsh. Dadden must find the file himself. But hungry alligators are cross alligators. Dadden stormed and raved and flopped around and wanted his file, which was really nothing more than a sliver of rock, if the truth must be told. And Mummer wouldn't answer a word. I'm really ashamed to tell of Dadden's actions. He lashed the shallow water into a sea of mud and spattered it all over Mummer's clean scales. Usually she would have lashed Dadden in return with her sharp tongue, but now she remained meekly quiet, although there was a look in her half-closed eyes that boded future trouble, if her husband hadn't been too much excited to take notice of it. Dadden capped the climax of his evil deeds by actually pushing Mummer off her log and calling her a fish, which is a terrible term of reproach among alligators, and then floundered away to the river to seek his dinner before it got too dark, caring little in his rage whether his teeth were sharpened or not. Mummer's lips curled in a vengeful smile that was half a yard long, but she did not part them. Her jaws were locked over the precious gem, and she intended to keep them locked, time enough to punish Dadden when her great task had been accomplished. She crawled out of the water into which she had been thrust, and resumed her place upon the log, patiently waiting for the sun to set. Toward evening Dadden returned. His features wore a contented look, and as he rolled to his place on the bank, Mummer noticed a big lump just below his front paws, where his stomach was located. Dadden was a mighty hunter, there was no doubt of that, but he'd been selfish and had eaten his dinner alone. Mummer wouldn't forget. He looked at her rather uneasily and tried to make his peace before he went to sleep. Perhaps I was a little rough with you this afternoon when I couldn't find my file," he ventured to say. But Mummer's grim look never relaxed. Well, let bygones be bygones," he continued carelessly as he closed his eyes. Mummer said nothing. She could wait. When night came, she slipped from the log and began her journey. Over the mud banks, through the swamps, across the broad river she travelled, and crawled up the steep bank to the meadow. By this time the moon was shining, and she paused to look around her. A beaten path wound inland from the river. It had been worn by the feet of sheep and men, and Mummer crawled slowly along it. Beetles chirped in the tall grass, and in the far distance a dog barked, but no other sounds broke the stillness, for the sheep were in the fold and the cows in the barnyard. Mummer crept slowly on. Never had alligator ventured before so near the abode of man. Her presence in such a place at such an hour was all unexpected. Now the dim outlines of the bungalow came in view. Its windows were dark, for time had drifted toward midnight. Mummer drew nearer and nearer, creeping as noiselessly as possible. She came to the steps of the porch, hesitated an instant, and climbed up them. She could see very well in the dark, and one glance showed her the motionless form of her stuffed darling lying underneath a bench at the back of the porch. She was tempted to cry out, to utter a wail of anguish, but her steadfast courage enabled her to resist the temptation. Now was the supreme moment of her adventure. She crept forward and noted that Wally's head was raised so high that there was not room under the bench for her to drop the gem from her mouth upon his head. So with her nose she lifted an end of the bench and thrust it gently aside. The next moment her jaws rested over her darling's head, and the precious talisman slipped from her mouth. So dark were the shadows at the back of the porch that no ray of light penetrated them, and the magic gem instantly sank into Wally's head and disappeared. Mummer had faithfully performed her mission. She felt the form beside her stir. Then it thrust its nose against her shoulder, and a voice said wonderingly, "Mummer, dear, is it you?" Her heart gave a bound of joy, but she realized that they were still in danger. Man is a terrible foe, and man was very near to mother and son, although he lay asleep. "Hush," she whispered, "follow me." Then she turned and crept down the steps to the path, and Wally, bewildered and understanding nothing of what had happened since the knife flashed long ago, followed obediently. Mummer retraced her steps along the path to the river. Often she turned her head to watch Wally, who crept close after her. It was a great triumph, this bringing to life a stuffed alligator by means of magic, and Mummer had never respected the mighty red-eyed one so much as now. When they reached the river bank and slid into the water, the new day was breaking. They swam to the other side and lay half hidden in the marsh to rest. There Wally told his mother of his capture, and she told him of her visit to the red-eyed one, and of her bargain to bring him one fat sheep each month. "That is a small price indeed," said the child, "and it shall be my task to pay it. Wait here a moment, Mummer. I hear a sheep bell tinkle. Let us take the great magician a fat lamb this very morning to show our gratitude." "But think of the danger," she cried. "There is no danger," returned Wally. "Being stuffed, I need fear neither gun nor knife thrust, for not even man can kill again the body that has been made to live by the magic of the red-eyed one." That seemed reasonable, so Mummer let him go back to the meadow. The first lamb that Wally brought into the marsh he made his mother eat, and then he captured the fattest sheep that came to the river to drink, and bore it in his jaws toward the cavern of the magician. Often on the way they had to fight to retain this luscious morsel of food, for dozens of hungry alligators attempted to rob them. But Wally, small though he was, soon made himself feared, for nothing seemed to injure his stuffed body, and the snap of his jaws was as powerful as that of a steel trap. So they made the first payment to the red-eyed one, and then returned to their home. Dadden lay sunning himself upon his mud bank in a state of great contentment. Lazily he remembered the ease with which he had subdued Mummer. Usually she scolded him. Now he had scolded her, and she had not dared utter a word. He was master now. If he had but ventured to push her off her log long ago, he would have been master then, undoubtedly. That push had quite conquered her. Dadden smiled to himself as he recalled her meekness and submission. He had been both brave and wise. He had whack. His brain suddenly reeled, and his eyes saw a multitude of stars. Whack! What had happened? Dadden wondered. Was it an earthquake, or had he been struck by a lightning bolt? Whack! 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 Dadden's head was driven flat into the mud bank. His tail lashed in terror and anguish, but it merely fanned the air and churned the water into a dingy foam. He managed to pull his head from the mud and open his eyes, just as the angry sweep of a huge tail, bristling with hard scales, fell once more with terrific force upon his forehead. He saw stars again, but he also understood. Mummer had returned. Mummer was not so meek as he had suspected. Mummer was being revenged for every slight to her dignity. Mummer was probably vexed, or whack, whack. Dadden stopped thinking and began to act. Though dazed and half blinded, he rolled and floundered into the deep but muddy water, dove to the right, swam to the left, wiggled around in a circle, and came to the surface to breathe only when he had put a good bit of water between himself and his angry wife. Wally lay on the log beside his mother, who panted from her exertions. "Those were splendid blows," he remarked, "and well aimed. I'm sure Dadden is sufficiently punished." An hour later a black nose rose from the water a few yards away, and two black eyes looked pleadingly at the log. "My head aches," said Dadden. "Oh, does it?" inquired Mummer, a mischievous twinkle in her eye. "Then who do you suppose, my dear Dadden, is a fish?" Dadden looked longingly at his mudbank and decided to purchase peace at any price. "If there's a fish in this marsh," he announced sadly, "it's certainly me." Then he crawled upon the bank and presently forgot his troubles in sleep. Wally never grew to be a big alligator, but he came to be a terror to the farmers across the river, for once every month he captured a fat sheep and carried it to the cave of the red-eyed one to keep the promise Mummer had made the mighty magician. Again and again the man shot at him, but so tough was his tanned skin that a bullet could seldom penetrate it, and even those that got through did the stuffed alligator no harm. He was also clever enough to avoid a lasso, since his first terrible experience with the rope, so that Wally soon became famed as a mighty hunter. One night, about a year after Wally's rescue from the bungalow, an earthquake shook all that country about the swamp. Mummer was thrown from her log, and Dadden was so scared that he slipped from his trembling mudbank into the water, and stayed there all through the night. But in the morning everything seemed peaceful again, so Wally swam away at early dawn and captured the last sheep he was obliged to carry to the magician. And when he reached the place where the red-eyed one's cave had been, he found nothing left but a heap of jumbled rocks. For the earthquake had not only buried the ancient magician, but had erected above him a monument that to this day is regarded with veneration by every alligator in the swamp. So Wally carried his sheep home to Dadden and Mummer, and thereafter he devoted himself to the task of providing a plentiful supply of food for his parents, so that they grew in time to be the biggest and fattest alligators ever known. Dadden, who was something of a joker, would often say to his friends and gossips, "There are 3 stuffed alligators in our family. The man stuffed Wally, you know, and now Wally stuffs us." The Stuffed Alligator by L. Frank Baum. Read by Mike Harris.
Ward by Jack London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. Told in the Drooling Ward by Jack London. Me? I'm not a drooler. I'm the assistant. I don't know what Miss Jones or Miss Kelsey could do without me. There are 55 low-grade droolers in this ward, and how could they ever all be fed if I wasn't around? I like to feed droolers. They don't make trouble. They can't. There's something wrong with most of their legs and arms, and they can't talk. They're very low grade. I can walk and talk and do things. You must be careful with the droolers and not feed them too fast. Then they choke. Miss Jones says I'm an expert. When a new nurse comes, I show her how to do it. It's funny watching a new nurse try to feed them. She goes at it so slow and careful that supper time would be around before she finished shoving down their breakfast. Then I show her, because I'm an expert. Dr. Dalrymple says I am, and he ought to know. A drooler can eat twice as fast if you know how to make them. My name's Tom. I'm 28 years old. Everybody knows me in the institution. This is an institution, you know. It belongs to the state of California and is run by politics. I know. I've been here a long time. Everybody trusts me. I run errands all over the place when I'm not busy with the droolers. I like droolers. It makes me think how lucky I am that I ain't a drooler. I like it here in the home. I don't like the outside. I know. I've been around a bit and run away and adopted. Me for the home and for the drooling ward best of all. I don't look like a drooler, do I? You can tell the difference soon as you look at me. I'm an assistant, expert assistant. That's going some for a phoebe. Phoebe? Oh, that's feeble-minded. I thought you knew. We're all phoebes in here. But I'm a high-grade phoebe. Dr. Dalrymple says I'm too smart to be in the home, but I never let on. It's a pretty good place, and I don't throw fits like lots of the phoebes. You see that house up there, through the trees? The high-grade epilecs all live in it by themselves. They're stuck up because they ain't just ordinary phoebes. They call it the clubhouse, and they say they're just as good as anybody outside, only they're sick. I don't like them much. They laugh at me when they ain't busy throwing fits, but I don't care. I never have to be scared about falling down and busting my head. Sometimes they run around in circles trying to find a place to sit down quick, only they don't. Low-grade epilecs are disgusting, and high-grade epilecs put on airs. I'm glad I ain't an epilec. There ain't anything to them. They just talk big, that's all. Miss Kelsey says I talk too much, but I talk sense, and that's more than the other phoebes do. Dr. Dalrymple says I have the gift of language. I know it. You ought to hear me talk when I'm by myself, or when I've got a drooler to listen. Sometimes I think I'd like to be a politician, only it's too much trouble. They're all great talkers. That's how they hold their jobs. Nobody's crazy in this institution. They're just feeble in their minds. Let me tell you something funny. There's about a dozen high-grade girls that set the tables in the big dining rooms. Sometimes when they're done ahead of time, they all sit down in chairs in a circle and talk. I sneak up to the door and listen, and I nearly die to keep from laughing. Do you want to know what they talk? It's like this. They don't say a word for a long time, and then one says, "Thank God I'm not feeble-minded." And all the rest nod their heads and look pleased. And then nobody says anything for a time, after which the next girl in the circle says, "Thank God I'm not feeble-minded." And they nod their heads all over again, and it goes on around the circle, and they never say anything else. Now, they're real phoebes, ain't they? I leave it to you. I'm not that kind of a phoebe, thank God. Sometimes I don't think I'm a phoebe at all. I play in the band and read music. We're all supposed to be phoebes in the band, except for the leader. He's crazy. We know it, but we never talk about it except amongst ourselves. His job is politics, too, and we don't want him to lose it. I play the drum. They can't get along without me in this institution. I was sick once, so I know. It's a wonder the drooling ward didn't break down while I was in the hospital. I could get out of here if I wanted to. I'm not so feeble as some might think, but I don't let on. I have too good a time. Besides, everything would run down if I went away. I'm afraid sometime they'll find out I'm not a phoebe and send me out into the world to earn my own living. I know the world, and I don't like it. The home is fine enough for me. You see how I grin sometimes? I can't help that. But I can put it on a lot. I'm not bad, though. I look at myself in the glass. My mouth is funny, I know that, and it lops down, and my teeth are bad. You can tell a phoebe anywhere by looking at his mouth and teeth. But that doesn't prove I'm a phoebe. It's just because I'm lucky that I look like one. I know a lot. If I told you all I know, you'd be surprised. But when I don't want to know, or when they want me to do something I don't want to do, I just let my mouth lop down and laugh and make foolish noises. I watch the foolish noises made by the low grades, and I can fool anybody. And I know a lot of foolish noises. Miss Kelsey called me a fool the other day. She was very angry, and that was where I fooled her. Miss Kelsey asked me once why I don't write a book about phoebes. I was telling her what was the matter with little Albert. He's a drooler, you know, and I can always tell the way he twists his left eye what's the matter with him. So I was explaining it to Miss Kelsey, and because she didn't know, it made her mad. But some day, maybe, I'll write that book, only it's so much trouble. Besides, I'd sooner talk. Do you know what a micro is? It's the kind with the little heads no bigger than your fist. They're usually droolers, and they live a long time. The hydros don't drool. They have the big heads, and they're smarter, but they never grow up. They always die. I never look at one without thinking he's going to die. Sometimes, when I'm feeling lazy or the nurse is mad at me, I wish I was a drooler with nothing to do and somebody to feed me. But I guess I'd sooner talk and be what I am. Only yesterday Dr. Dalrymple said to me, "Tom," he said, "I just don't know what I'd do without you." And he ought to know, seeing as he's had the bossing of 1,000 feebs for going on 2 years. Dr. Watcombe was before him. They get appointed, you know. It's politics. I've seen a whole lot of doctors here in my time. I was here before any of them. I've been in this institution 25 years. No, I've got no complaints. The institution couldn't be run better. It's a snap to be a high-grade feeb. Just look at Dr. Dalrymple. He has troubles. He holds his job by politics. You bet we high-graders talk politics. We know all about it, and it's bad. An institution like this oughtn't to be run on politics. Look at Dr. Dalrymple. He's been here 2 years and learned a lot. Then politics will come along and throw him out and send a new doctor who don't know anything about feebs. I've been acquainted with just thousands of nurses in my time. Some of them are nice, but they come and go. Most of the women get married. Sometimes I think I'd like to get married. I spoke to Dr. Watcombe about it once, but he told me he was very sorry, because feebs ain't allowed to get married. I've been in love. She was a nurse. I won't tell you her name. She had blue eyes and yellow hair and a kind voice, and she liked me. She told me so. And she always told me to be a good boy, and I was, too, until afterward, and then I ran away. You see, she went off and got married, and she didn't tell me about it. I guess being married ain't what it's cracked up to be. Dr. Anglin and his wife used to fight. I've seen them. And once I heard her call him a feeb. Now, nobody has a right to call anybody a feeb that ain't. Dr. Anglin got awful mad when she called him that, but he didn't last long. Politics drove him out, and Dr. Mandeville came. He didn't have a wife. I heard him talking one time with an engineer. The engineer and his wife fought like cats and dogs, and that day Dr. Mandeville told him he was damn glad he wasn't tied to no petticoats. A petticoat is a skirt. I knew what he meant if I was a feeb, but I never let on. You hear lots when you don't let on. I've seen a lot in my time. Once I was adopted and went away on the railroad over 40 miles to live with a man named Peter Bopp and his wife. They had a ranch. Dr. Anglin said I was strong and bright, and I said I was, too. That was because I wanted to be adopted, and Peter Bopp said he'd give me a good home, and the lawyers fixed up the papers. But I soon made up my mind that a ranch was no place for me. Mrs. Bopp was scared to death of me and wouldn't let me sleep in the house. They fixed up the woodshed and made me sleep there. I had to get up at 4 o'clock and feed the horses and milk cows and carry the milk to the neighbors. They called it chores, but it kept me going all day. I chopped wood and cleaned chicken houses and weeded vegetables and did most everything on the place. I never had any fun. I hadn't no time. Let me tell you one thing. I'd sooner feed mush and milk to feebs than milk cows with the frost on the ground. Mrs. Bopp was scared to let me play with her children, and I was scared, too. They used to make faces at me when nobody was looking and call me loony. Everybody called me Loony Tom, and the other boys in the neighborhood threw rocks at me. You never see anything like that in the home here. The feebs are better behaved. Mrs. Bopp used to pinch me and pull my hair when she thought I was too slow, and I only made foolish noises and went slower. She said I'd be the death of her some day. I left the boards off the old well in the pasture, and the pretty new calf fell in and got drowned. Then Peter Bopp said he was going to give me a licking. He did, too. He took a strap halter and went at me. It was awful. I never had a licking in my life. They don't do such things in the home, which is why I say the home is the place for me. I know the law, and I knew he had no right to lick me with a strap halter. That was being cruel, and the guardianship papers said he mustn't be cruel. I didn't say anything. I just waited, which shows you what kind of a feeb I am. I waited a long time and got slower and made more foolish noises, but he wouldn't send me back to the home, which is what I wanted. But one day, it was the first of the month, Mrs. Brown gave me $3, which was for her milk bill with Peter Bopp. That was in the morning. When I brought the milk in the evening, I was to bring back the receipt. But I didn't. I just walked down to the station, bought a ticket like anyone, and rode on the train back to the home. That's the kind of Phoebe I am. Dr. Anglin was gone then, and Dr. Mandeville had his place. I walked right into his office. He didn't know me. "Hello," he said. "This ain't visiting day." "I ain't a visitor," I said. "I'm Tom. I belong here." Then he whistled and showed he was surprised. I told him all about it, and showed him the marks of the strap halter, and he got madder and madder all the time, and said he'd attend to Mr. Peter Bopp's case. And maybe you think some of them little droolers weren't glad to see me. I walked right into the ward. There was a new nurse feeding little Albert. "Hold on," I said. "That ain't the way. Don't you see how he's twisting that left eye? Let me show you." Maybe she thought I was a new doctor, for she just gave me the spoon, and I guess I filled little Albert up with the most comfortable meal he'd had since I went away. Droolers ain't bad when you understand them. I heard Miss Jones tell Miss Kelsey once that I had an amazing gift in handling droolers. Some day, maybe, I'm going to talk with Dr. Dalrymple and get him to give me a declaration that I ain't a Phoebe. Then I'll get him to make me a real assistant in the drooling ward, with $40 a month and my board. And then I'll marry Miss Jones and live right on here. And if she won't have me, I'll marry Miss Kelsey or some other nurse. There's lots of them, and they want to get married. And I won't care if my wife gets mad and calls me a Phoebe. What's the good? And I guess when one's learned to put up with droolers, a wife won't be much worse. I didn't tell you about when I ran away. I hadn't no idea of such a thing, and it was Charlie and Joe who put me up to it. They're high-grade epilecs, you know. I'd been up to Dr. Wilson's office with a message and was going back to the drooling ward when I saw Charlie and Joe hiding around the corner of the gymnasium and making motions to me. I went over to them. "Hello," Joe said. "How's droolers?" "Fine," I said. "Had any fits lately?" That made them mad, and I was going on when Joe said, "We're running away. Come on." "What for?" I said. "We're going up over the top of the mountain," Joe said. "And find a gold mine," said Charlie. "We don't have fits any more. We're cured." "All right," I said, and we sneaked around back of the gymnasium and in among the trees. Maybe we walked along about 10 minutes when I stopped. "What's the matter?" said Joe. "Wait," I said. I got to go back." "What for?" said Joe. And I said, "To get little Albert." And they said I couldn't and got mad, but I didn't care. I knew they'd wait. You see, I've been here 25 years, and I know the back trails that lead up the mountains, and Charlie and Joe didn't know those trails. That's why they wanted me to come. So I went back and got little Albert. He can't walk or talk or do anything except drool, and I had to carry him in my arms. We went on past the last hayfield, which was as far as I'd ever gone. Then the woods and brush got so thick, and me not finding any more trail, we followed the cow path down to a big creek and crawled through the fence, which showed where the homeland stopped. We climbed up the big hill on the other side of the creek. It was all big trees and no brush, but it was so steep and slippery with dead leaves we could hardly walk. By and by we came to a real bad place. It was 40 feet across, and if you slipped you'd fall 1,000 feet, or maybe 100. Anyway, you wouldn't fall, just slide. I went across first, carrying little Albert. Joe came next, but Charlie got scared right in the middle and sat down. "I'm going to have a fit," he said. "No, you're not," said Joe. "Because if you was, you wouldn't sat down. You take all your fits standing." "This is a different kind of fit," said Charlie, beginning to cry. He shook and shook, but just because he wanted to, he couldn't scare up the least kind of a fit. Joe got mad and used awful language, but that didn't help none. So I talked soft and kind to Charlie. That's the way to handle Phoebes. If you get mad, they get worse. I know. I'm that way myself. That's why I was almost the death of Mrs. Bopp. She got mad. It was getting along in the afternoon, and I knew we had to be on our way, so I said to Joe, "Here, stop your cussing and hold Albert. I'll go back and get him." And I did, too. But he was so scared and dizzy he crawled along on hands and knees while I helped him. When I got him across and took Albert back in my arms, I heard somebody laugh and looked down. And there was a man and a woman on horseback looking up at us. He had a gun on his saddle, and it was her who was laughing. "Who in hell's that?" said Joe, getting scared. "Somebody to catch us?" "Shut up your cussing," I said to him. "That is the man who owns this ranch and writes books." "How do you do, Mr. Endicott?" I said down to him. "Hello," he said. "What are you doing here?" "We're running away," I said. And he said, "Good luck, but be sure to get back before dark." "But this is a real running away," I said. And then both he and his wife laughed. "All right," he said. "Good luck just the same, but watch out the bears and mountain lions don't get you when it gets dark." Then they rode away laughing, pleasant like, but I wished he hadn't said that about the bears and mountain lions. After we got around the hill, I found a trail, and we went much faster. Charlie didn't have any more signs of fits, and began laughing and talking about gold mines. The trouble was with little Albert. He was almost as big as me. You see, all the time I'd been calling him Little Albert, he'd been growing up. He was so heavy I couldn't keep up with Joe and Charlie. I was all out of breath. So I told them they'd have to take turns in carrying him, which they said they wouldn't. Then I said I'd leave them, and they'd get lost, and the mountain lions and bears would eat them. Charlie looked like he was going to have a fit right there, and Joe said, "Give him to me." And after that we carried him in turn. We kept right on up that mountain. I don't think there was any gold mine, but we might have got to the top and found it if we hadn't lost the trail, and if it hadn't gotten dark, and if little Albert hadn't tired us all out carrying him. Lots of Phoebes are scared of the dark, and Joe said he was going to have a fit right there, only he didn't. I never saw such an unlucky boy. He never could throw a fit when he wanted to. Some of the Phoebes can throw fits as quick as a wink. By and by it got real black, and we were hungry, and we didn't have no fire. You see, they don't let Phoebes carry matches, and all we could do was just shiver. And we'd never thought about being hungry. You see, Phoebes always have their food ready for them, and that's why it's better to be a Phoebe than earning your living in the world. And worse than everything was the quiet. There was only one thing worse, and it was the noises. There was all kinds of noises every once in a while, with quiet spells in between. I reckon they were rabbits, but they made noises in the brush like wild animals. You know, rustle, rustle, thump, bump, crackle, crackle, just like that. First Charlie got a fit, a real one, and Joe threw a terrible one. I don't mind fits in the home with everybody around, but out in the woods on a dark night is different. You listen to me, and never go hunting gold mines with epilecs, even if they are high grade. I never had such an awful night. When Joe and Charlie weren't throwing fits, they were making believe, and in the darkness the shivers from the cold, which I couldn't see, seemed like fits too. And I shivered so hard I thought I was getting fits myself, and little Albert, with nothing to eat, just drooled and drooled. I never seen him as bad as that before. Why, he twisted that left eye of his until it ought to have dropped out. I couldn't see it, but I could tell from the movements he made. And Joe just lay and cussed, and Charlie cried and wished he was back in the home. We didn't die, and the next morning we went right back the way we'd come. And little Albert got awful heavy. Dr. Wilson was mad as he could be, and said I was the worst Phoebe in the institution, along with Joe and Charlie. But Miss Stryker, who was a nurse in the drooling ward, then just put her arms around me and cried. She was that happy I'd got back. I thought right there that maybe I'd marry her, but only a month afterward she got married to the plumber that came up from the city to fix the gutter pipes of the new hospital. And little Albert never twisted his eye for 2 days, it was that tired. Next time I run away, I'm going right over that mountain. But I ain't going to take epilecs along. They ain't never cured, and when they get scared or excited, they throw fits to beat the band. But I'll take little Albert. Somehow I can't get along without him. And anyway, I ain't going to run away. The drooling ward's a better snap than gold mines, and I hear there's a new nurse coming. Besides, little Albert's bigger than I am now, and I could never carry him over a mountain. And he's growing bigger every day. It's astonishing. End of Told in the Drooling Ward by Jack London.
Pup by I.A.R. Wiley. From Good Housekeeping Magazine, October 1938. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The penguins were always breaking out with something. Miss Thornton, who had run Camp Happy Warriors for years and still believed there was good in everyone, said it was merely their age. The penguins were older than the peewits, who still trailed attenuated clouds of glory, and were younger than the pelicans, who were beginning to talk mysteriously about life, beaux, and parties. They felt that even Priscilla Prissy Adams, their counselor, who generally thought their ideas dreadful, would have to admit that a social conscience was a good idea. Clara Van Sittart had brought it to camp with her, just as the previous summer she had brought the first pair of white mice. Clara was a fat, earnest child with spectacles, who would one day be chairman of a women's club. Her mother, who was several chairmen already, had discovered the poor that winter, rather to their consternation, so that Clara knew that at the very moment when the penguins were sitting round their campfire, surrounded by trees and stars and lakes, and faintly nauseated with toasted marshmallows, there were poor, half-starved children literally gasping for air in New York City's crowded, stifling streets. There was even a place called Hell's Kitchen. It was so hot and awful. Clara knew all the best words like underprivileged, and by the time the last marshmallow had been drawn from its prong, the penguins were in tears. "But it's no use just crying," little Janet Cooper said. She was usually so afraid of everyone, including herself, that they all stared at her. "We ought to do something," she said, and dived back into the shadow like an alarmed young tadpole. No one had ever accused the penguins of inertia. They proceeded at once to do something, and the counselors wished afterward that it had been white mice again. Thus it came about that one April morning the following year, Pip Emma Binns sat at her desk by the classroom window and wrote an English composition called Trees. Or rather, she was not writing. She was chewing bits out of a wooden pen-holder and balefully regarding the back of Vittoria Emanuela Perozzi, the class's champion essayist. Vittoria used words which Miss Perkins called metaphors and similes, and which Pip Emma called baloney. If a person looked white, why not just say so? Why bring in sheets? However, Miss Perkins thought a lot of that sort of thing, and so, no doubt, would the dames who were giving a prize of 2 months' vacation in some swell kids' camp for the best description of trees. What did a tree look like? In Pip Emma's opinion, it looked like a tree. But she knew that wouldn't get her anywhere. Certainly not to Camp Happy Warriors, where Pop and Ma were hell-bent on her going. She pulled her dark brows together. She wiped an inky hand over her black hair, drawn back into a short, defiant pigtail. Then inspiration struck her, too. Very carefully, she wrote 2 sentences. "I can't describe trees. I haven't seen any," and signed it Emma Binns. It was like a metaphor. It wasn't true. It was baloney. But to Mrs. Van Sittart and her committee It was just too heartrending. No trees! Poor little Emma Binns! As for Vittoria Emanuela Perozzi, she had evidently seen so many trees so often and so beautifully that, in the committee's opinion, there was no urgent need for her to see any more of them. The happy warriors were gathered with their counselors and under their respective banners in Grand Central Terminal, and Clara Van Sittart inspected the Penguins like a colonel inspecting a regiment before battle. She gave last orders. After all, the social conscience had been her idea, and it had to go over with a bang so that even the Pelicans would be impressed.
"Every Penguin," she said, "must remember to be kind. The poor kid won't be able to do the things we do, and I guess she'll do a lot we don't. But you're not to look superior or call her down so as to hurt her feelings. We've got to remember we'd be like her if we didn't belong to the privileged classes."
It was a prepared speech, and had more than a suggestion of Mrs. Van Sittart's firm handling of committees.
"And don't laugh at her mother," Clara concluded. "She's sure to be pretty awful."
As it happened, Mrs. Binns, who went out as daily help, had no time to go running round after a lot of queer-sounding birds. She'd given Pip Emma's new middy costume a final admonitory twitch. "And mind you behave like a lady," she'd said, swallowing her tears, "or I'll sock you." Mr. Binns, who might have been heavyweight champion of the world if he hadn't busted his hand early in life on the skull of a certain black bruiser, drove Emma to the station in the cab of his truck. "Keep your chin covered, Pip," he said, grinning, "and don't pull your punches." Pip Emma, staggering through the unfamiliar immensities of Grand Central under the weight of her suitcase, felt sickish. She hated leaving Pop and Ma. She loathed being a penguin. She'd seen a penguin once at the zoo, and she'd seen no sense in it. She despised her costume. It would take weeks to live down the jeers and cheers which had greeted and pursued it to the end of 45th Street on 8th. She hated leaving the gang. It was her gang. She ruled it with despotic efficiency. In fact, when she and Clara Van Sittart, introduced by a worried Prissy Adams, shook hands, two born chairmen unconsciously locked horns. Clara said, "How do you do?" and Pip Emma said, "I'm fine." It was one of those social blunders that Clara had foreseen, and that had better be dealt with at once. Clara said kindly,
"I'm so glad you're fine, but I didn't really want to know, you know." "Why not?" Pip Emma asked. In the perceptible silence a peewit was heard to titter, and the outrageous sound startled Clara out of her poise. She said, "Just because I don't," quite rudely. And Pip Emma, remembering Pop and Ma, retorted that it was dumb to ask questions if you didn't want to know the answers. It was a short but sharp encounter. Mr. Binns would have described it as a feint with the left, followed by a nice right to the jaw. Clara Van Sittart had a blinking, winded look, and all the Penguins said, "How do you do?" as though they couldn't help themselves. Only little Janet added very timidly, "I hope you'll have a swell time."
and Pip Emma said, "Sure," much too much as though she were sure. But she stayed right by Janet. If you find yourself among a bunch of strange kids, you gotta get yourself a gang. You gotta pick out some poor mutts that don't know how to hold their end up and sock anyone who jumps on 'em. Then they're your gang. Pip Emma knew on sight that Janet couldn't hold her end up to save her neck, and that sooner or later she, Pip Emma, would have to sock the fat girl in the eye. Clara Van Sittart did not know this. She sat next to Emma Binns in the Pullman, determined, without heat or anger, to explain social usages and camp customs. But Pip Emma did not seem to want to listen. From her middy pocket she had produced 3 small seashells and a tiny flexible rubber ball, and she was doing things with them on the back of her suitcase. It was Mr. Binns' favorite method of getting himself a free drink, and Pip Emma was no slouch herself. Also, if you're getting a gang, you don't run after it. You let it come to you. If kids saw you up to something they didn't understand, they flocked round like a bunch of hungry sparrows. Gradually, the Penguin's excited chatter died down. They were watching her. They were beginning to flock. Pip Emma knew without looking at them. There was a lot Pip Emma knew, though she didn't always know she knew it.
I don't see what you're doing, Clara said fretfully. What is it? A game? Sure. I put the ball under one of the shells, like that, and you bet where it is. All right. I bet it's there. But you haven't betted anything.
Clara blushed hotly. As a well-bred penguin, she found it impossible to explain that all the penguins had sacrificed their first week's pocket money to the maintenance of Emma and their social conscience.
I can't. I haven't anything. You got a bead necklace. All right. I bet it.
It was incredible. Her eyes had deceived her. Pip Emma took the necklace. Other penguins, shocked at their leader's failure and convinced of their own right-sightedness, backed their guesses with small gold rings and other detachable possessions. Janet Cooper, who hadn't anything else, bet her penguin badge, which was like pledging the family Bible. But, as it happened, Janet won. She was the only winner. Pip Emma nodded approval of her.
You're not such a dumb cluck,
she said. Some peewits, perched respectfully on the outskirts, burst into disrespectful squeaks, and the penguins refused to meet one another's eyes. At that moment Prissy bore down on them. She was kind but firm. What a clever trick, Emma! But it is a trick, isn't it? It wouldn't be quite fair to bet about it, would it? Besides, happy warriors don't bet. Pip Emma handed back her winnings. She was thoughtful and deliberate. She made no protest. But the Pullman, usually the scene of such happy tumult, sank into an oppressive silence. But on the bus ride from the station to the camp, the penguins began to preen their damp feathers. They loved the camp. They were proud of the big dining room built like a woodman's cabin, and the open sleeping tents circled with military precision round the campfires. They were proud of themselves. They got up to the bugle on the coldest mornings, and made their beds and fetched water and built fires. They were strong and brave, as happy warriors should be. When Emma Binns saw how wonderful it all was, and what a fine bunch they were, she'd feel pretty small, and they'd have to be awfully nice to her and not rub things in. So they felt better and began to sing, and the twins, Pauline and Claudine Bennett, bounced joyfully in their seats. It was Pip Emma's longest journey. She was getting tired and homesick. She'd never been homesick before. It was like toothache in the wrong place. Right now Pop and Ma would be sitting down to Ma's special steak and onions. Afterward, it being Saturday, they'd go to an early show at the movies and finish up with a pineapple temptation or maybe a banana royal at Hader's drugstore. They'd be feeling pretty mean, too. They hadn't really wanted her to go. They'd wanted her to have a swell time and live like the rich kids did, with butlers waiting on you behind your chair and maybe breakfast brought you on a tray, like in the movies. Because one day Pip Emma, who was smart as a whip, was going places, so she'd better know how things were done before she got there. The gang would be out now in force. Pip Emma's heart contracted. Maybe they were missing her. Maybe, though, if she sent them postcards showing the swell way she was living, they'd be kinda sunk. She'd tell 'em she had a gang of her own already and that they were swell kids. They weren't, of course. She looked them over gloomily. Sissies. Just to look at their nails was enough. As to her gang, it consisted for the moment of one pale, small kid who jumped if you spoke to her. The station bus swung round a curve. "There!" the Penguins shrieked together, and they all looked at Emma. "There!" they said. Pip-Emma looked. "It's our camp," Janet explained in her thin, high voice. "There's the lake. And that's our dining hall. And there, among the trees, is the Penguin Circle, where we sleep." Emma said nothing. It was as though, at the wave of a wicked wand, Roxy's and all its ushers had been bewitched into ruins and rags. And it was more than Emma, at that moment, could bear. Her sharp, sallow little face puckered. To the Penguin's consternation, she burst into a storm of tears. Before supper, Clara VanSittart summoned the Penguins to a hasty powwow. They drew Prissy into it, the situation being beyond them. "P'raps it was the trees upset her," Janet hazarded. "You know, she's never seen any." The twins shook their heads. "It wasn't the trees. When we showed her our tent, she said her uncle slept in a place like that." "What's her uncle?" the Penguins demanded indignantly. "He's a WPA worker," the twins said in unison, "and he's helping build a post office somewhere. She said there weren't any houses, so they had to live in tents." Clara VanSittart drew a shocked breath. The truth was obvious. To Emma Binns, their camp was just a camp. When she heard that she'd have to make her bed, light fires, and wash dishes, she'd write home. She'd tell her people, probably dreadful people, that that was how the VanSittarts lived. Clara took a firm lead. She proposed at once that Emma Binns should not make beds. When the time came, she was to be led away to some remote spot while the Penguins made hers and did her share of the chores. Clara explained that bed-making was the sort of thing that poor Emma probably had to do at home. It wasn't a treat. And maybe she was underfed. She didn't look very strong. It was their duty, belonging as they did to the privileged classes, to make sacrifices. It was a simple supper, nourishing but Spartan. When Pip-Emma, seated at the Penguin table, thought of the pineapple temptation Ma might be eating at that very moment, her gloom deepened. But she wasn't going to cry again, not if she had to bite her tongue out. She'd never cried like that before in her life. The Penguins suddenly burst into song. "We are the happy Penguins, we play without a care. We don't worry who wins the game so long as we play fair." At that moment every Penguin was stricken by the same thought. The memory of their unpaid gambling debts rose in their midst like a reproachful spectre. Their song wavered and sank to silence. From her point of vantage at the Pelican table, Miss Thornton viewed them anxiously. "The Penguins seem depressed," she said. "Is anything the matter?" "I guess it's their social conscience," Prissy Adams said grimly, getting the better of them. After taps, Clara VanSittart laid a packet on Emma's cot. She had no business to be talking at all, and it was almost another speech. "We feel," she concluded, "that Prissy didn't understand." In tense silence Emma undid the parcel. It contained her legitimate winnings. She didn't want their darned old beads, but she wrapped the things up again and slipped them under her pillow. "Okay," she said. The Penguins crept into their beds. They had made a noble gesture. They had cleared their consciences. But for some reason or other, they slept badly. The Penguins followed each other on the springboard in rapid succession. They performed every dive they knew, and some they didn't, with an almost desperate fervor. And after each feat they turned anxious faces to the small figure in the cheap black bathing suit perched on the landing stage, its face between its fists, like a Gothic imp peering down malevolently on the world from a cathedral buttress. But in fact, Pip Emma wasn't even looking at them. She was worrying about Pop and Ma and the gang. Prissy Adams climbed out of the water and stood beside her. "Don't you want to go in too, Emma?" she said. "Don't you want to learn to swim?"
"Nope,"
Pip Emma said.
"It's cold and I'm scared."
"Of course you're not," Prissy said. "Happy warriors are never scared," she said, with a brightness that she hoped wouldn't become a habit.
"I ain't a happy warrior,"
Emma said.
"and I'm scared."
"But supposing someone were drowning, wouldn't you want to be able to save them?"
"We don't drown down our way,"
Pip Emma retorted bleakly.
"We ain't got no water."
It was almost as pathetic as the absence of trees, and as a statement much more accurate. Except on hot summer nights when good-natured street cleaners turned their hoses on the ecstatically squealing gang, there was no water. Pip Emma, remembering those glorious occasions, hunched herself dismally, and the defeated Prissy strode on her way. At the same moment Janet bobbed up from among the woodpiles.
"Gee, that was swell of you, Emma."
Pip Emma peered down.
"What was?" "Saying you were scared. I'm always scared. But I'd be too scared to tell anyone."
Pip Emma stretched out a skinny arm and pulled Janet up beside her.
"What you scared of?" "Most everything." "Why?"
Janet sighed.
"It's something wrong with me. The doctors say it's a complex. An inferiority complex." "What's that?" "It's a thing you get, like measles."
Pip Emma looked at Janet dubiously.
"I don't see no spots." "You don't have spots. You just feel mean. You want dreadfully to do things, but you know you can't, so you don't." "What things?" "Well, like the swimming race next Saturday. Mummy and Dad are coming up for it. Prissy says I could win the Penguin Trophy if I didn't have my complex. But Clara knows she's going to win, so she will. She hasn't got any complex. She just overeats."
They sat side by side in melancholy silence. But Pip Emma's misplaced toothache was easing off. Janet might not be the gang, but she belonged to Emma. Ever since Emma had said she wasn't a dumb cluck, she'd followed Emma round like a little lost dog that had been found. If anyone belonged to you like that, you had to look out for them.
"I wish my Pop and Ma were coming up,"
Pip Emma said suddenly.
"Why? Are you homesick too, Emma?" "I dunno. I want Pop and Ma." "It's no good wanting, is it?" "Well, you've got yours, haven't you?" "Not really. Not together. I mean, they don't live together." "Why not?" "They don't have to. Dad's got a place in Florida and Long Island and Maine and New York. So when they quarrel, they just go off. Different places. And I can't be with either of them because the other won't let me," Janet choked. "I guess they'll quarrel Saturday," she said. "Gee, that's tough." Pip Emma gave a small, hoarse chuckle. "Pop and Ma get mad sometimes, but Ma says, 'You old son of a gun, I guess I gotta live with you and like it.' And Pop says, 'I like it fine, you old so-and-so.' And he takes us out and gives us a sundae at the drugstore. Ma says you can't stay mad in 2 rooms." "I wish we lived in 2 rooms," Janet said. Pip Emma knitted her black brows. "Maybe," she said, "you might tell 'em so." "I'd be too scared."
but Pip Emma was after her thought like a terrier after an elusive rabbit.
If my pop and ma were here, I'd jump into their darned old water. I wouldn't care how cold it was. I wouldn't be scared. Maybe if your pop and ma are along, you'll win the race, and then you'll never be scared again. But I shan't win it. I'll lose my breath like I always do. And Clara's so fat, she just has to float. Maybe if she was sick, if she eats something. She can't. Prissy's got her on a diet. She's Prissy's pet.
Pip Emma put her arm over Janet's shoulder. It was an accolade, and Janet knew it.
Gee, you poor kid,
Pip Emma said, and relapsed into deep thought again. The two wandered off the landing stage together. Outside the game room, Claudine was writing up a notice on the blackboard. The twins went to a progressive school where you learned spelling only if you felt the urge. The twins had never felt it.
You don't spell Saturday with an A in the middle,
Pip Emma said. A hot and flustered twin rubbed out the word with a lofty air of apprehended carelessness, and Pip Emma wrote it in for her.
If I spelled like you do, she said, old Perks would give me hell.
The harassed penguins pinned one of their last hopes on horses. It seemed probable that if Pip Emma had never seen any trees, she had never seen horses either, or only from a distance, and that she would be impressed. But it turned out that Pip Emma's uncle had a horse, not the WPA uncle, but the mounted cop uncle, and that it was a bigger and better horse than anything in the camp stables. Pip Emma had actually ridden it from 9th to 10th Avenue. Moreover, her uncle had chased squint-eyed Peters down 45th Street and shot him and his armored car so full of holes that it was hardly worth while cleaning them up. Pip Emma told the story after taps, and in such gory detail that the penguins didn't know or care that discipline was going to the dogs. They learned at the same time that Mr. Binns, in his unregenerate youth, had been an Englishman, and had fought in the Great War, and that Emma's name was Pip, because in English soldier language Pip Emma meant anything that happened after midday, and Emma had happened in Hell's Kitchen at 3:30. The penguins sat up in their beds and listened spellbound. The glamour surrounding Wall Street, big business, and the kind but stoutish and baldish gentlemen who were their fathers was suffering an acute depression. The prospect of their father's appearance on Saturday and of Pip Emma's dispassionate appraisal filled the penguins with uneasiness. Things had come to such a pass that when on Friday evening, after the camp sing-song, Clara felt Emma's arm slip through hers, the Van Sittart pride positively glowed. It was the first time that Pip Emma had seemed to notice Clara, which was a humiliation in itself, seeing that Pip Emma was really Clara's own idea. And Clara, thanks to Prissy's training diet, was low in her mind anyway.
Guess what I found,
Pip Emma whispered. But of course Clara couldn't guess anything.
I found where they've got all tomorrow's ice cream. Buckets and buckets of it.
Clara, as top penguin, wavered. Some lingering penguin rectitude still glowed in her, but only faintly. After all, she was hungry. She was being starved to death, and no one cared. Only Emma Binns seemed to know what she was suffering.
Dare you,
Pip Emma said. It was Clara's chance. Now she could show the stuff in her. Being born on Park Avenue didn't mean necessarily that you were a dumb cluck. She let Pip Emma lead her by devious paths through the deserted kitchen, then to the huge icebox. And there it was, buckets and buckets. Clara's first handful didn't even make a dent.
I bet I can eat more than you can,
Pip Emma said. At breakfast the next morning, Miss Thornton made an unusual appearance. She was grave and even troubled. "Children, a serious thing has happened. Last night someone must have broken all our camp rules. Someone opened the ice box and ate several pints of our ice cream. I'm sure the culprit will stand up at once and not spoil our happy day for us." Pip Emma stood up at once.
It was me, Miss Thornton.
"But, Emma dear, why? Didn't you have enough to eat? Were you hungry?" Pip Emma said simply and bravely,
I guess I'm always hungry.
Miss Thornton felt the sudden tears come into her throat. Poor little Emma Binns! No trees, never enough to eat, and not without a forlorn charm. Prissy Adams, who had caught a glimpse of Clara's greenish countenance, remained grim and unmoved. "Dear child, you should have told me. Come to my tent afterward. We can talk it over. Meantime, it was fine and brave of you to tell the truth. It shows that you are a real Penguin." She gave her warm, beloved chuckle. "Almost, but not quite, perfect." Everyone laughed and cheered except the Penguins, who for some unknown reason sank into the profoundest gloom. Clara Van Sittart had left the table hurriedly. Pip Emma peeked out of the tent. The Penguin circle was near the lake, and she could see the parents, looking better from a distance, lined up on benches along the water's edge. She could pick out Janet's parents because they were younger than the others. They didn't seem to be quarreling. They didn't seem even to be speaking to each other.
Okay,
Pip Emma said. She walked beside Janet like a trainer. She gave last instructions. Everyone knew Janet was her gang. So Janet, who had never won anything, had to win. It was Prissy's opinion that if Janet did win, the Penguins, as a class, were licked. She said sharply to Clara, "If you feel as bad as you look, you'd better throw up the sponge." It was an unfortunate suggestion. Clara gulped. But she was game. The prestige of the Penguins, the Van Sittarts, one might say the whole social register, was in her hands. She mumbled,
I'm all right.
and slid with a smothered moan into the water. Mr. and Mrs. Cooper waved dutifully to Janet. In her white cap and bathing suit, she looked like a pet white mouse in charge of a dark and aggressive field mouse. Both parents had the same thought, with one small but important variation. If she, had made a decent home for the poor child, she might have amounted to something.
How's the little old complex?
Pip Emma asked.
I don't know, Pip. I think it's all right. Don't think about it. You ain't got it, see? So you're going to win. 'Cause you swim better than any of 'em. You just got to know it, and you'll be fine.
Honest, Pip Emma?
Honest.
From the water, Janet looked up with adoration in her eyes.
I'll try. Sure. I got my shirt on you, kid.
Janet paddled to the starting line. It was true that she swam better than the others. She'd learned all the strokes from the best teachers, but it hadn't seemed to help. Everyone knew that anyone could beat Janet Cooper. Now Pip Emma believed that she was going to win. She'd put her shirt on her. Janet watched the flag. She kept her heart steady, saying to herself,
Pip Emma's shirt. Pip Emma's shirt.
Mr. Cooper looked away as the flag dropped. He couldn't have said why, except that he hated to see the poor little runt left at the post. Gosh, hadn't they fed her every vitamin on God's green earth? He had a dim notion that the dark field mouse had flashed past in front of him, yelling like an Indian, and that he had a sharp pain in his arm. Mrs. Cooper had pinched him savagely. "Look!" she said. Mr. Cooper looked, It was worth looking at. The white cap was level with the leader. It was drawing ahead, smoothly, with clean, rhythmic strokes. The green cap made a game spurt. Probably those last 5 yards were the bravest effort of Clara VanSittart's life. But everything was against her. Ice cream, conscience, and Pip Emma. She lost her stroke, took a mouthful of lake, and foundered. The watchful Prissy in the motorboat hauled her in like a drowning puppy. The rest of the entry, consternated, gave up the struggle. They were up against the imponderable. Sheer inspiration. Pip Emma's gang flashed past the winning flag like a silver fish. The Penguins cheered. Their pride, their self-esteem, had foundered with their leader. But honorable camp tradition demanded that they should cheer. Pip Emma collapsed breathless. She saw Janet climb out of the water, and her Pop and Ma go to meet her, trying to look as though they weren't fit to burst. Janet threw her wet arms about them both, and then the 3 of them turned toward the tents, Janet walking in the middle. She walked differently. She had her head up and was swinging her cap and talking hard, like someone accustomed to being listened to. Pip Emma stood up. Alone and hidden by the trees, she performed an exultant war dance. She did not know it, but it was Hell's Kitchen dancing on Park Avenue. To celebrate Miss Thornton's birthday, the Happy Warriors went on a 2 days' hike. The Peewits camped on the other side of the lake, which gave them the illusion that they had hiked an enormous distance. The Penguins were to climb the Little Mountain, and the Pelicans the Big Mountain. Miss Thornton stayed in the camp. Having been wakened at the crack of dawn by eager voices singing, "Happy birthday, Miss Thornton," she felt justified. At the last moment one of the Penguin counselors went down with a cold, and Prissy had to take on the Penguins single-handed. Ordinarily she wouldn't have cared. The Penguins as campers were almost annoyingly efficient, but they were in bad shape. Their morale was shot to pieces. They had lost faith. They weren't even sure whether they liked hiking, or the camp, or one another, or themselves. They watched Pip Emma and wondered anxiously what she thought. Pip Emma wouldn't have told them for the world. In fact, she didn't really know. But as she climbed up through the cool shadows of the forest, with Janet tagging at her heels, something happened. It was as though she really were seeing trees for the first time. They weren't the dusty, forlorn exiles she had known in Central Park. They weren't even the sheltering, friendly camp trees. They were free and proud. It was terribly exciting to come out suddenly on an open space and look down on them brandishing their branches in the wind like the spears of a great army. And when at midday the Penguins built a fire and cooked sausages and bacon over the embers, that was fun. Pip Emma felt that even Ma would think it fun to cook under trees. One day, when Pip Emma was rich and famous, she'd bring Pop and Ma up here and show them how. Pride in herself as a woodsman who knew where you should build a fire and where you shouldn't began to kindle in her. When she got back, she'd tell the gang. There were a lot of things the gang didn't know that Pip Emma knew now. She'd sit on the stoop of the shabby brownstone house with her face between her fists and tell them, "Then one day we went on a 2 days hike. Gee, that was swell." She wouldn't tell about her gang because it consisted of just one penguin, and the kids wouldn't understand. They began to climb again, but there was a change somewhere. The wind had died down. They were surrounded by a dense silence, and when they looked at one another, faintly uneasy, they saw that a thin veil hung over them. Prissy saw it first. She didn't like it. But just when she made up her mind that one of the mountain mists was creeping up on them, and that they'd better turn back, she put her foot on a hidden root and went down as though she'd been shot. The pain was so bad that she cried out. Only once. Then she set her teeth. But she couldn't get up. "It's my ankle," she said quietly. "I guess I've broken it." The Penguins knew all about splints and first aid. Prissy sat very white with the sweat running down her cold face. She'd seen Pip Emma watching her intently, and not for a king's ransom would she have so much as groaned. In a sort of way she was glad this had happened. She'd show Pip Emma something. "One of you had better go back to the camp for help," she said. And even as she said it, she knew that no one must go. The mist was like a besieging enemy whose scouts, having found them defenseless, now bore down on them in full force. They could hardly see one another. They'd have to stay together till the fog lifted. Sometimes, if the wind didn't come up, a fog lasted for 2 days, and their provisions had been sent ahead to their night's camping place. "Better build a fire," Prissy said calmly. She was worried and in bad pain, but she mustn't show it. The fire was hard to start. The wood was damp, and they'd used all their kindling. They sat as close as they could get to the sullen, smoky warmth. Pip Emma put her arm over Janet's shoulders. Clara sat on her other side. Clara was shivering a little. Almost unconsciously, she and Pip Emma edged closer to each other. They took turns finding wood. Night added black shadows to the muffling fog. It was getting colder. Pip Emma had saved one of her sausages, wrapped greasily in a paper napkin. She'd been hungry before, that time Pop and Ma had both lost their jobs. There'd been days and days when Pip Emma had had this gnawing pain, so it didn't worry her. But fat old Clara must be feeling real bad. She was always hungry anyway. "Here," Pip Emma said softly. Clara Van Sittart gave one look at the sausage. Then she shut her eyes tight. "Thanks. I guess I won't, though. The others haven't anything." Pip Emma looked at the sausage, too. She glanced anxiously at Janet. Janet shook her head. So Pip Emma tossed the sausage over her shoulder into the forest. It was no good to any of them. One of the twins grinned at her. A friendly, shy sort of grin. And suddenly Pip Emma was sorry. She was sorry she'd made old Clara sick before the race. After all, Clara couldn't help being fat and always hungry. She was sorry she'd taken the kids' beads. Prissy was right. The shell trick was just a trick, so it wasn't fair. Prissy was a good guy. She had guts. She could take it. The twins had put their extra coats over Prissy. There'd been quite a gay argument about it. Now Prissy leaned exhausted with pain against a tree, trying to smile at them. "It's a real adventure," she said. They nodded and tried to laugh back at her. All the same, they were just kids. They were scared too, and awfully cold and hungry. They were fighting back tears. Pip Emma knew, and suddenly Pip Emma began to sing. "We are the happy penguins, we play without a care." At first, they just gaped at her. They couldn't believe their ears. She'd never sung their songs. She'd made them feel how silly they were. And now, suddenly, joyfully, they understood. Pip Emma was a penguin. She was one of them. And with a sensation like the breaking of a bad pain, Pip Emma knew too. They were all her gang. The fog-smothered forest rang with their young voices. Prissy had fallen into a doze, and Janet lay close to her for warmth. But Clara and Pip Emma talked softly to each other.
"We gotta do something,"
Pip Emma said.
"I bet I could find the way,"
Clara whispered back.
"if you'll come with me." "Sure, you bet,"
Pip Emma said. They stood up cautiously. The Penguins roused themselves from their half-frozen torpor to look at them. Clara made an authoritative gesture, silencing them. After all, she was still top Penguin.
"We're going for help,"
she whispered. The two slipped out of the clearing. They held hands. They knew that if they let go of each other, they would be lost. They had only two ideas: to keep together and to keep going down, hoping that at the bottom they'd strike some familiar landmark. It wasn't much of a hope. They were like blind children, picking their way. Things hit them in the face and clutched at them, and when they stopped, breathless and shivering, they heard soft, dreadful sounds. Their clothes were torn. Their hands and faces, though they did not know it, were scratched and bleeding.
"You awfully scared, Clara?"
Pip Emma asked.
"Not awfully. Not with you, Pip."
Hell's Kitchen and Park Avenue pushed on together. And at daybreak the forest ranger opened the door of his cabin to them. He and his wife had been up 2 nights with a sick child, and he was half asleep and not at all sure that he wasn't seeing things.
"We're happy warriors,"
Pip Emma said.
"And we're all lost."
It wasn't anyone's fault that the forest ranger's child had the measles, and that the Penguins, who had never had the chance to catch anything, went down with it like ninepins. The Penguin Circle was quarantined, and at night Pip Emma sat alone by the campfire. The doctor had said, "She'll be all right. She's been exposed probably to every germ known to man. She's a survival of the fittest." So Pip Emma was allowed to help nurse the Penguins and sit on their beds when they were convalescing and tell them hair-raising stories of Hell's Kitchen. She made up some of them. And the adventures of the mounted cop uncle grew gorier and gorier. The Penguins seemed to like them gory. Little Janet was sicker than any of them, but when Pip Emma held her small feverish hand, she'd fall contentedly asleep. Except for Janet's feeling so bad, it was kind of fun. At night, Pip Emma and one of the Pelicans lighted the Penguin campfire so that the Penguins in their open tents could see the flames dance. And as they got better, Pip Emma would start them singing, "We Are the Happy Penguins." Pip Emma had a song of her own which she'd learned from Pop, who had sung it on Salisbury Plain.
"I'm Henry the Eighth, I am. I've had 7 wives before, and I don't mind if I have one more."
It was a ribald, not very intelligible song, but it had a rousing chorus. Miss Thornton, in her tent writing reassuring letters to anxious parents, looked up at Prissy, who was helping in her wheelchair. "Is that a camp song?" she asked. "No," Prissy said, "but it's all right." And then came the last night of all, and Pip Emma sat alone by the campfire for the last time. Everything was packed and ready. Tomorrow they were all going home. Tomorrow Pip Emma would be back with Pop and Ma and the old gang. She'd have an awful lot to tell them about their great adventure and the camp powwows and sing-songs and marshmallow feasts. She'd learned some things, too, that she'd have to break to Pop and Ma very gently. The way you wore your napkin, for instance, and not picking your teeth or making noises with your soup. She'd never see Janet again, or Clara or Prissy or Miss Thornton, or the trees or the stars or the lake shining under them. She wasn't going to cry about it, though. She was trying so hard not to that she didn't know she wasn't alone any more. There was a little scuffling sound. She looked up, and there were the Penguins all around her, wrapped in their blankets and looking just like penguins. Clara VanSittart was making a speech again.
"We want to give you this, Pip Emma," she said, "and we hope you'll always wear it."
It was the sacred penguin badge.
"Gee, you bet,"
Pip Emma said huskily. They were gone, as quickly, as silently as they had come. It was as though they knew how Pip Emma felt. But little Janet crouched beside her.
"Don't cry, Pip." I'm not crying." "Yes, you are. I'm crying too. Listen, Pip. Next year you're to come back. Miss Thornton says so, 'cause you're a real penguin." "Honest?" "Honest. And Daddy wrote. He said that was a swell idea about not staying mad in 2 rooms. He says you must be a swell kid. You're to spend the Christmas holidays with us, and perhaps I can stay with you. Daddy says your Pop and Ma might be able to knock some sense into us all."
Pip Emma choked. Janet was holding her hand hard.
"Pip." "Yes?" "We're going to be friends always, aren't we?" "You bet."
Taps sounded. It was a sad, lonely sound in the night. Pip Emma stood up bravely. "We gotta go in now," she said. Because, after all, she was coming back next year, and some day she was going to be top penguin. So she must keep discipline. End of The Underpup by I.A.R. Wiley. Read by Jan McGillivray.
Of Obligation by Rex Beach. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This is the story of a burden, the tale of a load that irked a strong man's shoulders. To those who do not know the North, it may seem strange, but to those who understand the humors of men in solitude, and the extravagant vagaries that steal in upon their minds, as fog drifts with the night, it will not appear unusual. There are spirits in the wilderness, eerie forces which play pranks, some droll or whimsical, others grim. Johnny Cantwell and Mortimer Grant were partners, trailmates, brothers in soul if not in blood. The ebb and flood of frontier life had brought them together. Its hardships had united them until they were as one. They were something of a mystery to each other, neither having surrendered all his confidence, and because of this they retained their mutual attraction. They had met by accident, but they remained together by desire. The spirit of adventure bubbled merrily within them, and it led them into curious byways. It was this which sent them northward from the States in the dead of winter, on the heels of the Stony River strike. It was this which induced them to land at Katmai instead of Iliamna, whither their land journey should have commenced. There are 2 routes over the coast range, the captain of the Dora told them, and only 2. Iliamna Pass is low and easy, but the distance is longer than by way of Katmai. I can land you at either place. Katmai is pretty tough, isn't it? Grant inquired. We've understood it to be the worst pass in Alaska. Cantwell's eyes were eager. It's awful. Nobody travels it except natives, and they don't like it. Now, Iliamna, we'll try Katmai, eh, Mort? Sure. They don't come hard enough for us, Cap. We'll see if it's as bad as it's painted. So, one gray January morning, they were landed on a frozen beach. Their outfit was flung ashore through the surf. The lifeboat pulled away, and the Dora disappeared after a farewell toot of her whistle. Their last glimpse of her showed the captain waving goodbye, and the purser flapping a red tablecloth at them from the afterdeck. Cheerful place this, Grant remarked, as he noted the desolate surroundings of dune and hillside. The beach itself was black and raw where the surf washed it, but elsewhere all was white, save for the thickets of alder and willow which protruded nakedly. The bay was little more than a hollow scooped out of the Alaskan range. Along the foothills behind, there was a belt of spruce and cottonwood and birch. It was a lonely and apparently unpeopled wilderness in which they had been set down. "Seems good to be back in the north again, doesn't it?" said Cantwell cheerily. "I'm tired of the booze and the streetcars and the dames and all that civilized stuff. I'd rather be broke in Alaska, with you, than a banker's son back home." Soon a globular Russian half-breed, a Katmai trader, appeared among the dunes, and with him were some native villagers. That night the partners slept in a snug log cabin, the roof of which was chained down with old ship's cables. Petulin, the fat little trader, explained that Roos and Katmai had a way of sailing off to seaward when the wind blew. He listened to their plan of crossing the divide, and nodded. It could be done, of course, he agreed, but they were foolish to try it, when the Iliamna route was open. Still, now that they were here, he would find dogs for them, and a guide. The village hunters were out after meat, however, and until they returned the white men would need to wait in patience. There followed several days of idleness, during which Cantwell and Grant amused themselves around the village, teasing the squaws, playing games with the boys, and flirting harmlessly with the girls, one of whom, in particular, was not unattractive. She was perhaps 3/4 Aleut, the other quarter being plain coquette, and, having been educated at the town of Kodiak, she knew the ways and the wiles of the white man. Cantwell approached her, and she met his extravagant advances more than halfway. They were getting along nicely together when Grant, in a spirit of fun, entered the game and won her fickle smiles for himself. He joked his partner unmercifully, and Johnny accepted defeat gracefully, never giving the matter a second thought. When the hunters returned, dogs were bought, a guide was hired, and a week after landing, the friends were camped at the timberline awaiting a favorable moment for their dash across the range. Above them, white hillsides rose in irregular leaps to the gash in the sawtooth barrier which formed the pass. Below them, a short valley led down to Katmai and the sea. The day was bright, the air clear. Nevertheless, after the guide had stared up the peaks for a time, he shook his head, then re-entered the tent and lay down. The mountains were smoking. From their tops streamed the gossamer veil which the travelers knew to be drifting snow clouds, carried by the wind. It meant delay, but they were patient. They were up and going on the following morning, however, with the Indian in the lead. There was no trail. The hills were steep. In places they were forced to unload the sled and hoist their outfit by means of ropes, and as they mounted higher, the snow deepened. It lay like loose sand, only lighter. It shoved ahead of the sled in a feathery mass. The dogs wallowed in it and were unable to pull. Hence the greater part of the work devolved upon the men. Once above the foothills and into the range proper, the going became more level, but the snow remained knee-deep. The Indian broke trail stolidly. The partners strained at the sled, which hung back like a leaden thing. By afternoon, the dogs had become disheartened and refused to heed the whip. There was neither fuel nor running water, and therefore the party did not pause for luncheon. The men were sweating profusely from their exertions, and had long since become parched with thirst. But the dry snow was like chalk, and scoured their throats. Cantwell was the first to show the effects of his unusual exertions, for not only had he assumed the lion's share of the work, but the last few months of easy living had softened his muscles, and in consequence his vitality was quickly spent. His undergarments were drenched. He was fearfully dry inside. A terrible thirst seemed to penetrate his whole body. He was forced to rest frequently. Grant eyed him with some concern, finally inquiring, "Feel bad, Johnny?" Cantwell nodded. Their fatigue made both men economical of language. "What's the matter?" "Thirsty." The former could barely speak. "There won't be any water till we get across. You'll have to stand it." They resumed their duties. The Indians swished ahead, as if wading through a sea of swansdown. The dogs followed listlessly, the partners leaned against the stubborn load. A faint breath finally came out of the north, causing Grant and the guide to study the sky anxiously. Cantwell was too weary to heed the increasing cold. The snow on the slopes above began to move. Here and there, on exposed ridges, it rose in clouds and puffs. The clean-cut outlines of the hills became obscured as by fog. The languid wind bit cruelly. After a time, Johnny fell back upon the sled and exclaimed, "I'm all in, Mort. Don't seem to have the guts." He was pale. His eyes were tortured. He scooped a mittenful of snow and raised it to his lips, then spat it out, still dry. "Here, brace up." In a panic of apprehension at this collapse, Grant shook him. He had never known Johnny to fail like this. "Take a drink. It'll do you good." He drew a bottle from one of the dunnage bags, and Cantwell seized it avidly. It was wet. It would quench his thirst, he thought. Before Mort could check him, he had drunk a third of the contents. The effect was almost instantaneous, for Cantwell's stomach was empty, and his tissues seemed to absorb the liquor like a dry sponge. His fatigue fell away. He became suddenly strong and vigorous again. But before he had gone 100 yards, the reaction followed. First his mind grew thick. Then his limbs became unmanageable, and his muscles flabby. He was drunk, yet it was a strange and dangerous intoxication, against which he struggled desperately. He fought it for perhaps a quarter of an hour before it mastered him. Then he gave up. Both men knew that stimulants are never taken on the trail, but they had never stopped to reason why. And even now they did not attribute Johnny's breakdown to the brandy. After a while he stumbled and fell. Then, the cool snow being grateful to his face, he sprawled there motionless until Mort dragged him to the sled. He stared at his partner in perplexity and laughed foolishly. The wind was increasing. Darkness was near, and they had not yet reached the Bering slope. Something in the drunken man's face frightened Grant, and extracting a ship's biscuit from the grub box, he said hurriedly, "Here, Johnny, get something under your belt, quick." Cantwell obediently munched the hard cracker, but there was no moisture on his tongue. His throat was paralyzed. The crumbs crowded themselves from the corners of his lips. He tried with limber fingers to stuff them down, or to assist the muscular action of swallowing, but finally expelled them in a cloud. Mort drew the parka hood over his partner's head, for the wind cut like a scythe, and the dogs were turning tail to it, digging holes in the snow for protection. The air about them was like yeast. The light was fading. The Indian snowshoed his way back, advising a quick camp until the storm abated. But to this suggestion Grant refused to listen, knowing only too well the peril of such a course. Nor did he dare take Johnny on the sled, since the fellow was half asleep already, but instead whipped up the dogs and urged his companion to follow as best he could. When Cantwell fell for a second time, he returned, dragged him forward, and tied his wrists firmly, yet loosely, to the load. The storm was pouring over them now like water out of a spout. It seared and blinded them. Its touch was like that of a flame. Nevertheless, they struggled on into the smother, making what headway they could. The Indian led, pulling at the end of a rope. Grant strained at the sled and hoarsely encouraged the dogs. Cantwell stumbled and lurched in the rear like an unwilling prisoner. When he fell, his companion lifted him, then beat him, cursed him, tried in every way to rouse him from his lethargy. After an interminable time they found they were descending, and this gave them heart to plunge ahead more rapidly. The dogs began to trot as the sled overran them. They rushed blindly into gullies, fetching up at the bottom in a tangle, and Johnny followed in a nerveless, stupefied condition. He was dragged like a sack of flour, for his legs were limp, and he lacked muscular control. But every dash, every fall, every quick descent drove the sluggish blood through his veins and cleared his brain momentarily. Such moments were fleeting, however. Much of the time his mind was a blank, and it was only by a mechanical effort that he fought off unconsciousness. He had vague memories of many beatings at Mort's hands, of the slippery, clean-swept ice of a stream over which he limply skidded, of being carried into a tent where a candle flickered and a stove roared. Grant was holding something hot to his lips. And then... It was morning. He was weak and sick. He felt as if he had awakened from a hideous dream. "I played out, didn't I?" he queried, wonderingly. "You sure did," Grant laughed. "It was a tight squeak, old boy. I never thought I'd get you through." "Played out? I can't understand it." Cantwell prided himself on his strength and stamina. Therefore the truth was unbelievable. He and Mort had long been partners, and they had given and taken much at each other's hands. But this was something altogether different. Grant had saved his life, at risk of his own. The older man's endurance had been the greater, and he had used it to good advantage. It embarrassed Johnny tremendously to realize that he had proved unequal to his share of the work, for he had never before experienced such an obligation. He apologized repeatedly during the few days he lay sick, and meanwhile Mort waited upon him like a mother. Cantwell was relieved when at last they had abandoned camp, changed guides at the next village, and were on their way along the coast. For somehow he felt very sensitive about his collapse. He was, in fact, extremely ashamed of himself. Once he had fully recovered, he had no further trouble, but soon rounded into fit condition and showed no effects of his ordeal. Day after day, he and Mort traveled through the solitudes, their isolation broken only by occasional glimpses of native villages, where they rested briefly and renewed their supply of dog feed. But although the younger man was now as well and strong as ever, he was uncomfortably conscious that his trailmate regarded him as the weaker of the two, and shielded him in many ways. Grant performed most of the unpleasant tasks, and occasionally cautioned Johnny about overdoing. This protective attitude at first amused, and then offended Cantwell. It galled him until he was upon the point of voicing his resentment, but reflected that he had no right to object, for, judging by past performances, he had proved his inferiority. This uncomfortable realization forever arose to prevent open rebellion, but he asserted himself secretly by robbing Grant of his self-appointed tasks. He rose first in the mornings. He did the cooking. He lengthened his turns ahead of the dogs. He mended harnesses after the day's hike had ended. Of course the older man objected, and for a time they had a good-natured rivalry as to who should work and who should rest. Only it was not quite so good-natured on Cantwell's part as he made it appear. Mort broke out in friendly irritation one day. "Don't try to do everything, Johnny. Remember I'm no cripple." "Huh, you proved that. I guess it's up to me to do your work." "Oh, forget that day on the pass, can't you?" Johnny grunted a second time, and from his tone it was evident that he would never forget, unpleasant though the memory remained. Sensing his sullen resentment, the other tried to rally him, but made a bad job of it. The humor of men in the open is not delicate. Their wit and their words become coarsened in direct proportion as they revert to the primitive. It is one of the effects of the solitudes. Grant spoke extravagantly, mockingly of his own superiority, in a way which ordinarily would have brought a smile to Cantwell's lips. But the latter did not smile. He taunted Johnny humorously on his lack of physical prowess, his lack of good looks and manly qualities, something which had never failed to result in a friendly exchange of badinage. He even teased him about his defeat with the Katmai girl. Cantwell did respond finally, but afterward he found himself wondering if Mort could have been in earnest. He dismissed the thought with some impatience. But men on the trail have too much time for their thoughts. There is nothing in the monotonous routine of the day's work to distract them. So the partner who played out dwelt more and more upon his debt, and upon his friend's easy assumption of preeminence. The weight of obligation began to chafe him, lightly at first, but with ever-increasing discomfort. He began to think that Grant honestly considered himself the better man, merely because chance had played into his hands. It was silly, even childish to dwell upon the subject, he reflected, and yet he could not banish it from his mind. It was always before him, in one form or another. He felt the strength in his lean muscles, and sneered at the thought that Mort should be deceived. If it came to a physical test, he felt sure he could break his slighter partner with his bare hands. And as for endurance, well, he was hungry for a chance to demonstrate it. They talked little. Men seldom converse in the waste, for there is something about the silence of the wilderness which discourages speech. And no land is so grimly silent, so hushed and soundless, as the frozen north. For days they marched through desolation, without glimpse of human habitation, without sight of track or trail, without sound of a human voice to break the monotony. There was no game in the country, with the exception of an occasional bird or rabbit. Nothing but the white hills, the fringe of alder tops along the watercourses, and the thickets of gnarled, unhealthy spruce in the smothered valleys. Their destination was a mysterious stream at the headwaters of the unmapped Kuskokwim, where rumor said there was gold, and whither they feared other men were hastening from the mining country far to the north. Now it is a penalty of the white country that men shall think of women. Cantwell began to brood upon the Katmai girl, for she was the last. Her eyes were haunting, and distance had worked its usual enchantment. He reflected that Mort had shouldered him aside and won her favor, then boasted of it. Johnny awoke one night with a dream of her, and lay quivering. "She was only a squaw," he said half aloud, "if I'd really tried." Grant lay beside him, snoring, the heat of their bodies intermingled. The waking man tried to compose himself, but his partner's stertorous breathing irritated him beyond measure. For a long time he remained motionless, staring into the gray blur of the tent top. He had played out. He owed his life to the man who had cheated him of the Katmai girl, and that man knew it. He had become a weak, helpless thing, dependent upon another man's strength, and that other now accepted his superiority as a matter of course. The obligation was insufferable, and it was unjust. The North had played him a devilish trick. It had betrayed him. It had bound him to his benefactor with chains of gratitude which were irksome. Had they been real chains, they could have galled him no more than at this moment. As time passed, the men spoke less frequently to each other. Grant joshed his mate roughly once or twice, masking beneath an assumption of jocularity his own vague irritation at the change that had come over them. It was as if he had probed at the open wound with clumsy fingers. Cantwell had by this time assumed most of those petty camp tasks which provoke tired trailers, those humdrum duties which are so trying to exhausted nerves, and of course they wore upon him as they wear upon every man. But once he had taken them over, he began to resent Grant's easy relinquishment. It rankled him to realize how willingly the other allowed him to do the cooking, the dishwashing, the fire building, the bed making. Little monotonies of this kind form the hardest part of winter travel. They are the rocks upon which friendships founder and partnerships are wrecked. Out on the trail, nature equalizes the work to a great extent, and no man can shirk unduly. But in camp, inside the cramped confines of a tent pitched on boughs laid over the snow, it is very different. There one must busy himself while the other rests, and keeps his legs out of the way if possible. One man sits on the bedding at the rear of the shelter and shivers, while the other squats over a tantalizing fire of green wood, blistering his face and parboiling his limbs inside his sweaty clothing. Dishes must be passed, food divided, and it is poor food, poorly prepared at best. Sometimes men criticize and voice longings for better grub and better cooking. Remarks of this kind have been known to result in tragedies, bitter words and flaming curses, then perhaps wild actions, memories of which the later years can never erase. It is but one prank of the wilderness, one grim manifestation of its silent forces. Had Grant been unable to do his part, Cantwell would have willingly accepted the added burden. But Mort was able. He was nimble and handy. He was the better cook of the two. In fact, he was the better man in every way, or so he believed. Cantwell sneered at the last thought, and the memory of his debt was like a bitter medicine. His resentment, in reality nothing more than a phase of insanity begot of isolation and silence, could not help but communicate itself to his companion, and there resulted in a mutual antagonism, which grew into a dislike, then festered into something more, something strange, reasonless, yet terribly vivid, and amazingly potent for evil. Neither man ever mentioned it. Their tongues were clenched between their teeth, and they held themselves in check with harsh hands, but it was constantly in their minds nevertheless. No man who has not suffered the manifold irritations of such an intimate association can appreciate the gnawing clankor of animosity like this. It was dangerous because there was no relief from it. The two were bound together as by gyres. They shared each other's every action and every plan. They trod in each other's tracks, slept in the same bed, ate from the same plate. They were like prisoners ironed to the same staple. Each fought the obsession in his own way, but it is hard to fight the impalpable. Hence their sick fancies grew in spite of themselves. Their minds needed food to prey upon, but found none. Each began to criticize the other silently, to sneer at his weaknesses, to meditate derisively upon his peculiarities. After a time they no longer resented the advance of these poisonous thoughts, but welcomed it. On more than one occasion the embers of their wrath were upon the point of bursting into flame, but each realized that the first ill-considered word would serve to slip the leash from those demons that were straining to go free, and so managed to restrain himself. The crisis came one crisp morning, when a dog team whirled around a bend in the river and a white man hailed them. He was the mail carrier, on his way out from Nome, and he brought news of the inside. "Where are you boys bound for?" he inquired, when greetings were over and gossip of the trail had passed. "We're going to the Stony River strike," Grant told him. "Stony River? Up the Kuskokwim?" "Yes." The mailman laughed. "Can you beat that? Ain't you heard about Stony River?" "No." "Why, it's a fake. No such place." There was a silence. The partners avoided each other's eyes. "McDonald, the fellow that started it, is on his way to Dawson. There's a gang after him, too, and if he's caught it'll go hard with him. He wrote the letters to himself, and spread the news just to raise a grubstake. He cleaned up big before they got onto him. He peddled his tips for real money." "Yes," Grant spoke quietly. "Johnny bought one. That's what brought us from Seattle. We went out on the last boat and figured we'd come up from this side before the breakup. So, fake." "Gee, you fellers bit good." The mail carrier shook his head. "Well, you better keep going now. You'll get to Nome before the season opens. Better take dogfish from Bethel. It's 4 bits a pound on the Yukon. Sorry I didn't hit your camp last night. We'd have had a visit. Tell the gang you saw me." He shook hands ceremoniously, yelled at his panting dogs, and went swiftly on his way, waving a mitten on high as he vanished around the next bend. The partners watched him go. Then Grant turned to Johnny and repeated, "Fake. McDonald stung you." Cantwell's face went as white as the snow behind him. His eyes blazed. "Why did you tell him I bit?" he demanded harshly. "Huh. Didn't you bite? 2,000 miles afoot. 3 months of Hades for nothing. That's biting some." "Well." The speaker's face was convulsed, and Grant's flamed with an answering anger. They glared at each other for a moment. "Don't blame me. You fell for it, too." "I?" Mort checked his rushing words. "Yes, you. Now what are you going to do about it? Welsh?" "I'm going through to Nome." The sight of his partner's rage had set Mort to shaking with a furious desire to fly at his throat, but fortunately he retained a spark of sanity. "Then shut up and quit chewing the rag. You talk too much." Mort's eyes were bloodshot. They fell upon the carbine under the sled lashings and lingered there, then wavered. He opened his lips, reconsidered, spoke softly to the team, then lifted the heavy dog whip and smote the Malamutes with all his strength. The men resumed their journey without further words, but each was cursing inwardly. So, I talk too much, Grant thought. The accusation struck in his mind, and he determined to speak no more. "He blames me," Cantwell reflected bitterly. "I'm in the wrong again, and he couldn't keep his mouth shut. A fine partner he is." All day they plodded on, neither trusting himself to speak. They ate their evening meal like mutes. They avoided each other's eyes. Even the guide noticed a change, and looked on curiously. There were 2 robes, and these the partners shared nightly, but their hatred had grown so during the past few hours that the thought of lying side by side, limb to limb, was distasteful. Yet neither dared suggest a division of the bedding, for that would have brought further words, and resulted in the crash which they longed for, but feared. They stripped off their furs, and lay down beside each other with the same repugnance they would have felt had there been a serpent in the couch. This unending malevolent silence became terrible. The strain of it increased, for each man now had something definite to cherish in the words and the looks that had passed. They divided the camp work with scrupulous nicety. Each man waited upon himself and asked no favors. The knowledge of his debt forever chafed Cantwell. Grant resented his companion's lack of gratitude. Of course they spoke occasionally. It was beyond human endurance to remain entirely dumb. But they conversed in monosyllables, about trivial things, and their voices were throaty, as if the effect choked them. Meanwhile, they continued to glow inwardly at a white heat. Cantwell no longer felt the desire merely to match his strength against Grant's. The estrangement had become too wide for that. A physical victory would have been flat and tasteless. He craved some deeper satisfaction. He began to think of the axe. Just how or when or why he never knew. It was a thin-bladed, polished thing of frosty steel, and the more he thought of it, the stronger grew his impulse to rid himself once and for all of that presence which exasperated him. It would be very easy, he reasoned, a sudden blow, with the weight of his shoulders behind it. He fancied he could feel the bit sink into Grant's flesh, cleaving bone and cartilage in its course. A slanted downward stroke, aimed at the neck where it joined the body, and he would be forever satisfied. It would be ridiculously simple. He practiced in the gloom of the evening, as he felled spruce trees for firewood. He guarded the axe religiously. It became a living thing, which urged him on to violence. He saw it standing by the tent fly when he closed his eyes to sleep. He dreamed of it. He sought it out with his eyes when he first awoke. He slid it loosely under the sled lashings every morning, thinking that its use could no longer be delayed. As for Grant, the carbine dwelt forever in his mind, and his fingers itched for it. He secretly slipped a cartridge into the chamber, and when an occasional ptarmigan offered itself for a target, he saw the white spot on the breast of Johnny's reindeer parka dancing ahead of the Lyman bead. The solitude had done its work. The North played its grim comedy to the final curtain, making sport of men's affections and turning love to rankling hate. But into the mind of each man crept a certain craftiness. Each longed to strike, but feared to face the consequences. It was lonesome, here among the white hills and the deadly silences, yet they reflected that it would be still more lonesome if they were left to keep step with nothing more substantial than a memory. They determined, therefore, to wait until civilization was nearer, meanwhile rehearsing the moment they knew was inevitable. Over and over in their thoughts, each of them enacted the scene, ending it always with a picture of a prostrate man and a patch of trampled snow, which grew crimson as the other gloated. They paused at Bethel Mission long enough to load the dried salmon, then made the 90-mile portage over the lake and tundra to the Yukon. There they got their first touch of the inside world. They camped in a Barra Bora where white men had slept a few nights before, and heard their own language spoken by native tongues. The time was growing short now, and they purposely dismissed their guide, knowing that the trail was plain from there on. When they hitched up on the next morning, Cantwell placed the axe bit down between the tarpaulin and the sled rail, leaving the helve projecting where his hand could reach it. Grant thrust the barrel of the rifle beneath a lashing, with the butt close by the handlebars, and it was loaded. A mile from the village they were overtaken by an Indian and a squaw, traveling light behind hungry dogs. The natives attached themselves to the white men and hung stubbornly to their heels, taking advantage of their tracks. When night came they camped alongside, in the hope of food. They announced that they were bound for St. Michael's, and in spite of every effort to shake them off, they remained close behind the partners until that point was reached. At St. Michael's there were white men, practically the first Johnny and Mort had encountered since landing at Katmai, and for a day at least they were sane. But there were still 300 miles to be traveled, 300 miles of solitude and haunting thoughts. Just as they were about to start, Cantwell came upon Grant and the AC agent, and heard his name pronounced, also the word Katmai. He noticed that Mort fell silent at his approach, and instantly his anger blazed afresh. He decided that the latter had been telling the story of their experience on the pass, and the boasting of his service. So much the better, he thought, in a blind rage. That which he planned doing would appear all the more like an accident. For who would dream that a man could kill the person to whom he owed his life? That night, he waited for a chance. They were camped in a dismal hut on a windswept shore. They were alone. But Grant was waiting also, it seemed. They lay down beside each other, ostensibly to sleep. Their limbs touched, the warmth from their bodies intermingled, but they did not close their eyes. They were up and away early, with Nome drawing rapidly nearer. They had skirted an ocean, foot by foot. Bering Sea lay behind them now, and its northern shore swung westward to their goal. For 2 months they had lived in silent animosity, feeding on bitter food while their elbows rubbed. Noon found them floundering through one of those unheralded storms which made coast travel so hazardous. The morning had turned off gray. The sky was of a leaden hue, which blended perfectly with the snow underfoot. There was no horizon. It was impossible to see more than a few yards in any direction. The trail soon became obliterated, and their eyes began to play tricks. For all they could distinguish, they might have been suspended in space. They seemed to be treading the measure of an endless dance in the center of a whirling cloud. Of course it was cold, for the wind off the open sea was damp. But they were not men to turn back. They soon discovered that their difficulty lay not in facing the storm, but in holding to the trail. That narrow 2-foot causeway, packed by a winter's travel and frozen into a ribbon of ice by winter's frost, afforded their only avenue of progress. For the moment they left it, the sled plowed into the loose snow, well nigh disappearing and bringing the dogs to a standstill. It was the duty of the driver in such cases to wallow forward, right the load if necessary, and lift it back into place. These mishaps were forever occurring, for it was impossible to distinguish the trail beneath its soft covering. However, if the driver's task was hard, it was no more trying than that of the man ahead, who was compelled to feel out and explore the ridge of hardened snow and ice with his feet, after the fashion of a man walking a plank in the dark. Frequently he lunged into the drifts with one foot, or both. His glazed muckluck sole slid about, causing him to bestride the invisible hogback, or again his legs crossed awkwardly, throwing him off his balance. At times he wandered away from the path entirely, and had to search it out again. These exertions were very wearing, and they were dangerous also, for joints are easily dislocated, muscles twisted, and tendons strained. Hour after hour the march continued, unrelieved by any change, unbroken by any speck or spot of color. The nerves of their eyes, wearied by constant nearsighted peering at the snow, began to jump, so that vision became untrustworthy. Both travelers appreciated the necessity of clinging to the trail, for once they lost it, they knew they might wander about indefinitely until they chanced to regain it, or found their way to the shore, while always to seaward was the menace of open water, of air holes, or cracks which might gape beneath their feet like jaws. Immersion in this temperature, no matter how brief, meant death. The monotony of progress through this unreal leaden world became almost unbearable. The repeated strainings and twistings they suffered in walking the slippery ridge reduced the men to weariness. Their legs grew clumsy, and their feet uncertain. Had they found a camping place, they would have stopped, but they dared not forsake the thin thread that linked them with safety to go look for one now, not knowing where the shore lay. In storms of this kind, men have lain in their sleeping bags for days, within a stone's throw of a roadhouse or village. Bodies have been found within 100 yards of shelter after blizzards have abated. Cantwell and Grant had no choice, therefore, except to bore into the welter of drifting flakes. It was late in the afternoon when the latter met with an accident. Johnny, who had taken a spell at the rear, heard him cry out, saw him stagger, struggle to hold his footing, then sink into the snow. The dogs paused instantly, lay down, and began to strip the ice pellets from between their toes. Cantwell spoke harshly, leaning upon the handlebars. "Well, what's the idea?" It was the longest sentence of the day. "I hurt myself." Mort's voice was thin and strange. He raised himself to a sitting posture and reached beneath his parka, then lay back weakly. He writhed. His face was twisted with pain. He continued to lie there, doubled into a knot of suffering. A groan was wrenched from between his teeth. Hurt? How? Johnny inquired dully. It seemed very ridiculous to see that strong man kicking around in the snow. I've ripped something loose. Here. Mort's palms were pressed in upon his groin. His fingers were clutching something. Ruptured, I guess. He tried again to rise, but sank back. His cap had fallen off, and his forehead glistened with sweat. Cantwell went forward and lifted him. It was the first time in many days that their hands had touched, and the sensation affected him strangely. He struggled to repress a devilish mirth at the thought that Grant had played out. It amounted to that and nothing less. The trail had delivered him into his enemy's hands. His hour had struck. Johnny determined to square the debt now, once and for all, and wipe his own mind clean of that poison which corroded it. His muscles were strong, his brain clear. He had never felt his strength so irresistible as at this moment, while Mort, for all his boasted superiority, was nothing but a nerveless thing hanging limp against his breast. Providence had arranged it all. The younger man was impelled to give raucous voice to his glee, and yet his helpless burden exerted an odd effect upon him. He deposited his foe upon the sled and stared at the face he had not met for many days. He saw how white it was, how wet and cold, how weak and dazed. Then as he looked, he cursed inwardly, for the triumph of his moment was spoiled. The axe was there. Its polished bit showed like a piece of ice. Its helve protruded handily. But there was no need of it now. His fingers were all the weapons Johnny needed. They were more than sufficient, in fact, for Mort was like a child. Cantwell was a strong man, and although the North had coarsened him, yet underneath the surface was a chivalrous regard for all things weak, and this the trail madness had not affected. He had longed for this instant, but now that it had come he felt no enjoyment, since he could not harm a sick man, and waged no war on cripples. Perhaps when Mort had rested, they could settle their quarrel. This was as good a place as any. The storm hid them. They would leave no traces. There could be no interruption. But Mort did not rest. He could not walk. Movement brought excruciating pain. Finally Cantwell heard himself saying, "Better wrap up and lie still for a while. I'll get the dogs under way." His words amazed him dully. They were not at all what he had intended to say. The injured man demurred, but the other insisted gruffly, then brought him his mittens and cap, slapping the snow out of them before rousing the team to motion. The load was very heavy now. The dogs had no footprints to guide them, and it required all of Cantwell's efforts to prevent capsizing. Night approached swiftly. The whirling snow particles continued to flow past upon the wind, shrouding the earth in an impenetrable pall. The journey soon became a terrible ordeal, a slow, halting progress that led nowhere, and was accomplished at the cost of tremendous exertion. Time after time Johnny broke trail, then returned and urged the huskies forward to the end of his tracks. When he lost the path, he sought it out, laboriously hoisted the sledge back into place, and coaxed his four-footed helpers to renewed effort. He was drenched with perspiration. His inner garments were steaming. His outer ones were frozen into a coat of armor. When he paused, he chilled rapidly. His vision was untrustworthy also, and he felt snow blindness coming on. Grant begged him more than once to unroll the bedding and prepare to sleep out the storm. He even urged Johnny to leave him and make a dash for his own safety, but at this the younger man cursed and told him to hold his tongue. Night found the lone driver slipping, plunging, lurching ahead of the dogs, or shoving at the handlebars and shouting at the dogs. Finally, during a pause for rest, he heard a sound which roused him. Out of the gloom to the right came the faint complaining howl of a malamute. It was answered by his own dogs, and the next moment they had caught a scent which swerved them shoreward and led them scrambling through the drifts. 200 yards, and a steep bank loomed above, up and over which they rushed, with Cantwell yelling encouragement. Then a light showed, and they were in the lee of a low-roofed hut. A sick native, huddled over a Yukon stove, made them welcome to his mean abode, explaining that his wife and son had gone to Unalaklik for supplies. Johnny carried his partner to the one unoccupied bunk and stripped his clothes from him. With his own hands he rubbed the warmth back into Mortimer's limbs, then swiftly prepared hot food, and holding him in the hollow of his aching arm, fed him a little at a time. He was like to drop from exhaustion, but he made no complaint. With one folded robe he made the hard boards comfortable, then spread the other as a covering. For himself he sat beside the fire and fought his weariness. When he dozed off and the cold awakened him, he renewed the fire. He heated beef tea, and rousing Mort, fed it to him with a teaspoon. All night long, at intervals he tended the sick man, and Grant's eyes followed him with an expression that brought a fierce pain to Cantwell's throat. "You're mighty good, after the rotten way I acted," the former whispered once, and Johnny's big hand trembled so that he spilled the broth. His voice was low and tender as he inquired, "Are you resting easier now?" The other nodded. "Maybe you're not hurt badly after all. God, that would be awful." Cantwell choked, turned away, and raising his arms against the log wall, buried his face in them. The morning broke clear. Grant was sleeping. As Johnny stiffly mounted the creek bank with a bucket of water, he heard a jingle of sleigh bells, and saw a sled with two white men swing in towards the cabin. "Hello," he called, then heard his own name pronounced. "Johnny Cantwell, by all that's holy." The next moment he was shaking hands vigorously with two old friends from Nome. "Martin and me are bound for St. Mike's," one of them explained. "Where the deuce did you come from, Johnny?" "The outside. Started for Stony River, but—" "Stony River!" The newcomers began to laugh loudly, and Cantwell joined them. It was the first time he had laughed for weeks. He realized the fact with a start, then recollected also his sleeping partner and said, "Shh! Mort's inside, asleep." During the night everything had changed for Johnny Cantwell. His mental attitude, his hatred, his whole reasonless insanity. Everything was different now. Even his debt was cancelled. The weight of obligation was removed, and his diseased fancies were completely cured. "Yes, Stony River," he repeated, grinning broadly. "I bit." Martin burst forth gleefully. "They caught MacDonald at Holy Cross and ran him out on a limb. He'll never start another stampede. Old man Baker gun-branded him." "What's the matter with Mort?" inquired the second traveler. "He's resting up. Yesterday during the storm Johnny was upon the point of saying played out, but changed it to had an accident. We thought it was serious, but a few days' rest'll bring him around all right. He saved me at Katmai, coming in. I petered out and threw up my tail, but he got me through. Come inside and tell him the news." "Sure thing." "Well, well," Martin said. "So you and Mort are still partners, eh?" "Still partners?" Johnny took up the pail of water. "Well, rather. We'll always be partners." His voice was young and full and hearty as he continued. "Why, Mort's the best fellow in the world. I'd lay down my life for him." End of The Weight of Obligation by Rex Beach. Recorded by James Christopher. jxchristopher@yahoo.com. July 2010.
Holiday by P.G. Wodehouse. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wilton's Holiday by P.G. Wodehouse. Read by Don W. Jenkins. When Jack Wilton first came to Maroy Bay, none of us dreamed that he was a man with a hidden sorrow in his life. There was something about the man which made the idea absurd, or would have made it absurd if he himself had not been the authority for the story. He looked so thoroughly pleased with life and with himself. He was one of those men whom you instinctively label in your mind as strong. He was so healthy, so fit, and had such a confident yet sympathetic look about him that you felt directly you saw him that here was the one person you would have selected as the recipient of that hard luck story of yours. You felt that his kindly strength would have been something to lean on. As a matter of fact, it was by trying to lean on it that Spencer Clay got hold of the facts of the case, and when young Clay got hold of anything, Maroy Bay at large had it hot and fresh a few hours later. For Spencer was one of those slack-jawed youths who are constitutionally incapable of preserving a secret. Within 2 hours, then, of Clay's chat with Wilton, everyone in the place knew that, jolly and hearty as the newcomer might seem, there was that gnawing at his heart which made his outward cheeriness simply heroic. Clay, it seems, who is the worst specimen of self-pitier, had gone to Wilton, in whom, as a newcomer, he naturally saw a fine fresh repository for his tales of woe, and had opened with a long yarn of some misfortune or other. I forget which it was. It might have been any one of a dozen or so which he had constantly in stock, and it is immaterial which it was. The point is that having heard him out very politely and patiently, Wilton came back at him with a story which silenced even Clay. Spencer was equal to most things, but even he could not go on whining about how he had foozled his putting, and been snubbed at the bridge table, or whatever it was that he was pitying himself about just then, when a man was telling him the story of a wrecked life. "He told me not to let it go any further," said Clay to everyone he met, "but of course it doesn't matter telling you. It is a thing he doesn't like to have known. He told me because he said there was something about me that seemed to extract confidences. A kind of strength, he said. You wouldn't think it to look at him, but his life is an absolute blank. Absolutely ruined, don't you know. He told me the whole thing so simply and frankly that it broke me all up. It seems that he was engaged to be married a few years ago, and on the wedding morning, absolutely on the wedding morning, the girl was taken suddenly ill and died? And died. Died in his arms. Absolutely in his arms, old top." "What a terrible thing." "Absolutely. He's never got over it. You won't let it go any further, will you, old man?" And off sped Spencer to tell the tale to someone else. Everyone was terribly sorry for Wilton. He was such a good fellow, such a sportsman, and above all so young, that one hated the thought that, laugh as he might, beneath his laughter there lay the pain of that awful memory. He seemed so happy, too. It was only in moments of confidence, in those heart-to-heart talks when men reveal their deeper feelings, that he ever gave a hint that all was not well with him. As, for example, when Ellerton, who was always in love with someone, backed him into a corner one evening and began to tell him the story of his latest affair. He had hardly begun when such a look of pain came over Wilton's face that he ceased instantly. He said afterwards that the sudden realization of the horrible break he was making hit him like a bullet, and the manner in which he turned the conversation practically without pausing from love to a discussion of the best method of getting out of the bunker at the seventh hole was, in the circumstances, a triumph of tact. Maroy Bay is a quiet place even in the summer, and the Wilton tragedy was naturally the subject of much talk. It is a sobering thing to get a glimpse of the underlying sadness of life like that, and there was a disposition at first on the part of the community to behave in his presence in a manner reminiscent of pallbearers at a funeral. But things soon adjusted themselves. He was outwardly so cheerful that it seemed ridiculous for the rest of us to step softly and speak with hushed voices. After all, when you came to examine it, the thing was his affair, and it was for him to dictate the lines in which it should be treated. If he elected to hide his pain under a bright smile and a laugh like that of a hyena with more than usually keen sense of humor, our line was obviously to follow his lead. We did so, and by degrees the fact that his life was permanently blighted became almost a legend. At the back of our minds we were aware of it, but it did not obtrude itself into the affairs of every day. It was only when someone, forgetting, as Ellerton had done, tried to enlist his sympathy for some misfortune of his own, that the look of pain in his eyes and the sudden tightening of his lips reminded us that he still remembered. Matters had been at this stage for perhaps 2 weeks when Mary Campbell arrived. Sex attraction is so purely a question of the taste of the individual that the wise man never argues about it. He accepts its vagaries as part of the human mystery and leaves it at that. To me there is no charm whatsoever about Mary Campbell. It may have been that, at the moment, I was in love with Grace Bates, Heloise Miller, and Clarice Wembley, for at Maroy Bay, in the summer, a man who is worth his salt is more than equal to 3 love affairs simultaneously. But anyway, she left me cold. Not one thrill could she awaken me. She was small, and to my mind, insignificant. Some men said that she had fine eyes. They seemed to me just ordinary eyes, and her hair was just ordinary hair. In fact, ordinary was the word that described her. But from the first it was plain that she seemed wonderful to Wilton, which was all the more remarkable seeing that he was the one man of us who could have got any girl in Maroy Bay that he wanted. When a man is 6 foot high, is a combination of Hercules and Apollo, and plays tennis, golf, and the banjo with almost superhuman vim, his path with the girls of a summer seaside resort is pretty smooth. But when you add to all these things a tragedy like Wilton's, he can only be described as having a walkover. Girls love a tragedy. At least most girls do. It makes a man interesting to them. Grace Bates was always going on about how interesting Wilton was. So was Heloise Miller. So was Clarice Wembley. But it was not until Mary Campbell came that he displayed any real enthusiasm at all for the feminine element of Maroy Bay. We put it down to the fact that he could not forget. But the real reason, I now know, was that he considered that girls were a nuisance on the links and on the tennis court. I suppose a +2 golfer and a Wilding-esque tennis player, such as Wilton was, does feel like that. Personally, I think that girls add to the fun of the thing. But then, my handicap is 12, and though I have been playing tennis for many years, I doubt if I have got my first serve, the fast one, over the net more than half a dozen times. But Mary Campbell overcame Wilton's prejudices in 24 hours. He seemed to feel lonely on the links without her, and he positively egged her to be his partner in the doubles. What Mary thought of him we did not know. She was one of those inscrutable girls. And so things went on. If it had not been that I knew Wilton's story, I should have classed the thing as one of those summer love affairs to which the Maroy Bay air is so peculiarly conducive. The only reason why anyone comes away from a summer at Maroy Bay unbetrothed is because there are so many girls that he falls in love with that his holiday is up before he can, so to speak, concentrate. But in Wilton's case this was out of the question. A man does not get over the sort of blow he had had, not, at any rate, for many years, and we had gathered that his tragedy was comparatively recent. I doubt if I was ever more astonished in my life than the night when he confided in me. Why he should have chosen me as a confidant I cannot say. I am inclined to think that I happened to be alone with him at the psychological moment when a man must confide in somebody or burst, and Wilton chose the lesser evil. I was strolling along the shore after dinner, smoking a cigar and thinking of Grace Bates, Heloise Miller, and Clarice Wembley, when I happened upon him. It was a beautiful night, and we sat down and drank it in for a while. The first intimation I had that all was not well with him was when he suddenly emitted a hollow groan. The next moment he had begun to confide. "I'm in the deuce of a hole," he said. "What would you do in my position?" "Yes," I said. "I proposed to Mary Campbell this evening." "Congratulations." "Thanks. She refused me." "Refused you?" "Yes, because of Amy." It seemed to me that the narrative required footnotes. "Who is Amy?" I said. "Amy is the girl." "Which girl?" "The girl who died, you know." Mary had got hold of the whole story. In fact, it was the tremendous sympathy she showed that encouraged me to propose. If it hadn't been for that, I shouldn't have had the nerve. I'm not fit to black her shoes. Odd the poor opinion a man always has, when he is in love, of his personal attractions. There were times when I thought of Grace Bates, Heloise Miller, and Clarice Wembley, when I felt like one of the beasts that perish. But then, I'm nothing to write home about, whereas the smallest gleam of intelligence should have told Wilton that he was a kind of Ouida guardsman. This evening I managed somehow to do it. She was tremendously nice about it, said she was very fond of me and all that, but it was quite out of the question because of Amy. I don't follow this. What did she mean? It's perfectly clear. If you bear in mind that Mary is the most sensitive, spiritual, highly strung girl that ever drew breath, said Wilton a little coldly, her position is this. She feels that because of Amy she can never have my love completely. Between us there would always be Amy's memory. It would be the same as if she married a widower. Well, widowers marry. They don't marry girls like Mary. I couldn't help feeling that this was a bit of luck for the widowers, but I didn't say so. One has always got to remember that opinions differ about girls. One man's peach, so to speak, is another man's poison. I have met men who didn't like Grace Bates, men who, if Heloise Miller or Clarice Wembley had given them their photographs, would have used them to cut the pages of a novel. Amy stands between us, said Wilton. I breathed a sympathetic snort. I couldn't think of anything noticeably suitable to say. Stands between us, repeated Wilton, and the damn silly part of the whole thing is that there isn't any Amy. I invented her. You what? I invented her, made her up. No, I'm not mad. I had a reason. Let me see. You come from London, don't you? Yes. Then you haven't any friends. It's different with me. I live in a small country town and everyone's my friend. I don't know what it is about me, but for some reason, ever since I can remember, I've been looked on as the strong man of my town, the man who's all right. Am I making myself clear? Not quite. Well, what I am trying to get at is this. Either because I'm a strong sort of fellow to look at and have obviously never been sick in my life, or because I can't help looking pretty cheerful, the whole of Bridley in the Wold seems to take it for granted that I can't possibly have any troubles of my own, and that I am consequently fair game for anyone who has any sort of worry. I have the sympathetic manner, and they come to me to be cheered up. If a fellow's in love, he makes a bee-line for me and tells me all about it. If anyone has had a bereavement, I am the rock on which he leans for support. Well, I'm a patient sort of man, and as far as Bridley on the Wold is concerned, I am willing to play the part. But a strong man does need an occasional holiday, and I made up my mind that I would get it. Directly I got here, I saw that the same old game was going to start. Spencer Clay swooped down on me at once. I'm as big a draw with the Spencer Clay type of maudlin idiot as catnip is with a cat. Well, I could stand it at home, but I was hanged if I was going to have my holiday spoiled. So I invented Amy. Now do you see? Certainly I see. And I perceive something else which you appear to have overlooked. If Amy doesn't exist, or rather never did exist, she cannot stand between you and Miss Campbell. Tell her what you have told me, and all will be well. He shook his head. You don't know Mary. She would never forgive me. You don't know what sympathy, what angelic sympathy she has poured out on me about Amy. I can't possibly tell her the whole thing was a fraud. It would make her feel so foolish. You must risk it. At the worst, you lose nothing. He brightened a little. No, that's true, he said. I've half a mind to do it. Make it a whole mind, I said, and you win out. I was wrong. Sometimes I am. The trouble was, apparently, that I didn't know Mary. I'm sure Grace Bates, Heloise Miller, or Clarice Wembley would not have acted as she did. They might have been a trifle stunned at first, but they would soon have come around, and all would have been joy. But with Mary, no. What took place at the interview I do not know, but it was swiftly perceived by Maroy Bay that the Wilton-Campbell alliance was off. They no longer walked together, golfed together, and played tennis on the same side of the net. They did not even speak to each other. The rest of the story I can speak of only from hearsay. How it became public property I do not know, but there was a confiding strain in Wilton, and I imagine he confided in someone who confided in someone else. At any rate, it is recorded in Maroy Bay's unwritten archives, from which I now extract it. For some days after the breaking off of diplomatic relations, Wilton seemed too pulverized to resume the offensive. He mooned about the links by himself, playing a shocking game, and generally comported himself like a man who has looked for the escape of gas with a lighted candle. In affairs of love the strongest men generally behave with the most spineless lack of resolution. Wilton weighed 13 stone, and his muscles were like steel cables, but he could not have shown less pluck in this crisis in his life if he had been a poached egg. It was pitiful to see him. Mary, in these days, simply couldn't see that he was on the earth. She looked round him, above him, and through him, but never at him, which was rotten from Wilton's point of view, for he had developed a sort of wistful expression. I am convinced that he practiced it before the mirror after his bath, which should have worked wonders if only he could have got action with it. But she avoided his eye as if he had been a creditor whom she was trying to slide past in the street. She irritated me. To let the breach widen in this way was absurd. Wilton, when I said as much to him, said that it was due to her wonderful sensitiveness and high-strungness, and it was just one more proof to him of the loftiness of her soul and her shrinking horror of any form of deceit. In fact, he gave me the impression that, though the affair was rending his vitals, he took a mournful pleasure in contemplating her perfection. Now one afternoon Wilton took his misery for a long walk along the seashore. He tramped over the sand for some considerable time, and finally pulled up in a little cove backed by high cliffs and dotted with rocks. The shore around Moroy Bay is full of them. By this time the afternoon sun had begun to be too warm for comfort, and it struck Wilton that he could be a great deal more comfortable nursing his wounded heart with his back against one of the rocks than tramping any farther along the sand. Most of the Moroy Bay scenery is simply made as a setting for the nursing of a wounded heart. The cliffs are a somber indigo, sinister and forbidding, and even on the finest days the sea has a curious sullen look. You have only to get away from the crowd near the bathing machines and reach one of these small coves and get your book against a rock and your pipe well alit, and you can simply wallow in misery. I have done it myself. The day when Heloise Miller went golfing with Teddy Bingley, I spent the whole afternoon in one of these retreats. It is true that after 20 minutes of contemplating the breakers, I fell asleep, but that is bound to happen. It happened to Wilton. For perhaps half an hour he brooded. Then his pipe fell from his mouth, and he dropped off into a peaceful slumber. And time went by. It was a touch of cramp that finally woke him. He jumped up with a yell and stood there massaging his calf, and he had hardly got rid of the pain when a startled exclamation broke the primeval stillness, and there on the other side of the rock was Mary Campbell. Now, if Wilton had had any inductive reasoning in his composition at all, he would have been tremendously elated. A girl does not creep out to a distant cove at Moroy Bay unless she is unhappy. And if Mary Campbell was unhappy, she must be unhappy about him. And if she was unhappy about him, all he had to do was to show a bit of determination and get the whole thing straightened out. But Wilton, whom grief had reduced to the mental level of an oyster, did not reason this out, and the sight of her deprived him of practically all his faculties, including speech. He just stood there and yammered. "Did you follow me here, Mr. Wilton?" said Mary, very coldly. He shook his head. Eventually he managed to say that he had come there by chance and had fallen asleep under the rock. As this was exactly what Mary had done, she could not reasonably complain. So that concluded the conversation for the time being. She walked away in the direction of Moroy Bay without another word, and presently he lost sight of her round a bend in the cliffs. His position now was exceedingly unpleasant. If she had such a distaste for his presence, common decency made it imperative that he should give her a good start in the homeward journey. He could not tramp along a couple of yards in the rear all the way, so he had to remain where he was until she had got well off the mark. And as he was wearing a thin flannel suit, and the sun had gone in, and a chilly breeze had sprung up, his mental troubles were practically swamped in physical discomfort. Just as he had decided that he could now make a move, he was surprised to see her coming back. Wilton really was elated at this. The construction he put on it was that she had relented and was coming back to fling her arms round his neck. He was just bracing himself for the clash when he caught her eye, and it was cold and unfriendly as the sea. "I must go round the other way," she said. "The water has come up too far on that side." And she walked past him to the other end of the cove. The prospect of another wait chilled Wilton to the marrow. The wind had not grown simply freezing. It had come through his thin suit and roamed about all over him in a manner that caused him exquisite discomfort. He began to jump and keep himself warm. He was leaping heavenwards for the 100th time, when, chancing to glance to one side, he perceived Mary again returning. By this time his physical misery had so completely overcome the softer emotions in his bosom that his only feeling now was one of thorough irritation. It was not fair, he felt, that she should jockey at the start in this way and keep him hanging around there catching cold. He looked at her when she came within range, quite balefully. "It is impossible," she said, "to get around that way either." One grows so accustomed in this world to everything going smoothly that the idea of actual danger had not yet come home to her. From where she stood in the middle of the cove, the sea looked so distant that the fact that it had closed the only ways of getting out was at the moment merely annoying. She felt much the same as she would have felt if she had arrived at a station to catch a train and been told that the train was not running. She therefore seated herself on a rock and contemplated the ocean. Wilton walked up and down. Neither showed any disposition to exercise that gift of speech which places man in a class of his own, above the ox, the ass, the common warthog, and the rest of the lower animals. It was only when a wave swished over the base of her rock that Mary broke the silence. "The tide is coming in," she faltered. She looked at the sea with such altered feelings that it seemed a different sea altogether. There was plenty of it to look at. It filled the entire mouth of the little bay, swirling up the sand and lashing among the rocks in a fashion which made one thought stand out above all others in her mind, the recollection that she could not swim. "Mr. Wilton." Wilton bowed coldly. "Mr. Wilton, the tide. It's coming in." Wilton glanced superciliously at the sea. "So," he said, "I perceive." "But what shall we do?" Wilton shrugged his shoulders. He was feeling at war with nature and humanity combined. The wind had shifted a few points to the east, and was exploring his anatomy with the skill of a qualified surgeon. "We shall drown!" cried Miss Campbell. "We shall drown! We shall drown! We shall drown!" All Wilton's resentment left him. Until he heard that pitiful wail, his only thoughts had been for himself. "Mary," he said, with a wealth of tenderness in his voice. She came to him as a little child comes to its mother, and he put his arm round her. "Oh, Jack!" "My darling." "I'm frightened." "My precious." It is in moments of peril, when the chill breath of fear blows upon our souls, clearing them of pettiness, that we find ourselves. She looked about her wildly. "Could we climb the cliffs?" "I doubt it." "If we called for help?" "We could do that." They raised their voices, but the only answer was the crashing of the waves and the cry of the seabirds. The water was swirling at their feet, and they drew back to the shelter of the cliffs. There they stood in silence, watching. "Mary," said Wilton in a low voice, "tell me one thing." "Yes, Jack?" "Have you forgiven me?" "Forgiven you? How can you ask at a moment like this? I love you with all my heart and soul." He kissed her, and a strange look of peace came over his face. "I am happy." "I too." A fleck of foam touched her face, and she shivered. "It was worth it," he said quietly. "If all misunderstandings are cleared away and nothing can come between us again, it is a small price to pay, unpleasant as it will be when it comes." "Perhaps it will not be very unpleasant. They say that drowning is an easy death." "I didn't mean drowning, dearest. I meant a cold in the head." "A cold in the head?" He nodded gravely. "I don't see how it can be avoided. You know how chilly it gets these late summer nights. It will be a long time before we can get away." She laughed a shrill, unnatural laugh. "You are talking like this to keep my courage up. You know in your heart that there is no hope for us. Nothing can save us now. The water will come creeping, creeping." "Let it creep. It can't get past that rock there." "What do you mean?" "It can't. The tide doesn't come up any farther. I know, because I was caught here last week." For a moment she looked at him without speaking. Then she uttered a cry in which relief, surprise, and indignation were so nicely blended that it would have been impossible to say which predominated. He was eyeing the approaching waters with an indulgent smile. "Why didn't you tell me?" she cried. "I did tell you." "You know what I mean. Why did you let me go on thinking we were in danger when—" "We were in danger. We shall probably get pneumonia." There, you're sneezing already." "I am not sneezing. That was an exclamation of disgust." "It sounded like a sneeze. It must have been, for you've every reason to sneeze. But why you should utter exclamations of disgust I cannot imagine." "I'm disgusted with you, with your meanness. You deliberately tricked me into saying—" "Saying?" She was silent. "What you said was that you loved me with all your heart and soul. You can't get away from that, and it's good enough for me." "Well, it's not true any longer." "Yes, it is," said Wilton comfortably. "Bless it." "It is not. I'm going right away now, and I shall never speak to you again." She moved away from him and prepared to sit down. "There's a jellyfish just where you're going to sit," said Wilton. "I don't care." "It will. I speak from experience as one on whom you have sat so often." "I am not amused." "Have patience. I can be funnier than that." "Please don't talk to me." "Very well." She seated herself with her back to him. Dignity demanded reprisals, so he seated himself with his back to her. And the futile ocean raged towards them, and the wind grew chillier every minute. Time passed, darkness fell, the little bay became a black cavern dotted here and there with white, where the breeze whipped the surface of the water. Wilton sighed. It was lonely sitting there all by himself. How much jollier it would have been if— A hand touched his shoulder, and a voice spoke meekly. "Jack, dear, it's awfully cold. Don't you think if we were to snuggle up—" He reached out and folded her in an embrace which would have aroused the professional enthusiasm of Hackenschmidt and drawn guttural congratulations from Zbyszko. She creaked but did not crack beneath the strain. "That's much nicer," she said softly. "Jack, I don't think the tide's started even to think of going down yet." "I hope not," said Wilton. End of Wilton's Holiday by P.G. Wodehouse. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com. Yellow Handkerchief by Jack London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Yellow Handkerchief by Jack London. Read by Don W. Jenkins. "I'm not wanting to dictate to you, lad," Charlie said, "but I'm very much against your making a last raid. You've gone safely through rough times with rough men, and it would be a shame to have something happen to you at the very end." "But how can I get out of making a last raid?" I demanded, with the cocksureness of youth. "There always has to be a last, you know, to anything." Charlie crossed his legs, leaned back, and considered the problem. "Very true, but why not call the capture of Demetrios Kontos the last? You're back from it safe and sound and hearty for all your good wedding, and his voice broke, and he could not speak for a moment. "And I could never forgive myself if anything happened to you now." I laughed at Charlie's fears while I gave in to the claims of his affection and agreed to consider the last raid already performed. We had been together for 2 years, and now I was leaving the fish patrol in order to go back and finish my education. I had earned and saved money to put me through 3 years at the high school, and though the beginning of the term was several months away, I intended doing a lot of studying for the entrance examinations. My belongings were packed snugly in a sea chest, and I was all ready to buy my ticket and ride down on the train to Oakland when Neil Partington arrived in Benicia. The Reindeer was needed immediately for work far down on the lower bay, and Neil said he intended to run straight for Oakland. As that was his home, and I was to live with his family while going to school, he saw no reason, he said, why I should not put my chest aboard and come along. So the chest went aboard, and in the middle of the afternoon we hoisted the Reindeer's big mainsail and cast off. It was tantalizing fall weather. The sea breeze which had blown steadily all summer was gone, and in its place were capricious winds and murky skies which made the time of arriving anywhere extremely problematical. We started on the first of the ebb, and as we slipped down the Carquinez Straits, I looked my last for some time upon Benicia and the Bight at Turner's shipyard, where we had besieged the Lancashire Queen, and had captured Big Alec, the King of the Greeks. And at the mouth of the straits I looked with not a little interest upon the spot where a few days before I should have drowned but for the good that was in the nature of Demetrios Contos. A great wall of fog advanced across San Pablo Bay to meet us, and in a few minutes the Reindeer was running blindly through the damp obscurity. Charlie, who was steering, seemed to have an instinct for that kind of work. How he did it, he himself confessed that he did not know, but he had a way of calculating winds, currents, distance, time, drift, and sailing speed that was truly marvelous. "It looks as though it were lifting," Neil Partington said, a couple of hours after we had entered the fog. "Where do you say we are, Charlie?" Charlie looked at his watch. 6 o'clock, and 3 hours more of ebb, he remarked casually. "But where do you say we are?" Neil insisted. Charlie pondered a moment and then answered, "The tide has edged us over a bit out of our course, but if the fog lifts right now, as it is going to lift, you'll find that we're not more than 1,000 miles off McNear's Landing." "You might be a little more definite by a few miles, anyway," Neil grumbled, showing by his tone that he disagreed. "All right, then," Charlie said conclusively, "not less than 1/4 of a mile, nor more than 1/2. The wind freshened with a couple of little puffs, and the fog thinned perceptibly. "McNear's is right off there," Charlie said, pointing directly into the fog on our weather beam. The three of us were peering intently in that direction when the Reindeer struck with a dull crash and came to a standstill. We ran forward and found her bowsprit entangled in the tanned rigging of a short, chunky mast. She had collided head-on with a Chinese junk lying at anchor. At the moment we arrived forward, 5 Chinese, like so many bees, came swarming out of the little 'tween-decks cabin, the sleep still in their eyes. Leading them came a big muscular man, conspicuous for his pock-marked face, and the yellow silk handkerchief swathed about his head. It was Yellow Handkerchief, the Chinaman whom we had arrested for illegal shrimp fishing the year before, and who at that time had nearly sunk the Reindeer, as he had nearly sunk it now by violating the rules of navigation. "What do you mean, you yellow-faced heathen, lying there in a fairway without a horn going?" Charlie cried hotly. "Mean?" Neil calmly answered. "Just take a look, that's what he means." Our eyes followed the direction indicated by Neil's finger, and we saw the open amidships of the junk half filled, as we found on closer examination, with fresh-caught shrimps. Mingled with the shrimps were myriads of small fish from 1/4 of an inch upward in size. Yellow Handkerchief had lifted the trap net at high water slack, and, taking advantage of the concealment offered by the fog, had boldly been lying by, waiting to lift the net again at low water slack. "Well," Neil hummed and hawed, "in all my varied and extensive experience as a fish patrolman, I must say this is the easiest capture I ever made. What'll we do with them, Charlie?" "Tow the junk into San Rafael, of course," came the answer. Charlie turned to me. "You stand by the junk, lad, and I'll pass you a towing line. If the wind doesn't fail us, we'll make the creek before the tide gets too low, sleep at San Rafael, and arrive in Oakland tomorrow by midday." So saying, Charlie and Neil returned to the Reindeer and got under way, the junk towing astern. I went aft and took charge of the prize, steering by means of an antiquated tiller and a rudder with large diamond-shaped holes through which the water rushed back and forth. By now, the last of the fog had vanished, and Charlie's estimate of our position was confirmed by the sight of McNear's Landing a short half-mile away. Following, along the west shore, we rounded Point Pedro in plain view of the Chinese shrimp villages, and a great to-do was raised when they saw one of their junks towing behind the familiar fish patrol sloop. The wind coming off the land was rather puffy and uncertain, and it would have been more to our advantage had it been stronger. San Rafael Creek, up which we had to go to reach the town and turn over our prisoners to the authorities, ran through wide-stretching marshes and was difficult to navigate on a falling tide, while at low tide it was impossible to navigate at all. So with the tide already half ebbed, it was necessary for us to make time. This the heavy junk prevented, lumbering along behind and holding the reindeer back by just so much dead weight. "Tell those coolies to get up that sail," Charlie finally called to me. "We don't want to hang up on the mud flats for the rest of the night." I repeated the order to Yellow Handkerchief, who mumbled it huskily to his men. He was suffering from a bad cold, which doubled him up in convulsive coughing spells and made his eyes heavy and bloodshot. This made him more evil-looking than ever, and when he glared viciously at me I remembered with a shiver the close shave I had had with him at the time of his previous arrest. His crew sullenly tailed on to the halyards, and the strange outlandish sail, lateen in rig and dyed in a warm brown, rose in the air. We were sailing on the wind, and when Yellow Handkerchief flattened down the sheet, the junk forged ahead and the tow line went slack. Fast as the Reindeer could sail, the junk outsailed her, and to avoid running her down, I hauled a little closer on the wind. But the junk likewise outpointed. In a couple of minutes I was abreast of the Reindeer and to windward. The tow line had now tautened at right angles to the two boats, and the predicament was laughable. "Cast off," I shouted. Charlie hesitated. "It's all right," I added. "Nothing can happen. We'll make the creek on this tack, and you'll be right behind me all the way up to San Rafael." At this Charlie cast off, and Yellow Handkerchief sent one of his men forward to haul in the line. In the gathering darkness I could just make out the mouth of San Rafael Creek, and by the time we entered it I could barely see its banks. The Reindeer was fully 5 minutes astern, and we continued to leave her astern as we beat up the narrow winding channel. With Charlie behind us, it seemed I had little to fear from my 5 prisoners, but the darkness prevented my keeping a sharp eye on them, so I transferred my revolver from my trousers pocket to the side pocket of my coat, where I could more quickly put my hand on it. Yellow Handkerchief was the one I feared, and that he knew it and made use of it subsequent events will show. He was sitting a few feet away from me on what happened to be the weather side of the junk. I could scarcely see the outlines of his form, but I soon became convinced that he was slowly, very slowly, edging closer to me. I watched him carefully. Steering with my left hand, I slipped my right into my pocket and got hold of the revolver. I saw him shift along for a couple of inches, and I was just about to order him back. The words were trembling on the tip of my tongue, when I was struck with a great force by a heavy figure that had leaped through the air upon me from the lee side. It was one of the crew. He pinioned my right arm so that I could not withdraw my hand from my pocket, and at the same time clapped his other hand over my mouth. Of course I could have struggled away from him and freed my hand or gotten my mouth clear so that I might cry in alarm, but in a trice Yellow Handkerchief was on top of me. I struggled around to no purpose in the bottom of the junk while my legs and arms were tied and my mouth securely bound in what I afterward found to be a cotton shirt. Then I was left lying in the bottom. Yellow Handkerchief took the tiller, issuing his orders in whispers, and from our position at the time, and from the alteration of the sail, which I could dimly make out above me as a blot against the stars, I knew the junk was being headed into the mouth of a small slough which emptied at that point into San Rafael Creek. In a couple of moments we ran softly alongside the bank, and the sail was silently lowered. The Chinese kept very quiet. Yellow Handkerchief sat down in the bottom alongside of me, and I could feel him straining to repress his raspy, hacking cough. Possibly 7 or 8 minutes later I heard Charlie's voice as the Reindeer went past the mouth of the slough. "I can't tell you how relieved I am," I could plainly hear him saying to Neil, "that the lad has finished with the fish patrol without accident." Here Neil said something which I could not catch, and then Charlie's voice went on. "The youngster takes naturally to the water, and if when he finishes high school he takes a course in navigation and goes to deep sea, I see no reason why he shouldn't rise to be master of the finest and biggest ship afloat." It was all very flattering to me, but lying there bound and gagged by my prisoners, with the voices growing faint and fainter as the Reindeer slipped on through the darkness towards San Rafael, I must say I was not in quite the proper situation to enjoy my smiling future. With the Reindeer went my last hope. What was to happen next I could not imagine, for the Chinese were a different race from mine, and from what I knew I was confident that fair play was no part of their make-up. After waiting a few minutes longer, the crew hoisted the lateen sail, and Yellow Handkerchief steered down toward the mouth of San Rafael Creek. The tide was getting lower, and he had difficulty in escaping the mud banks. I was hoping he would run aground, but he succeeded in making the bay without accident. As we passed out of the creek, a noisy discussion arose, which I knew related to me. Yellow Handkerchief was vehement, but the other four as vehemently opposed him. It was very evident that he advocated doing away with me and that they were afraid of the consequences. I was familiar enough with the Chinese character to know that fear alone restrained them, but what plan they offered in place of Yellow Handkerchief's murderous one I could not make out. My feelings, as my fate hung in the balance, may be guessed. The discussion developed into a quarrel, in the midst of which Yellow Handkerchief unshipped the heavy tiller and sprang toward me. But his four companions threw themselves between, and a clumsy struggle took place for possession of the tiller. In the end, Yellow Handkerchief was overcome and sullenly returned to the steering, while they soundly berated him for his rashness. Not long after, the sail was run down, and the junk slowly urged forward by means of the sweeps. I felt it ground gently on the soft mud. 3 of the Chinese, they all wore long sea boots, got over the side, and the other 2 passed me across the rail. With Yellow Handkerchief at my legs and his 2 companions at my shoulders, they began to flounder along through the mud. After some time their feet struck firmer footing, and I knew that they were carrying me up some beach. The location of this beach was not doubtful in my mind. It could be none other than one of the Marin Islands, a group of rocky islets which lay off the Marin County shore. When they reached the firm sand that marked high tide, I was dropped, and none too gently. Yellow Handkerchief kicked me spitefully in the ribs, and then the trio floundered back through the mud to the junk. A moment later I heard the sail go up and slat in the wind as they drew in the sheet. Then silence fell, and I was left to my own devices for getting free. I remembered having seen tricksters writhe and squirm out of ropes with which they were bound, but though I writhed and squirmed like a good fellow, the knots remained as hard as ever, and there was no appreciable slack. In the course of my squirming, however, I rolled over upon a heap of clamshells, the remains evidently of some yachting party's clambake. This gave me an idea. My hands were tied behind my back, and, clutching a shell in them, I rolled over and over up the beach till I came to the rocks I knew to be there. Rolling around and searching, I finally discovered a narrow crevice into which I shoved the shell. The edge of it was sharp, and across the sharp edge I proceeded to saw the rope that bound my wrists. The edge of the shell was also brittle, and I broke it by bearing too heavily upon it. Then I rolled back to the heap and returned with as many shells as I could carry in both hands. I broke many shells, cut my hands a number of times, and got cramps in my legs from my strained position and my exertions. While I was suffering from the cramps and resting, I heard a familiar halloo drift across the water. It was Charlie, searching for me. The gag in my mouth prevented me from replying, and I could only lie there helplessly fuming while he rowed past the island and his voice slowly lost itself in the distance. I returned to the sawing process, and at the end of half an hour succeeded in severing the rope. The rest was easy. My hands once free, it was a matter of minutes to loosen my legs and to take the gag out of my mouth. I ran around the island to make sure it was an island, and not by any chance a portion of the mainland. An island it certainly was, one of the Marin group, fringed with a sandy beach and surrounded by a sea of mud. Nothing remained but to wait till daylight and to keep warm, for it was a cold, raw night for California, just enough wind to pierce the skin and cause one to shiver. To keep up the circulation, I ran around the island a dozen times or so, and clambered across its rocky backbone as many times more, all of which was of greater service to me, as I afterward discovered, than merely to warm me up. In the midst of this exercise I wondered if I had lost anything out of my pockets while rolling over and over in the sand. A search showed the absence of my revolver and pocket-knife. The first Yellow Handkerchief had taken, but the knife had been lost in the sand. I was hunting for it when the sound of rowlocks came to my ears. At first, of course, I thought of Charlie, but on second thought I knew Charlie would be calling out as he rowed along. A sudden premonition of danger seized me. The Marin Islands are lonely places. Chance visitors in the dead of night are hardly to be expected. What if it were Yellow Handkerchief? The sound made by the rowlocks grew more distinct. I crouched in the sand and listened intently. The boat, which I judged a small skiff from the quick stroke of the oars, was landing in the mud about 50 yards up the beach. I heard a raspy, hacking cough, and my heart stood still. It was Yellow Handkerchief. Not to be robbed of his revenge by his more cautious companions, he had stolen away from the village and come back alone. I did some swift thinking. I was unarmed and helpless on a tiny islet, and a yellow barbarian, whom I had reason to fear, was coming after me. Any place was safer than the island, and I turned instinctively to the water, or rather to the mud. As he began to flounder ashore through the mud, I started to flounder out into it, going over the same course which the Chinese had taken in landing me and in returning to the junk. Yellow Handkerchief, believing me to be lying tightly bound, exercised no care but came ashore noisily. This helped me, for, under the shield of his noise and making no more myself than necessary, I managed to cover 50 feet by the time he had made the beach. Here I lay down in the mud. It was cold and clammy and made me shiver, but I did not care to stand up and run the risk of being discovered by his sharp eyes. He walked down the beach straight to where he had left me lying, and I had a fleeting feeling of regret at not being able to see his surprise when he did not find me. But it was a very fleeting regret, for my teeth were chattering with the cold. What his movements were after that I had largely to deduce from the facts of the situation, for I could scarcely see him in the dim starlight. But I was sure that the first thing he did was to make the circuit of the beach to learn if landings had been made by other boats. This he would have known at once by the tracks through the mud. Convinced that no boat had removed me from the island, he next started to find out what had become of me. Beginning at the pile of clamshells, he lighted matches to trace my tracks in the sand. At such times I could see his villainous face plainly, and when the sulphur from the matches irritated his lungs, between the raspy cough that followed and the clammy mud in which I was lying, I confess I shivered harder than ever. The multiplicity of my footprints puzzled him. Then the idea that I might be out in the mud must have struck him, for he waded out a few yards in my direction, and, stooping with his eyes, searched the dim surface long and carefully. He could not have been more than 15 feet from me, and had he lighted a match he would surely have discovered me. He returned to the beach and clambered about over the rocky backbone, again hunting for me with lighted matches. The closeness of the shave impelled me to further flight. Not daring to wade upright on account of the noise made by floundering, and by the suck of the mud, I remained lying down in the mud and propelled myself over its surface by means of my hands. Still keeping the trail made by the Chinese in going from and to the junk, I held on until I reached the water. Into this I waded to a depth of 3 feet, and then I turned off to the side on a line parallel with the beach. The thought came to me of going toward Yellow Handkerchief's skiff and escaping in it, but at that very moment he returned to the beach, and as though fearing the very thing I had in mind, he slushed out through the mud to assure himself that the skiff was safe. This turned me in the opposite direction. Half swimming, half wading, with my head just out of the water, and avoiding splashing, I succeeded in putting about 100 feet between myself and the spot where the Chinese had begun to wade ashore from the junk. I drew myself out on the mud and remained lying flat. Again Yellow Handkerchief returned to the beach and made a search of the island, and again he returned to the heap of clamshells. I knew what was running in his mind as well as he did himself. No one could leave or land without making tracks in the mud. The only tracks to be seen were those leading from his skiff and from where the junk had been. I was not on the island. I must have left it by one or the other of those 2 tracks. He had just been over the one to his skiff, and was certain I had not left that way. Therefore I could have left the island only by going over the tracks of the junk landing. This he proceeded to verify by wading out over them himself, lighting matches as he came along. When he arrived at the point where I had first lain, I knew, by the matches he burned and the time he took, that he had discovered the marks left by my body. These he followed straight to the water and into it, but in 3 feet of water he could no longer see them. On the other hand, as the tide was still falling, he could easily make out the impression made by the junk's bow, and could have likewise made out the impression of any other boat if it had landed at that particular spot. But there was no such mark, and I knew that he was absolutely convinced that I was hiding somewhere in the mud. But to hunt on a dark night for a boy in a sea of mud would be like hunting for a needle in a haystack, and he did not attempt it. Instead, he went back to the beach and prowled around for some time. I was hoping he would give me up and go, for by this time I was suffering severely from the cold. At last he waded out to his skiff and rowed away. What if this departure of Yellow Handkerchief's were a sham? What if he had done it merely to entice me ashore? The more I thought of it, the more certain I became that he had made a little too much noise with his oars as he rowed away. So I remained lying in the mud and shivering. I shivered until the muscles of the small of my back ached and pained me as badly as the cold, and I had need of all my self-control to force myself to remain in my miserable situation. It was well that I did, however, for possibly an hour later I thought I could make out something moving on the beach. I watched intently, but my ears were rewarded first by a raspy cough I knew only too well. Yellow Handkerchief had sneaked back, landed on the other side of the island, and crept around to surprise me if I had returned. After that, though hours passed without sign of him, I was afraid to return to the island at all. On the other hand, I was almost equally afraid that I should die of the exposure I was undergoing. I had never dreamed one could suffer so. I grew so cold and numb finally that I ceased to shiver, but my muscles and bones began to ache in a way that was agony. The tide had long since begun to rise, and foot by foot it drove me in toward the beach. High water came at 3 o'clock, and at 3 o'clock I drew myself up on the beach, more dead than alive, and too helpless to have offered any resistance had Yellow Handkerchief swooped down on me. But no Yellow Handkerchief appeared. He had given me up and gone back to Point Pedro. Nevertheless, I was in a deplorable, not to say a dangerous condition. I could not stand upon my feet, much less walk. My clammy, muddy garments clung to me like sheets of ice. I thought I should never get them off. So numb and lifeless were my fingers, and so weak was I that it seemed to take an hour to get off my shoes. I had not the strength to break the porpoise hide laces, and the knots defied me. I repeatedly beat my hands upon the rocks to get some sort of life into them. Sometimes I felt sure I was going to die. But in the end, after several centuries, it seemed to me, I got off the last of my clothes. The water was now close at hand, and I crawled painfully into it and washed the mud from my naked body. Still I could not get on my feet and walk, and I was afraid to lie still. Nothing remained but to crawl weakly like a snail, and at the cost of constant pain, up and down the sand. I kept this up as long as possible, but as the east paled with the coming of dawn, I began to succumb. The sky grew rosy red, and the golden rim of the sun, showing above the horizon, found me lying helpless and motionless among the clamshells. As in a dream, I saw the familiar mainsail of the Reindeer as she slipped out of San Rafael Creek on a light puff of morning air. This dream was very much broken. There are intervals I can never recollect on looking back over it. 3 things, however, I distinctly remember. The first sight of the Reindeer's mainsail, her lying at anchor a few hundred feet away in a small boat leaving her side, and the cabin stove roaring red hot, myself swathed all over with blankets except on chest and shoulders, which Charlie was pounding and mauling unmercifully, and my mouth and throat burning with the coffee which Neil Partington was pouring down a trifle too hot. But burn or no burn, I tell you it felt good. By the time we arrived in Oakland, I was as limber and strong as ever, though Charlie and Neil Partington were afraid I was going to have pneumonia. And Mrs. Partington, for my first 6 months of school, kept an anxious eye upon me to discover the first symptoms of consumption. Time flies. It seems but yesterday that I was a lad of 16 on the fish patrol. Yet I know that I arrived this very morning from China with a quick passage to my credit and master of the barkentine Harvester, and I know that tomorrow morning I shall run over to Oakland and see Neil Partington and his wife and family, and later on up to Benicia to see Charlie LeGrant and talk over old times. No, I shall not go to Benicia, now that I think about it. I expect to be a highly interested party to a wedding shortly to take place. Her name is Alice Partington, and since Charlie has promised to be best man, he will have to come down to Oakland instead. End of Yellow Handkerchief by Jack London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybark.blogspot.com.